Hey, pre-notification gang. Yeah, that one came out a while ago, Silver. That's about Safe Moon. I'm well aware. Thanks for the resub, Mim. It's been like like 5 days since the last YouTube night? It's been a little bit. Thanks to Prime. Silent. Thanks to resub, Beetle and the Tier 1 Young. Apparently, Gimmer is revealing a new meta-changing tech for Smash Bros. Tomorrow. I saw that on Twitter. I can't imagine that's real. That has to be like a meme. Thanks to resub, No Chill. And the Prime McGee. And the resub Dom and give sub Elijah. And the resub George. Okuvi, Gonzalo, Sitara, and the give sub Papa Moist. I already know all about that dino. He's just not really interesting. He's just another normal TikTok douchebag. Thanks resub Celery and Tier 1 Uncle Jim. And the resub Ahmed and Fuel. Hear about the new Jurassic Park movie? Yeah, they made the new dinosaur like the Joker, apparently, according to the director. Thanks to resub Demon and Prime Local Legend. How did they make the dino the Joker? I don't know, man. The director said he wanted to make the new dinosaur like the Joker in that it just wants to watch the world burn. It's so fucking stupid. Thanks to the resub Hot Lava and the Bits Rust. I mean, I don't know if I want to watch an Elden Ring review. Played the shit out of it. I don't think I really need to see a review. Unless it's like super goofy. Thanks to the resub Ray, Potato, and the Tier 1. Hey there. I am excited about the new Doctor Strange movie. Thanks to resub Gallagher. And the resub Strings. And the Prime Surlock. No, the dinosaur just wants to watch the world burn like the Joker. Apparently. I don't know. Thanks for resub Slim Jim. The new Jurassic Park movies have been kind of not good. I'm sorry to hear about that, Slim Jim. I appreciate the kind words and hope everything looks up for you. Thanks to the Bits Rust Man. Moon Knight finishes tomorrow. Yeah, I was trying to catch up. I'm on the 3rd episode, I think. It's just kind of silly. I don't know. I really like the first 2 episodes, but this one's been like super, super silly. Like I feel like I'm watching an episode of Power Rangers. Thanks to give sub caveman. And the resub alien. And Kelsey and Simpin in smoke. Worst TikTok trends to ever exist. Probably devious licks would be up there. Thanks to the resub handlebar and the give sub dilf. I am not caught up on Halo yet. I still have to. And thanks to the resub caveman and the prime decam. I'm on season 5, episode 5 of Better Call Saul. Thanks to tier 1 Yusuf and the resub dank weed eyebrows worldwide ya boy in the 5 gift subs Valentine. Hey Valentine. And the resub stone. I don't know, I just have a really good tolerance for spice. Yeah, I have it queued up right here. We'll be watching it later. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Catafish. You caught up on Saul quick? Well, yeah, I watched it in the car ride, there and back. Thanks to Prime Preventer and the resub Dooza and the Bits Sage. Yep, I already have One Went Wrong Starforge up right here. Thanks for the 10 gift subs, Russ, man. Appreciate it, man. And the resub Mush and the Prime Doc. The resub Pokemaster and T-Wax. Hi, 9Aro. We went to Texas. Thanks to tier 1 Sunspot. And the resub Kiritsugu. Apparently Doctor Strange references some of the ABC Marvel shows. Yeah, and apparently the old X-Men movies. I'm guessing it's all part of the multiverse kind of thing, so it doesn't really play a huge role in the lore past fan service, would be my guess. Playing Halo Infinite Season 2 at all? Much like everyone else, no. Bro, it is 2 new maps and a couple new game modes. That is not enough to make me want to go back. There's a Prime Mediocre, Sparrow, and the resub Smile. And give sub hey there. I saw YouTube live streaming introduced rating today. There's a Prime Lil Am and Dynamite and the resub Icarus. And the resub Hypnotoad. Haven't watched One Piece in a while, been watching Better Call Saul. Thanks resub Devster. Thanks resub Samantha and Kalua. And the Prime Spun. Are you going to slap a review when the season ends? You talking about for Better Call Saul? Because, yeah. I'll moist meter it. Do I have to watch it on AMC Plus? Or AMC Turbo? Or whatever the fuck it is. Plus Ultra AMC, whatever the service is? Is that the only way? Yeah. Well, it's on Netflix, I know. I've been watching it, but they don't have season 6. Thanks to give sub Rowlo and Barney Riptide. They do? I tried to look at it last night. I didn't see season 6 on there. Is it like in a different category or something? They do now. No, I really don't think they do. I genuinely looked last night. Only on AMC Plus. It is literally right there. It is only on AMC Plus for season 6. It's not in the US. Only in the UK. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's region locked? Yeah, I guess I'll have to VPN. I really don't feel like paying for AMC Plus. I'll tell you that much right now. Here's the Prime Oolong, Josh in the resub, Soren, Busted Nuts, and Bear, and Clementine, Overlord, Backpack, in the tier 1 Scrimmy, and the bits Sun and Dino. And alright. Yeah, of course I've seen all the Barbie downhill Jeep racing. AMC Plus is unbelievably bad. Yeah, AMC has like 3 shows. It has Walking Dead, Better Call Saul, and Breaking Bad. What the fuck? Or, well, Mad Men too. 4 shows. Tell me I'm going to pay $8.99 a month for 4 shows, 3 of which I've already watched? It's a waste of money. Here's the resub Hominix and the bits Rust. And the Prime Grayson and the resub Lucky. And the Elden Ring review again, huh? I mean, I guess it must be pretty special. I can look at it, I guess. Here's the resub Bryson. Better Call Saul Season 6 is on Prime Video. Is it? Thanks for resub Ponyo and Lando. Oh, thanks for the raid, Zuppy. Thanks for resub TG. Hope you had a good stream. Thanks for the resub MIDI. Is Better Call Saul better than Breaking Bad? No, I don't think so. Thanks to Prime Pirate. It's a very good show, but it's much slower than Breaking Bad, which is fine. It's a very different show. Thanks to Sabray Guigui. Hope you've been well. Thanks to Tier 1 Love. Oh yeah, Jay Aubrey. That was another one I was going to queue up tonight. I know he posted a new video.
Hey.
Yeah, wanted to watch that one. Yeah, so I'll probably just VPN and watch Season 6 on Netflix. You give up on the 7-minute speedrun on Elden Ring? Yeah, the amount of work I'd have to go through to get it to work on my hardware is just extensive, and I just don't really feel like doing it. Thanks for your sub Squirt, and the 5 gift subs Russman. Thank you, Russman. And the resub Ozark. Alright, we'll start with the shortest one, which I think is the new Patrick CC, which is about Gibby, Noah Monk. Noah Monk is someone we've actually had on our podcast before, and he was just an actual joy to be around.
Whenever he appeared on set, you knew something funny, strange, or downright uncomfortable was about to happen. Gibby was a chubby, outlandish, yet lovable character casted on Nickelodeon's most popular live-action TV show in history, iCarly. Noah Monk is the actor behind the Gibby character. He was originally supposed to be on the show for 1 or 2 episodes, but provided so much comedic value that the producers kept him on as a regular. Over time, Gibby got really tired of the corny children's humor, plus constantly being the butt of the joke led to a lot of ramifications in his real life, including people shouting at him in public asking him to take his shirt off and dance.
He talked about that on our podcast. He said he used to get not tracked down by fans, but fans would always ask him to take his shirt off. Like just literally shout that at him when he was out in public. So he started to really loathe the character, but never the experience he had. And I imagine that must be the most frustrating thing in the fucking world. It's super weird.
You'll probably be surprised to find out what Noah's career looks like today, which consists of extremely cryptic and esoteric videos, along with an underground music career. Today we are going to discuss how Noah's life was impacted by iCarly, and how he managed to escape his identity as Gibby. Noah Monk was a typical Orange County teenager who played football and went to public school. He knew he was interested in arts, so he slowly got into acting classes, which led to doing plays and performances. The acting classes would have talent agent auditions, where agents would come in and look for the next big star. It's the most California shit ever. At 10 years old, he got an agent who got him his first audition, which was for the show iCarly. The audition was just for an episode or 2, but the production team realized how valuable he would be as a goofy side character. So he became a regular on the show for 57 episodes.
Whoa, that's pretty good. I didn't know it was that many.
As if Noah was trying to establish any credit, because we know he didn't have the extra debit card.
He eventually got his own
spin-off.
spin-off.
Debit card that lets you build credit and also earn some reward points. And I want to thank them for sponsoring today's video. A lot of you either don't have a credit card or you don't want one. They can be risky and ultimately do more harm than good, but establishing credit is very important. Extra is a safe and more accessible solution. The process is simple. Users connect Extra to their bank account. Extra covers them for everyday purchases. The user
I've got the Disguised Toast video up because I want to watch it.
At the end of the month, the payments are tallied and reported to credit bureaus. So sign up for Extra today with the link in my bio. Start building your credit with a debit card. That's right, a debit card. Thanks, Extra. The iCarly show is about a young girl who runs an internet video blog with millions of viewers. Her best friend Sam is her co-host. Their friend Freddie is their filmer/tech support, and it's all filmed in the upstairs of Carly's brother's apartment. Gibby is just a kid that goes to school with them. He's an easy target for jokes and is someone they can pick on. Quickly, by the end of season 1, he became more of a friend to them. A wacky friend, but he has a lot of endearing qualities to him. He's sweet, very friendly, pretty stupid, but he isn't someone you want to bully. He was totally unrelatable, consistently doing such ridiculous things.
How many seasons did the show run for again?
Excited for the unpredictability that he would bring next. He was mostly famous for his catchphrase,
Raccoon.
Gibby!
Must have ran for like 8 or 9, right?
Taking his shirt off. I don't know how or why he decided to take his shirt off.
Okay, I don't know why I even asked chat. Everyone has like a different one, but it looks like he aged 8-9 years or something like that. Let's see. How many seasons? Ran for 5 seasons. Wow. Man grew up. Did he say 5 in the video? I must have missed it.
Shirt off, but after he did it one time, it became a normal thing. Make sure you're hydrated while watching this video. At the time, Noah didn't mind this. iCarly was his first acting job ever, so he was basically willing to do anything. However, Noah was very aware of what people were saying online about him. iCarly was a TV show about a web show, but they actually had a real website with blog posts,
I actually
trivia.
didn't know that.
Viewers could also leave comments on the website. Noah says that at age 10 and 11, he was reading rude comments about his appearance, which obviously made him feel bad. His parents even discovered a website for people with fat boy fetishes that he was posted all over. Needless to say, Noah had mixed emotions about the whole taking his shirt off thing. His parents never forced him to continue acting. It was his passion. They were always around and kept a close eye on him. Noah speaks nothing but the highest praise of his parents. They raised him right. Head thrashing to a dirty bass dubstep drop with Noah Monk, just like old times. This cringy 2012 tweet indicates that Noah and Nathan had a love for dubstep. Noah also said that when he was around 13, one of the iCarly production members, Daniel Gonzalez, no, not this icon, gave him MF Doom and De La Soul mixtapes. Wow. So it's pretty evident that Noah discovered his love for music in general during the iCarly years, which led him to become
Did he? I don't remember that at all, Flamingo. And if it's been a few years.
The last episode of iCarly was filmed in late 2011.
They told so many
and by
cool
season
stories.
4 and 5, Gibby was a main character. His success and evolution on iCarly was so prominent that Dan Schneider felt he deserved his own spin-off TV show, Gibby. This show still remains somewhat of a mystery. I'm here editing the very first episode of Gibby, or whatever we end up calling the show. It's making me laugh hard. Noah Monk equals genius. There was a pilot episode filmed and edited according to Dan, but never aired or leaked onto the internet. All we have is the title card and logo for the show. We also have 46 pages of the script for the first episode, one picture of what seems to be the cast and crew, and a few photos of what appears to be the film set. All of this is technically unconfirmed. Dan was begging Noah to show him his feet, and that's why we never got the... I'm just kidding. We don't know what happened exactly.
That's probably exactly how it happened, to be fair.
We never got his own show. And in 2012 marked the official end of iCarly. 5 seasons in what some consider to be the best Nickelodeon live-action show of all time. Noah stayed busy, trying to get roles in other shows and films immediately. In 2012, he got a main character role in a Nickelodeon TV movie called Nicky Deuce. It was essentially the family-friendly reboot of The Sopranos, which included most of the original Sopranos characters, including James Gandolfini. The film didn't go into theaters, and it isn't highly praised or anything, but acting alongside those legends is a major accomplishment. After this film, Noah was sick of children's TV and the corniness of the humor. He knew it was time to leave Nickelodeon in the past forever.
Joins Goldbergs.
In 2013, he went back to high school for his senior year. He doesn't consider himself a social outcast, but had a difficult time mixing in with kids who knew each other their whole lives. He would spend most of his free time on Ableton learning how to make music. He produced dubstep under the name Noxic.
Yeah, Tetris here.
Moved on to EDM trap.
That's so cool. That's so nostalgic. Thanks, resubs on.
And even experimented with rapping a little bit.
That's good. Maybe he'll eat.
It didn't take long for him to want to get back into acting. Luckily, he landed a role as Naked Rob in the 1980s-based sitcom The Goldbergs. Noah plays a side character that acts as a best friend to the main character. He's been in 77 episodes, and the show has run for 9 seasons. He somehow managed to land 2 back-to-back shows that lasted for an above-average amount of seasons, which is very impressive in Hollywood. However, it seems like Noah still had the ghost of Gibby lurking above him. His new passions...
Damn, it's a shame he's not going to talk about this, but I figured he wouldn't. In the podcast, Noah Monk revealed that this crazy stunt from the iCarly show was real. It just wasn't him that did it. It was a stuntman that nearly died. Oh, here's a clip from the podcast. It's this right here, though. It's fucking crazy.
Wait, you forgot Gibby.
Oh, yeah. Gibby! Gibby!
So, what actually happened... What actually happened there is Dan Schneider, or whoever was in charge, told one of the stuntmen to go to like the 3rd story or whatever and just do like a suicide dive straight onto the concrete, which he did, shattering his ribs, and he had to be carried away on a stretcher. So this impact is very real. There's like, I think if I remember correctly, and it's been a few years, Noah said that there was like a really tiny pad here, but you can clearly see it wasn't enough to cushion this impact. Like that, I can't even imagine how that conversation must have went with the stunt guy. No, you're gonna need to fall from like at least 50 feet. Safety? What? No. Show me your feet. Fucking wild. Yes, that was real. Just wasn't Noah Monk that performed the stunt. It was a stuntman that got seriously injured. Why so high? No idea. No fucking clue. Thanks to resub. Ryonix, Bearded, Royal, Protein, Imbergs, and Anya. Shout out to the stuntman for real. Yeah, we actually looked him up during the podcast to see who this brave fucking hero was. And if I remember correctly, he stopped doing stunt work after this, whether by his own choice or doctor's recommendation. Couldn't tell you. Thanks to resub, somewhat saucy. Yeah, that's a crazy impact. Hit the ground so hard he actually bounced off it. Wild. Absolutely wild. Couldn't they have just edited it? Yeah, I guess. Like, I feel like there was plenty of other ways to get the same effect besides actually fucking throwing this stuntman off the roof as if it was The Undertaker in Hell in a Cell. There was plenty of ways to achieve this same desired effect. But it was a really high drop. They could have used a dummy. They could have done anything. Literally anything else. Exerisa, Stone, Clay, and Tier 1 girl from Inkopolis. Didn't even try to slow the impact. No, like I said, there was almost nothing there. It's such a long fall. Oh my god, this poor fucking stunt man. Oh, that is just brutal. I can't believe they left it in. Ah, wild. Yep, that was real.
Were not met with the utmost praise from fans. He was now 18 and a few years removed from Nickelodeon. Whenever he would post about his music, his new projects, or anything he was interested in, he would be flooded with troll and hate comments, accompanied with people making him feel insecure about his appearance. He abandoned the Noah Monk Instagram and Twitter because of trolls and people just calling him Gibby. Gibby was kind of a punching bag on the show, so he feels like the fans do it back to him, not figuring out how to separate Gibby, the character, and Noah Monk, the real person. Noah doesn't take it too personally, but it definitely gets tiring when you're trying to move on with your life, talk about your music or your personal interests, and everyone wants you to remain that thing that you were at age 13. He did also deal with people demanding him to take his shirt off, literally yelling across a restaurant while he's trying to eat with his family. One time, even a random girl just jumped on his back while he was walking down the street. He started to resent the Gibby character a little bit, and Noah is truly a sweet and wholesome guy. He didn't want to resent his past. It led to an angsty phase for him. He really leaned into his interest of SoundCloud rap and producing. He started an obscure YouTube channel called Sad World Online.
And it's pretty fucking cool.
For around 3 hours every day, I have a complete daze. I cannot control my body or mind in this state.
The 20-year-old started consistently posting his avant-garde, over-edited, poorly scripted shitpost comedy that quickly developed a cult fan base. All of the music featured in the YouTube series was produced by him, which helped fans get interested in his music. The raunchy side of humor was something we all needed. It's like the TV MA-rated Gibby. You couldn't make fun of Noah anymore, because he embraced his appearance and leaned into it for comedy. Plus, he genuinely has built a fan base off his new art. At one point, it bothered him that his embarrassing moments were on the internet forever. Now he looks back on the Gibby character very fondly. Sadly, Gibby did not make a return to the iCarly reboot in 2021.
Wait, really?
He also didn't make an appearance in Season 2. A fan asked Jay Kogan, one of the iCarly writers, about Noah's absence. We've approached him. This response obviously suggests that they had reached out to Noah, but he denied. Why? Could be a couple things. He could have just been busy. He works full-time on another show, plus he works very hard on his side projects and music and YouTube. But the more likely reason, which is why a lot of people don't want to do reboots, is that he wants to leave Gibby in the past. Only in the past few years did he come to terms with the Gibby character. Before that, he had mixed emotions.
No more kids TV. Fuck, man. Come on. We've discussed this. That shit stain on my legacy ain't a stain no more. It's a full-on load.
You know, if he did the reboot, he would have to relive the whole experience of people flooding his social media with comments about his appearance.
True.
His acting career would again be at the mercy of one character. A lot of young actors want to outlive and move on from their child roles. Plus, you know they would have wanted him to take his shirt off at least one time, which as a grown man, is probably not something he's interested in. Noah successfully escaped the box of being Gibby forever, and now he can look back on his legacy as a positive experience, all from the comfort of his new sad world he's created for himself.
Thanks, Risa. Doink in Pika. Yeah, Noah Monk doesn't have like a super sad story like most child stars. He was actually raised by really good parents. He had like a pretty good run of things. The only big stain is the fans treating him like shit, like demanding he take his shirt off and things like that. So this is just a much more like positive spin on child stars, really. Yeah, we watched the Zach and Cody one already. That one was super interesting. Who were the worst child stars of... Wait, what? Who has the worst child stars, Nick or Disney? Bro, it's not the kid's fault. Like at all. Yeah, I feel like of all child stars, Jake Lloyd got the absolute worst end of it. Jake Lloyd played Anakin in The Phantom Menace, and that role genuinely ruined his entire life because of the Star Wars fan base. His story is just terrible. Next resub Omelia, Tetramino, and Lauren. I still open all the new Yu-Gi-Oh packs, I just don't do it on stream. Thanks to the bits, Kamek. Bunny Man 3, huh? Thanks to bits, Altaria. And I don't think I've seen that. And thanks to the bits, Shrigmatic. And the Prime Owls. Alright, let's do the Rust drama next. I still never got the full scope of things and exactly what happened there. Thanks to Tier 1 Butterball and the resub Ed Conveyor and the Prime Guy. Yeah, this one was pretty eventful. Just give me 1 second though. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick since this is gonna be an hour. I want to tinkle. Hey, Tetra. Alright, I'm back. Ugh. Thanks to Prime, Detro, and the resub Doki, Conveyor, James, and Tier 1 Butterball. And the Prime Grain.
Hey guys, recently I
Prime
organized
Ween
one
and the
of the
resub
biggest
horse.
Twitch Rivals events ever. 40 English-speaking streamers and 40 Spanish-speaking streamers together on a Rust server. And it was gonna be
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's
40.
go.
So day 1 you got primitive fighting, day 2 you have fighting with modern weapons, and it ended in a complete disaster filled with drama, videos, tweets, articles, threads on a scale that honestly has never been seen before on Twitch. This is the story of
Ooh,
what
I don't know
happened.
about that.
Let's hop on. This is actually
That's a bold statement. There's been so much drama on Twitch. That, I mean, this was huge. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. Thanks for 5 gift subs, Dung. And there's some Noodle, Omega, Yeetus, Rip, and then the Prime Meatloaf and Zek.
the first time I'm gonna be
Trey.
playing Rust in like 1 year. I'm dead already? Who killed me? Recoy? I don't know who you are, Recoy, but I'm gonna make it my mission to kill you back. Okay, so we're on the main island
Prime War
where
Wiki.
everyone spawns. This is the NA island, and this is the Spanish island, and then you have bigger monuments around the middle. All right, let's start
Tier 1
collecting
Piggy
dog
and
tags
Tier 1 Lag.
for North America. Hey, it's Rico! You killed me! You killed me while I was AFK! A paddle!
Damn, he's getting
You
worked
spawn
by this
back
guy.
on your side if you die. The primitive era is the one time I'm actually gonna have a chance. Once the guns come out, I'm gonna get destroyed.
Everyone just needs to get crossbow and nail gun. That's like the #1 thing. I saw some
What was the
people
drama
on the enemy
about?
team in launch side already.
Ahora mismo,
I guess I'll give my rudimentary understanding of it. The Spanish-speaking streamers were very upset because they believed the NA streamers were getting special treatment from the devs, so they kept accusing them of cheating and then accusing them of racism at certain points over literally nothing. Like, it just out of nowhere, they'd go in the alt chat and say that they're racist. And then, as a result, they started being racist. And there was a point where one of the streamers told their community to go to report XQC en masse for racism. And then they also started sending racist shit to streamers they believed to be Asian. And it just became a huge mess. An absolutely massive fucking stinky mess. And then it turns out also the Spanish streamers were getting a lot of help from the devs themselves. It wasn't exactly just like a NA had devs on their back or anything. The whole thing was terrible. It was an actual disaster, like Toe said.
creo que lo tiene un poco complicado. Creo que andan un poco relajados. Están ahora mismo prácticamente crasheando las primeras utensilios, como el hacha, el pico.
I say we would
Thanks
have
for
the
some
better
Blue,
pro
Blue
players,
Oyster and Maged and Luke.
but we also have more beginner players too. So we got farmers, and we got rust sweats.
Kill on sight. It's kill on sight, right, guys?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody who's not on the team, dude.
Oh,
just
man.
work 'em.
All right. Okay, I see. I see the main base. Is that a gun? Who has a gun already? So anyway, this is the shrine. So you stand here, you open it up, and you deposit dog tags. I'm laying the foundation for the future. When
God, this is
I was
nostalgic
talking
from when
with
I made my
Alexei,
maze.
We both agreed that ultimately we want bases that can be raided because it's no fun if one team just super turtles all the time. Oh my god. Wellen, Mendo, Surefour, Chap is on the boat. These are like the assassin team. I
Are
see
these just
people have
highlights? I'm
kinda
not sure. I thought this was
separated
supposed to be like a
themselves
full
into
drama
roles. We
dump.
got warriors and farmers.
But it does seem like more of a highlight
This
to
is how
the event.
the caveman society developed.
El equipo norteamericano se ha hecho con el primer cargo y creo que esto es un palo bastante grande para el equipo hispano porque aquí es donde aparecen las 3 primeras cajas con contador, la famosa K donde podrán conseguir las primeras armas y las primeras 2 tags, ¿vale?
We're 0-6. That's okay. It's only been 40 minutes. We're down 6 points.
We're losing.
We need to get up there.
We're about to take it back. We're about to take it back.
Mogul
Like, it's
Mail made a vid on the
demoralizing.
drama.
It looks like we
Well, I
have
figured
a
Toast would be most
forward
knowledgeable
operating
since he was on the
base that's
front
been
line.
set up here. Are there 40 people inside that? Like, that's just... No.
Oh,
Wait,
Team
huh?
Disguise
Wait,
Toast
wait,
found
wait.
a hidden supply drop. I don't know what that is, but it sounds good.
Oh, the drop is coming in right in front of us.
Oh, what the heck is that? What is that?
We found a hidden airdrop earlier, or a hidden drop.
Oh, we have a heli?
Guys, get to the scrap pallet. I want to go through middle. Is everyone in here in the scrap pallet?
Yeah, it might just be like a full
Oh, this is
walkthrough of the
gonna be
event
so
as opposed to just the
You guys ready?
drama.
Let's do it.
You might be right.
Let's go. Amazon Prime delivery. Oh yeah, I see
see.
3 people.
Yeah, it looks like it's mainly highlights.
Back in quickly here and keep them...
They're lucky that that base is still worth. I should have stayed on.
Okay, we'll watch the Mogul Mail video on it then, I guess. The cliff notes. Let's see, where is it? It'd be like, what, 2 weeks old? Oh, no. Yeah, there it is.
I'll have you guys know before this video
Royal
starts
John
that I'm
and Tier 1
37%
Toka.
Spanish. I spit into a 23
Resub
YouTube and
Drohan.
found this out. And my grandpa lives in Madrid, and I'm fluent. Hablamos español. So let's get into
yeah.
it. We're talking today about the English versus Spanish-speaking streamers.
I had a
There's
great time in
giant war
Texas.
brewing, and it all started from Disguised Toast's Rust server. If you don't know about this, there was a Rust server, 40 people English-speaking streamers versus 40 Spanish-speaking streamers. A lot of big names, XQC on the English-speaking side, and also a lot of big Spanish-speaking streamers like Alex, Babai, that are huge people. And it's no secret that Spanish-speaking streamers are bigger.
Yeah,
than
this
ever.
happened like
Look at
2 weeks
Ibai,
ago, I think.
The guy is only growing. So this was supposed to be a cool event, bringing everyone together. Ended up being a giant shitstorm. And I didn't think I needed to talk about this because I thought it would dissipate, but the beef is still going today. This is a Spanish-speaking streamer's Twitter account, Ricoy, who is mocking Coconut B. He combined.
Hey, that's the guy we just saw in the Toast video. He was the one that got the first kill. I actually recognized this section here. I didn't realize the name until now. Yeah, this guy went on a huge malding spree on Twitter.
Coconut B's profile picture with what looks like the crying emoji and made this, and that's his profile picture now. He just made that. It's like 3 days since the event ended. But let's get into some context. The event was a 48-hour Rust server that cost like hundreds of thousands of dollars to produce, not just including prize pool, but just having enough Twitch staff to run it all together. It's a really big project. Also why I couldn't be a part of it, because it was a Twitch project. So anyway, that was the idea, and it was 48 hours total. The first 47 hours you kill people, you get points for killing people, and then at the last hour you can raid bases and do mass chaos. Amazing content. Whoever has the most points at the end gets money, and that's it. That's the idea. Pretty fucking simple. But it went to shit
And a pretty cool
really
idea too.
fast. Now it's gonna get a little nerdy here, but bear with me. It started out with a simple rule: you can't raid each other's bases until the final hour. So the Spanish streamers took this info and made their bases out of twigs, knowing that the big bad wolf was not allowed to huff, puff, and blow it down, so the little piggies could run any material they wanted. They didn't have to get custom with any bricks today. So that's what they did, and inevitably at some point a bullet hit the thing, and they got kind of upset about that, and so they were like, okay, now we can't shoot them, and it was kind of a cheesy but also smart tactic. But the American streamers got around it because they basically used ladders to get into the base without breaking anything, and stole some loot. Now this was done without breaking or maybe raiding, but the Spanish streamers were like, oh, okay, that's cringe, that shouldn't be allowed. So the admins got involved. They set new rules. Okay, now you can't enter the square. Stop, don't touch me there. Everyone has a 15 by 15 no square, and you can't invade it at all. That was the rules. Everyone was happy with it. And then the Spanish streamers immediately broke the rules. maybe it was a bit of revenge because they didn't get like all of their loot back from the Americans coming in. They're like, this is still dumb. And so it was
this
like...
This feels like normal Rust.
But they broke the rules that were just made. And so then the admins are like, okay, look, you have to return this stuff and we'll reset again. The whole story kind of feels like one of those adults at a playground, and they have to be like the arbiter for the kids. And you'd be like, oh, Timmy, please return the doll that you stole and say sorry. But it kept fucking happening. Like, Timmy kept stealing the goddamn doll, and shit kept happening. So the admins were getting involved a lot early on, and there was mostly drama from the event. And
that's all I know from it.
Arguments
on Twitter.
On people being allowed to use certain pistols and basically trying to define the rules and not actually just play the game and have great content and interactions with people that you rarely ever get to interact with. And all of this led to one of the American streamers making this prediction early on.
Do you know what's funny? When we win this tomorrow, like, I guarantee, dude, I really feel like the leader, like, they're not, this is the fucking prediction I have for tomorrow's event. Tomorrow, I predict that this tournament's gonna end.
Oh, regular old Nostradamus.
I feel like we're gonna be ahead on points, and they'll leave, not even see this entire thing through.
Well, turns out, morning of the final day of the event, the captain of the Spanish team, Alex, who has 6.4 million Twitter followers, giant streamer, tweeted a Twitter thread that translates basically to, hey, thanks for the invite. There's a lot of bullshit going on, like Coconut B. I'm not very good at Rust, so I have to look to my players. They weren't supposed to be using a certain pistol early on, which turns out that everyone was allowed to use pistols at any point. The primitive rule wasn't actually a rule, but everyone was abiding by it anyway, but a minor note. And then they stole a helicopter and didn't return it, which, fair. That sounds annoying. That sounds frustrating.
Yeah, Tiana's watching
And a bunch of bullshit happened. So here's the thing. They're not respecting us because this is all an American event and the Americans make the rules. It's on American servers. So we, the Spanish, aren't going to play. And they quit. They quit right there. Now, this wasn't unprecedented. The prediction kind of was obvious because they had gone on strike. They were almost trying to leverage that they were half the event. So if they weren't playing in the event and they didn't get the rules they wanted, then the event wouldn't proceed. Which, look, at the end of the day, they probably weren't involved enough when the event was first being created in the rules stages. And it's also tricky because trying to get rules in a game like Rust, where you can't implement them in-game, you just have to, like, verbal, word-of-mouth handshake, they're tricky. They're tricky. It's really hard. And I remember the Rust server that I was a part of a year ago, we would have problems all the time because you can't actually make things off limits. You just have to agree to do it, and if people break it, you're like, fuck, this sucks.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to
all the power that you would like.
All survival games are somewhat similar. They share the same DNA.
Part of this is these tweets are in Spanish because I am Spanish, and thanks again for toast. No drama with him. Okay. That's it. That's the thing, and they quit. And it was kind of like a melancholy final day to the event because it was just a bunch of American streamers running around and yippee-ki-yay, shooting stuff, but no real content and juicy final, finale. It was supposed to be a cool raid. It was supposed to be nice. And look, if that was everything that happened,
it'd be pretty boring.
That's okay. Like I would say, hey, play it out just because it's better content, and I think content is key. As king. I would rather lose and be the punching bag for someone else to win and have better overall content than no content at all. But I understand a bit.
I am an American and I love oil.
Being a captain and not being good enough that you want to continue through the rules.
All right.
But there were Spanish streamers, including Alex, who were also super inappropriate.
It was very American.
There were a lot of viewers that are inappropriate, but when the captains, when the streamers are saying fucked up shit, then it's harder to defend. And this is a screenshot from the chat. You can see Shroud on the screen there. Wish I could have an hour with that guy. And this is Recoy, who is the same guy who's making fun of Coconut B.
Yeah, this guy was really
fuming. Profile
fuming.
picture. Just typing a slur into chat. and Alex, the captain of the Spanish stream, the big Spanish streamer, being like, oh, what's the R word? And then they type in the N word. Not actually typing it out fully, but like they're joking that, hey, this isn't a slur. Oh, you're talking about the R word. You mean this, and then typing the letter N, implying the N word, which you like. It's not done from a place of like, hey, this is a fun little bit. Let's do that. Even if they would like, even if they're trying to come up with a shitty joke and you're trying to give the benefit of the doubt and it's a shitty joke, it's from a place of animosity when they were beefing with English streamers, which I think that added context makes this a little more uncomfortable overall, and is sad to see from the captain of the team. And you know, it was so bad that Twitch Rivals even had to drop a statement. On Twitch Rivals, Rust Team Battle, thank you to everyone who played. Unfortunately, there will not be a day 3 of the broadcast. Teams have come to an amicable agreement. Team Disguised Toast takes home the win, and Nemereth TV will be awarded kill leader bonus, tallying 160 kills during the event. GG's to both teams. We thank all the creators for their time and viewers watching, and then they want to make good events. We understand. We're listening to the community.
What's the drama about?
The way we wanted. We
Spanish streamers thinking the Americans
Spain,
are cheating.
LATAM, and NA communities in future events. And that's it.
Or that it was rigged against them.
And a lot of NA streamers were pretty sad. Here's a clip. Wendy Natsumi, one of the streamers on America's side, stayed up for like 48 hours. I'll let Hannah take it away.
It's like, even though like no one forced Wendy to be on for 48 hours. That's incredible. Like, Wendy is a godsend. Like, no one. Oh, rip Wendy. Wait, is that her? Oh, no.
Dude,
no one.
Reminds me of Pixel Place. You're talking about our place.
Yeah. They really caught up about this. You know, the whole internet was trending up in arms for the English speakers. But I think Mendo, one of the English-speaking streamers who played the longest, right?
I never watched the actual conclusion to all the drama.
And this is what he had to say. I thought it was pretty poignant.
I don't feel very good. I feel pretty tired. Once again, I want to make sure that everyone knows it was nothing personal. Anything I said in the game, it was all banter. Except when I called them spineless, disrespectful pieces of shit for ditching, wasting our time, and not playing. I stand by those fucking words 100%. It is spineless, it is childish, and I cannot believe that actually happened with a set of streamers that are grown adults when they call us 14-year-olds. The fucking racist chat hoppers that fuck up everyone in my team, my teammates, the people that have never played before, saying racist shit like eat your dogs, go back to the kitchen to the women that are playing.
Yeah, tell your truth, Mendo, yeah.
Get banned. I know the streamers are not doing actively anything to stop this. And
God damn, throwing it down.
Spineless shit too. I cannot believe that grown adults act like them.
Words I could not agree more with. I had the same exact problems when I was doing Rust with XQC, because he would say something like Ludwig's being a rat, and then I'd have a million people in my chat when I was a smaller streamer than I am today. And it was fucking annoying, and I would get mad at X, say the same things, and it sucks when you know, any streamer's doing it. And it seemed like the main people doing it in this event were the Spanish streamers, and it's kind of a bummer. It's kind of a bummer that it was a bad first integration from all the communities, because I think a lot of the
wasn't really the first. To be fair, our place did it first, right? Wasn't the Twitch drama? I think it happened. The Rust event happened a week after our place. Well, I think, wasn't it? Yeah. So our place, we had already clashed. We had already kind of butted heads a bit. Got a little wacky in the Thunderdome, and that was good, I guess.
Are fucking dope. Most of them are, you know, almost all of them are, and make super awesome content.
Our place was more than just Twitch.
And there's nobody, I've always said this, that I look up to more than Ibai right now. Maybe Jerma. I mean, Jerma's cracked, but that's doing it the way I think you should be doing streams. And so it's a bummer that
Ibai
this
streams
like
slap.
melding of communities was such a flop. And I asked H. June, prominent Rust player, awesome content creator, and really nice guy, what he thought about this. And he talked me through all the drama, and look, it's tough, but at the end of the day, it just felt like there was so much animosity, and it came from a lot of the leadership on the Spanish side team. Not everybody, Some people had great interactions.
Yeah, true. Alex B's like 11 tweet long rant was
but
pretty
the leadership
embarrassing.
on the Spanish streamer side, I feel like kind of ruined this event to some extent. And maybe there could have been more effort done beforehand to ensure that it was more fair and that they're okay with the rules before signing up. I can't imagine streamers do that much due diligence before signing up for events. But maybe that's what we should be doing so this doesn't happen again in the future. Anyway, sad for streamers. That's the drama of the week. And I'll let Toast finish it off because I think he really encapsulated it the best.
I thought there was more to it, but it looks like I pretty much understood all of it beforehand.
Hi, Toast. I authorized shifter on all the...
Nice. Yeah, I thought there was so many more layers to it, but yeah, I guess they just really lost their fucking minds over almost nothing. That's a shame. I thought that was going to be like a crazy story. Disney Jr. What about Disney Jr.? Thanks to Prime. Dinosaur and the Resub Seabird. The Ferrari heist? Maybe. There's a couple more I want to watch tonight for sure, though. So maybe after those. Bro, you just keep saying Disney Jr. I don't know what you want from me. What about Disney Jr.? You being held hostage? Like, what's going on? That means nothing to me. Exit Prime Death. No, Darman's too self-aware now. Alright, what do we want? Do we want the CSGO Wild or the Starforge? I don't know anything about either of these. He's a tier 1 Ballas. And the 5 gift subs, Rustman again. You've been super generous tonight, man. Thank you. CSGO. We're saving this for after because this is the longer video. Okay, we'll do the CSGO Wild one first. Someone said that this was a bigger scam than CSGO Lotto, which was the T. Martin Syndicate one, which quite literally changed the way you're supposed to do like sponsored integrations or whatever on the internet. Because they didn't reveal they were owners, so they changed like the actual guidelines, I think, as a result of the CSGO Lotto case. So I can't imagine CSGO Wild being bigger. But we'll check it out. Who knows?
I'm Jesus, and in this video, we're going to look at the story of CSGO Wild, the biggest scam in the history of CSGO. Now,
huge claim. Oh.
Before we get into the story itself, there's something I want to say. So, when you run a business, you can generally get an edge on your competition by doing stuff unethically. You can make a bit more money, invest it a bit more in growing your market share, and the further you push it, the more of an edge you get. Right up until the point where you get caught. And this is something that's good to keep in mind when we look at the story of CSGO Wild. Now, I say it's the biggest fraud in CSGO history, but that is actually quite hard to quantify, and there has been a few massive frauds, but this is definitely one of the biggest, and unlike...
Which one, hold on, before we continue, which one was Phantom Lords? So CSGO Lotto was, I think, it's going to be hard to beat, because it actually had an impact on laws going forward. What was Phantom Lords? Thanks, Resub Mike. CSGO Shuffle? I don't remember that one. CSGO Lounge? People seem to not remember between CSGO Lounge or CSGO Shuffle. I couldn't tell you. The main thing I remember from Phantom Lord is he used to play some like actual boner jams in his League of Legends streams, and then he licked his dog's asshole on stream for 20 bucks or something. And then he got banned for like fraud or some shit. He's a resub JMod. Every time I bring that up, it seems no one remembers it. Do we not have any OG Twitch viewers in here? There's a stream where Phantom Lord picked up his dog and licked its asshole because someone gave him money to do it. The clip's still on YouTube. Obviously can't pull it up on stream. But yeah, that was big. That like predates LSF, I'm pretty sure. That was like before live stream fails. He's a Prime Industry in the gift sub call. I mean, he didn't lick it like he was eating an ice cream cone or anything. He just stuck his tongue in his dog's ass and then he went, ew, yucky, poop. But it was still disgusting.
A lot of these other scams. This one involves the biggest esports organization in the world. And believe me, when you read these news articles about FaZe accidentally admitting to owning...
The dog ass was fake. Yeah, he CGI'd his dog's asshole. Imagine. He played us all.
On this website, you're only hearing half the story. The better half of the story. In fact, the other half is such a disgrace that it's gonna make FaZe look kind of good. And this is a story I want to tell in this video because all these years on, it still matters. And it's going to keep on mattering to the future of CSGO. So, without any further delays, let's start this story at the beginning, with an esports organisation that just wanted to pay for a CSGO team.
Okay, okay.
Small loan of $1 million.
So, in
mayonnaise.
2015, an esports organisation called FaZe was looking to expand its horizons. Initially, they'd started out as a Call of Duty organisation, but they'd expanded a lot since then. They were known for having a very strong emphasis on their social media presence. That's always been a priority for their organisation, but buying a competitive CSGO team was also on the agenda. But the problem is, they didn't have the money. So, to compensate for that, they decided to tap in to a lucrative and growing market. And that would be gambling sites that use CSGO skins. Now, these
hey,
are
Phantom
just
Lord.
like a gambling site, using CSGO skins as a currency, and because CSGO skins can be converted straight into cash, for all intents and purposes, these sites are the same as any other gambling site. Well, with one exception, they were operating in a completely unregulated, Wild West style environment where there was no rules and no oversight, and as a result, a lot of dodgy shit was going on behind the scenes. So, naturally, the morally upstanding gentlemen at FaZe turned to this industry in order to fund their CSGO team, and they launched a website called CSGO Wild in August 2015. Now, this was your standard gambling website. There was nothing that remarkable about it, and FaZe leveraged their standing on social media to launch an advertising blitz. An advertising blitz that brought huge amounts of traffic to the site. Although, there were some skeptics, so if we look at this video here by FaZe Adapt, well, if we go to the comments, there were some people suggesting that maybe his reactions weren't 100% legit. Now, I can't prove FaZe was rigging these advertisements, but what I can prove is that they weren't properly disclosing that these were ads. There's nothing in the description acknowledging that. And this was pretty much normal for how FaZe advertised this
the
site.
Wild West.
Dodgy rolls and no disclosure it was an ad. And did I mention that CSGO Wild allowed minors to gamble on it, and it was also available in regions where online gambling is illegal? Yeah, it did both those things. Now, FaZe were not the only people doing this. They weren't even close to being the only people doing this. This was stock standard for skin gambling sites at the time. And like a lot of other
I'm super curious. Has this is to chat, have any of you ever actually, like, won off of one of these skin gambling sites? I've never heard of anyone actually coming up positive from these, like, ever. But I'm also not super into that scene or anything. Okay, so it's like split down the middle. Some yeses, some nos. Okay. Alright. Just curious. I was just wondering if it was going to be like overwhelmingly no's or something.
Gambling sites as well. FaZe didn't disclose their ownership. They completely denied it, even going so far as to harass people who alleged they owned it. Instead, they pretended that some guy called Gagey owned it, although occasionally they had trouble keeping the story straight. Occasionally they'd mix up Gagey's name with FaZe Reigns. Yeah, I wonder what's going on there. Unfortunately for FaZe though, when Phantom Lord, a disgraced gambling conman, had his Skype logs leaked, they revealed the truth very clearly.
He points to the syndicate site that we now know very much about, CSGO Lotto, and he also says CSGO Wild by the FaZe guys. He says, I'm talking to both, looking into what they're doing and if it's a threat or not.
CSGO Wild by the FaZe guys. Well, fancy that. Now, the
No,
best thing about
it's a
this log
coincidence,
is
I
that
bet.
Phantom Lord states that he's talking to them. It's not hearsay. It's not something he's overheard. It's not a rumor. He's directly talking to the FaZe guys over CS:GO Wild. This is what I call slam dunk evidence. Now, despite all this, FaZe continue to deny, and it looked like they were going to get away with it. The internet has a short memory, and it seemed like FaZe's ownership of this site was going to be largely forgotten. Or at least it was, right up until April 11, 2020, when FaZe Banks decided that what the world really needed to know is that FaZe funded its CSGO team by offering gambling services to kids.
My motivation for doing it actually was at the time we weren't making enough money to buy a CSGO team. All in, the venture was going to cost us like $1 million, and we definitely did not have anything close to that. So my brain, like we got to finesse it. We got to figure out how to make the money to buy this team now, because in the next 6 months, year, this team's gonna be worth like $4 or $5 million, and we're not gonna be able to get into this game, which in our heads we need to get in this game. So we create this website, and through our rake and all this shit, we were making like $200,000 a day. And we set it up in Antigua. We set it up in Antigua. I had a house in Antigua for like
Where's that?
For like Antigua in the Caribbean.
Where?
It's an island.
It's one of those like islands where they. The best.
It's an island in the Caribbean where where gambling, where running a gambling website is completely legal if you have the permits and stuff to do it. So we flew there. We flew there private. Sat down with the guy who runs the country. Basically paid him like $100,000, and he gave us the license. We had this whole estate. Yeah, we were out there and ran this website for a few months, and then the whatever, it was all regulated and shut down. And we were the only ones who were doing it legitimate, so we shut our shit down, and there's still people who are doing it, making crazy money.
Thanks for letting us know about the Antigua part there, Banks. And
that's fucking wild. The amount of money that casinos, even just gaming casinos, make is crazy to me. That is $200K a day off skin gambling? That blows my fucking mind. Thanks, Resub Deluxe. Ugh. Exploitation pays. Yeah, I mean, gambling addiction's a very real thing. That's true. Imagine what EA makes off of FIFA. Oh, it's disgusting. That is disgusting amounts of money that EA is making off of off FIFA. You see XQC say he lost 1.8 mil in a month on gambling. Yeah, it did. He treats it like it's like play money, which is crazy. I mean, he does have like legitimate fuck you money, so he absolutely has the luxury to have a legitimate addiction, I guess. But goddamn, to speak about 1.8 million in loss like that is like, Jesus, that's fucking crazy. Thanks for you said Deathclaw.
That's how we know your site was CS:GO Wild, because CS:GO Wild was based in Antigua.
All I've been able to really find is right down at the bottom where it talks about, use of our services is at your own risk, blah, blah, blah. And then underneath, just above that, actually, thought this was quite funny. Yeah, we don't do refunds. Don't do refunds. By playing on this website, you agree that you are always playing at your own risk. Meanwhile, we're producing these very dubious videos of us doing fake reactions and constantly winning. It's your own risk. It's your own risk. It's not our risk.
There's some James Harden.
It's your own risk. Anyway, law and jurisdiction. These terms and conditions will be governed by and construed in accordance with the laws of the island of Antigua.
There's a tier 1 chaos.
And any dispute...
Yeah. Sorry?
Yeah, listen.
Yeah, so I think we can conclude it was their site.
Now, Jacob.
I also have to take issue with this whole we were the only ones running it legitly thing. No, you weren't. You were letting kids gamble on your site. I don't care what the license you bribed the government of Antigua to give you says, that's not legit. And FaZe knows that, too, which is why they immediately decided to try and change the story a little bit.
Hey everybody, sorry for the long thread. I think if I put it in a video, it'd probably be easier for you guys to understand. Just got off a long call with FaZe Rain, and I wanted to explain my side of things. Why I reported on what FaZe Banks said, because he came out publicly, admitted to owning the website, said a lot of other things alongside that, so I hope you guys can understand why I would report that as truth, because after 4 years, after all the surrounding rumors and suspicions, Banks comes out and admits that he owns the site, was running it, and a lot of other things. I've now talked to FaZe Rain, who refutes all of that and pretty much says that Banks heavily misworded what he had said and doesn't know why he actually said that stuff. And the worst part about this is after talking to Rain, obviously sounding very sincere, and I cannot fully prove what Banks said. But I hope you guys understand why, if Banks out of nowhere said he owned and ran the site, that I would report that. That's what I would do.
FaZe Batman was awesome, though.
Not talk to Rain.
That comic was pretty hard.
And that was misworded. And
we don't need Batman, we need gamers.
Off what? A gut? To believe him.
Well, look, Jake, I'll put it this way. You were reporting on a detailed story recounting FaZe running a gambling site, told by one of the co-owners of FaZe, who was directly involved with running the gambling site, which lined up perfectly with all the publicly available information about that gambling site. And against that, we've got the word of FaZe Rain, who claims that Banks just misworded things somehow. Although, I do like how Rain says he's not sure why Banks would say any of this, because I kind of agree with Rain on that point. I'm not sure why Banks will come out and say they funded their CSGO team with underage gambling either. It sounds really, really stupid to me, and now the story is all over the media. But it doesn't end here, because
I somehow missed all of that.
Their money. They got their CSGO team, they got a group of Tier 1 players who played like a Tier 2 team for a year. And
Alright, well this video is 2 years old. Do they still have that team? Let's see. Let's take a peek at the Wikipedia. Looks like it. Are they any good? Because I know NA in CSGO is kind of weak right now. Let's see where we're at. Oh! Well, they're kind of popping off. Yeah, wait, these guys... Wait, they're good. Why do I keep hearing that NA's a joke in the CSGO scene? They have a chance to win their first major. Oh. God damn, why do people keep saying NA's trash right now? Oh, because they didn't buy an NA team. Oh, what team did they buy? They bought an EU team. Oh, shit. Okay. I didn't know that. Okay. It literally says Europe on the side. I didn't read the side. I just went straight down to the achievements. Didn't notice. Wow. Okay. Hey, well, I guess good for them, I guess. The gambling site really paid off. It's the resub Ali and the Prime Skate and resub Echo and Dank. The bits boom.
Until Carrigan came along, and that's where they exit this tale. Instead, we've got a new protagonist, and we're going to discuss his story in part 2.
Resub Rins.
Now, once FaZe acquired their CSGO team, there was a real change in how CSGO Wild was run. The FaZe crew weren't really involved too much anymore. Gagey just outright disappears. This is his Steam profile today, by the way, definitely a real person. And instead, management of Wild fell to someone else. A character who I'm going to refer to as Dracula. Now, many of you know who I'm referring to here and probably see what my reference is, but I'm not going to use his real name, although it's easy to find. I'm just going to call him Dracula. Now, Dracula seems to have been involved with CSGO Wild from the very beginning. So he owned a site called kickback.com, and CSGO Wild seemed to be using his website's bots. So as you can see in this ad, you can see it's using a kickback.com bot. But after FaZe got the CSGO team, he seems to have taken over entirely. I'm not sure whether the equity changed hands, but for all intents and purposes,
who's Dracula supposed to be?
Dracula's
Bro,
site.
I have no idea.
And he started recruiting other YouTubers and streamers to advertise it. Now, notably, McSkillet started advertising for them, and so did Phantom Lord. And that may come as a shock to some of you, because Phantom Lord is famous for having his own site, CSGO Shuffle, and it might sound a bit odd
there we go.
that he
We got the answer I asked
advertising
earlier.
for CSGO Wild, but I can actually explain what was happening here, or at least I've got a very good theory on it. So basically,
Thanks, Resub Coco.
Phantom Lord had two business partners in CSGO Shuffle, and they were meant to do a 3-way split of the profits, but Phantom wanted to keep the money for himself, and he didn't pay his business partners what they were owed. He controlled the money, but he didn't pay them. He delayed, he made excuses, he didn't give these guys their fair share. And of course, his business partners weren't too happy about this. They started...
Damn. Do you know what happened to McSkillet? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm right. McSkillet's the guy who committed suicide by driving his supercar the wrong way down the interstate and then killing someone in the process as well, right? Yeah, thought so. Thanks, Resub. Nismal? Yep, fucking horrible.
Started applying a lot of pressure on
Thanks,
him, and
sourdough.
it was at this point Phantom Lord switched to advertising for CSGO Wild. Now, I can't read Phantom Lord's mind here. I know for a fact that he wasn't paying his business partners properly, but
well, he killed
I
the mother
can't read
and her
his
child.
mind on why he switched. But
Yeah,
I'm
that's so
suspicious. It may have been to avoid having to pay what he owed to his business partners. Basically, because he was advertising for Wild rather than Shuffle, CSGO Shuffle's revenue went down, and therefore he didn't have to pay these guys as much revenue, and he's making this extra money on the side from advertising for CSGO Wild. So, basically, it was motivated by pure greed. What a nice guy. Ripping off his fans and his friends. Great bloke, great bloke. But anyway, CSGO Wild continued on until about mid-2016, when Valve was forced to send out cease and desist to all skins gambling websites following a number of high-profile scandals, one of those being Phantom Lord, and CSGO Wild initially was shut down. Shut down very quickly, actually. People didn't really have time to withdraw.
They really had a very disrespectful farewell at the end. They kind of just took the money, shut up shop, didn't really give people a particularly long amount of time to withdraw their skins, and then linked to, what's the name of that site, Sam, where...
I cry every time or something.
I cry every time. That was it. You know, for people who may have lost some skins. So I thought that was a little bit disrespectful.
Now, that shutdown lasted a whole 3 months before CSGO Wild, apparently under a new owner, attempted a comeback as a real money betting site licensed in Malta. A completely legit site, by the way.
Oh,
but
nice. Let's go.
It wasn't a financial success. It didn't last long, and seemingly, CSGO Wild was dead. And this brings us to the final act of our story.
Exit Prime Ultra Space.
There is no keeping Dracula in his coffin, because in late 2017, he repurchased ownership of CSGO Wild. Now, this is something there's very little evidence of left, and you're going to find out why soon. A lot of it has just been wiped, although you can see that the Twitter account was active in doing giveaways around that time, and Dracula relaunched the site and launched an advertising.
Are CSGO skins still like a profitable industry, like trading?
Now, I don't know how successful this was, but I imagine it went pretty well.
Yeah,
but
very
quickly,
overwhelmingly yes.
He ran into a problem. You see, there was a bug on CSGO Wild that allowed third parties to view the Steam IDs of Steam accounts involved with the website, and Monarch, the owner of CSGO Empire, got his people to have a look, and it turned out there was actually a ton of level 2 bot accounts doing $100 coin flip bets against actual people using the site. And by the way, these bots happen to have a win rate of about 80%. Or in other words, the entire site was rigged. Dracula has set up a bunch of bot accounts to bet against real bettors and set things up so the bots would win the majority of flips. The entire thing was a massive scam. Now, as I said, a lot of the evidence from around this time has been purged. There's not much left I can show about it, but what Monarch exposed was an enormous case of fraud, and a lot of people would have been scammed if he hadn't stepped in. Now, Dracula initially attempted a very innovative defense. He claimed he'd been hacked. And keep in mind, by the way, his site had only been running for a week or so at this point, and that the hackers, for some reason, decided they weren't going to steal any skins, they were just going to gamble instead. Now, unsurprisingly, people didn't buy this excuse.
Hackers can be addicts too, man.
CSGO Wild died as a result. The YouTubers who'd been sponsored by it turned around and denounced the site. And Dracula fucked off back to the cave, and to the best of my knowledge, he's currently out of business. But there's a reason this story still matters. At the start of the video, I talked about how you can get an edge in business by breaking the rules. We've seen FaZe do that by running a gambling site to break into CSGO early. Now, in the grand scheme of things, that's probably not as bad as it
Maybe some
sounds. A
low-key.
lot of people were running gambling sites back then, and FaZe used the money they had to get into CSGO. The money went back into the game, and then they got out. So, look, the cover-up is really
Yeah, I guess
the
it could have
biggest
been
part of the
worse.
story here. But what Dracula did is far worse. He was wholesale scamming his customers to line his own pockets. That's a much bigger deal, and it only came unstuck because he got caught. And I draw attention to this because CSGO gambling has not died. It's actually growing again. Now, these days, many big sites are licensed, so they're blocking access in jurisdictions where online gambling is illegal. They're doing age verification checks. That's good. That's really good. It's a massive improvement over the old days. But if you're willing to break those rules, you can gain an edge in the gambling industry. Your
He's a
business
prime
will be cheaper to
joester.
run, it'll be more profitable, and you'll have an edge on the competition. Now, Dracula might be gone, but this industry is growing again, and I can assure you that there'll be plenty of other blood-sucking parasites coming to CSGO to set up dodgy gambling sites that break the rules to make it
Is there any
fun.
new
And
dodgy gambling
this
sites right now
matters
for
to the
CS:GO?
game, because some of these guys probably will get caught again, and if they do,
Is Prime Tickle and the
Valve
resub Trev?
might be forced to remove the ability to trade CSGO skins once and for all.
Very
the
many?
trading
Give me
feature
the
is what
biggest
these
one right
gambling
now.
sites
What's it
use.
called?
Remove it, they can't operate, but this feature is also integral to CSGO's monetization strategy because it gives skins value, and that's the driving force behind why people open cases, which is the reason CSGO is profitable and the reason why Valve is actively maintaining the game. CSGO will be crippled if Valve has to remove this feature. Now,
They would
gambling
never.
sites
They would
are not
literally
going
never
away.
remove it.
They're not going away unless that trading feature goes away. No matter how much a lot of people wish they would, they're staying here. So we're stuck in a bind. The gambling sites aren't going anywhere unless the trading functionality goes, but the gambling sites could also kill that trading functionality. And the banality of don't gamble isn't
As you see
going to
Fallen.
solve shit here. We need regulation. We need the big players in the market be regulated gambling sites. And that comes back to consumers and influencers because the Draculas are going to come
Prime
back to
Dirk.
CSGO. I guarantee you, they're going to come back, they're going to set up their dodgy sites. But if people refuse to use them and influencers refuse to promote them, these guys won't stick around. Now, it can be hard to know if a site is fake, even for influencers. You can be advertising a site, they can be rigging it on the back end, and you can have no idea about that. They can hide it from you. But I think as a community, we've got a right to demand standards when
House
it
of
comes from
Gord?
gambling sites.
Never heard of
We
it.
need to demand that they show their license, we need to demand they show they're following regulations, and we need to demand that they show their site is provably fair. Because it really, really matters to the future of this game. Anyway, that's pretty much it for this video. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, subscribe. Otherwise, trust the numbers, not your guts. I'm Jesus. Thanks for watching. See ya.
Yeah, so I still think even after all that, CSGO Lotto was the bigger scam. How did that just happen? Oh, I forgot that I googled CSGO Wild in order to find that video. And then immediately Hellcase comes up.
Hey.
Wow, that's kind of nutty. So this is the one people were saying is a scam? This one? Here, let me see if there's any videos on it. Let's see. I went all in on these expensive cases. Okay. It's nothing but promotion. These videos aren't super popular, all things considered. At least not compared to the old days. Their official channel is struggling to get even 1,000 views on the video. Is Hellcase not very big? Yeah, it's for the biggest right now. Yeah, but this does not seem to be the biggest at all. Their official channel doesn't even have 1,000 views on this one.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another
Well, here, well, that's not gambling related. Let's see. No censorship giveaway. Wow, it just took me right back to 2014. Thanks to resub Carjo, Kirix, and Genozi. And the Prime Gingy. And Moon. And the resub Cookie. Whenever I see those thumbnails, my mind immediately thinks scams. Is it just kids who get caught by these scams? Or how do they have the money? Yeah, usually when I see shit like this, I also think scam. But you have to keep in mind, not everyone's been on the internet as long as you have. So a lot of people might see this and think that it's like legitimate because of these very high effort thumbnails. And I don't think it's just kids, at all. Thanks for some Blaze and the Prime Sonic. CSGO isn't dead. CSGO is far from dead. I was just curious on the whole gambling economy. Because I feel like the gambling economy has to be close to dead. Like, how many times can you guys get fucking blasted? How many times will you fall for scams? You had CSGO Lotto, CSGO Wild, and what was the other one? CSGO Shuffle? Why do you keep letting it happen? Just stop doing it. Yeah, that's the CSGO Lotto one from T. Martin and Syndicate. Have you seen Postal the movie? No. Unless you're talking about the Uwe Boll movie, which was basically Postal. I think it was called Rampage. Not dead at all. CSGO Roll has tens, maybe hundreds of people with more than 4 million wagered. Sure, let's check it out. CSGO Roll. Still, same thing here. I guess maybe people just don't like to watch CSGO gambling anymore. Maybe that's it. Easy tier 1 Sharky. And another 5 gift subs. Thank you, Russman. CSGO Roll is not a scam at all. That's good, though I think they've probably said the same about CSGO Lotto, CSGO Shuffle, and CSGO Wild. But if this one's legitimate, then that's good. The big thing now is... What? No, it seems like the gambling economy is still strong here. These are some symbol. The world's tallest water slide decapitation. We already watched the whole video on that. That was a fucking disaster. Yeah, let's check out Starforge. I've actually never heard of Starforge, so I'm really curious to see what made this such a catastrophe.
Employees go missing, $135,000 gone to waste, and one of the most hated indie game developers that are still making games today. I'm Wicked Wiz, being a man of my word and standing on my chair. This is what went wrong with Starforge, a game with a chaotic past, and oh boy, is this a spicy one. Massive thanks to my Patreons who helped support this channel. I honestly can't thank you enough. Starforge is, or at least was, a game that came with a lot of promises and delivered on barely any of them. The game itself can easily be described as Minecraft meets Halo, or at least that's how they would describe it themselves, though it would be offensive to suggest it had any of the qualities of both of these games. Don't get me wrong, the game appeared to have some promise,
I ever spent.
and it was exciting to see an attempt at a more realistic Minecrafty survival game, with guns, vehicles, PvP, and even going into space and just hanging out on an asteroid. The graphics were and still are terrible.
That is not... That... What even
Woo!
is that?
That looks
What
good.
is up with my hands?
This game is disgusting.
It's
It
dirt.
was very clear from the get-go that this game wasn't going to be all too polished. But people like myself saw past that and just wanted a cool survival game to play with friends. Yeah, I actually bought into this project.
That was
And
a
it
cool
turns
feature.
out that I unwittingly bought into another one of their games. So I'm kind of getting some well overdue payback here in this video. And I will be a bit biased, but you'll soon see why. The company that developed Starforge is called Codehatch. And although the game ended up having a bit of an identity crisis, the game had some sort of lore behind it, where you're pretty much the last of the human race, with advanced technology and know-how, trying to survive on a hostile planet. You do this by crafting a base, crafting vehicles and weapons, and you have this sort of tower defense element to it. However, the game was pretty broken. There are some really good reviews out there on how broken this game is, but if you have a game where the AI acts like this,
Savage.
what even is that?
It's an alien.
Okay.
It's not supposed to act like us.
And your character moves like this. Just witness how my arm is moving right now. Just witness this movement. Where for some reason, even on the lowest settings, your frame rate stutters, you can't really say many positive things about the game, at least as it is now. You can now play the game for free, and there's a good reason as to why, but it wouldn't even be worth your time. So what went wrong? Well, our story begins with the company called Codehatch. Now remember this name because it's one to be wary of. On their website, we can see the two co-founders for Starforge, Will Sworin and Steve Smalley. According to these two lads, they've been coding since the age of 10 and have both been at it every day since. So these guys must be absolute master game developers. I mean, it definitely shows. Quite literally copy and pasting your bios on your main company website and not even changing it still to this day of recording really does say a lot about this company already.
Sounds like they're very
Starforge was
passionate,
not
if you
their
ask me.
first project. They already worked on a game called Silas, a Mario Kart inspired racing game with combat that you can still download from their website. And I'll be honest, it's a goofy bit of fun. If you've got nothing better to do and you feel like playing a Mario Kart game with an identity crisis, then I highly recommend it. Anyway, Codehatch was founded in February of 2012, and in May would tease Starforge on Reddit in r/gaming, which honestly got a lot of good feedback. It was clear that this was a work in progress indie game. It didn't look the best, but it had a lot of promise. People liked the overall premise of the game, and soon it gained a following. And this following would begin to emerge on their forum, which unfortunately we can't even see today. On the 25th of October 2012, Codehatch started a funding campaign for Starforge on Indiegogo. Originally having a goal for just $75,000, they
Indiegogo. It's Kickstarter, but even more scams somehow. I would never put a single penny into anything that ends up on Indiegogo. You're better off just flushing money down the toilet. I guess that's just a PSA. If you're really like addicted to crowdfunding shit that's likely never going to be made, go to Indiegogo. It's a great way of just wasting your money.
managed to achieve double that with over $135,000, although it's gonna be interesting to see where that money went. The hype for the game was real, with multiple articles praising the project before it even started. I just had a major nerdgasm. From Notch. Ugh. Their vision for the game was as follows.
For Starforge?
Starforge was inspired by Halo, Warcraft 3, Borderlands, Terraria, somehow, and Minecraft. It borrows elements from the RTS, FPS, RPG, voxel builder, tower defense, and physics sandbox genres. We are building a dark and serious universe and want the player to live out their own unique story on a procedurally generated planet. They also had a bunch of cool sounding features that would only help
I love the
sell
turret
idea
here
of the game, such as
it's just
procedural
the
weapons,
player model
similar to
holding it,
Borderlands,
clipping through
procedural infinite
the
voxel
cockpit.
terrain, the ability to go to space, a
That's cool.
physics sandbox, physics movement, which means your character actually walks with footsteps rather than a moving hitbox with animations, customizable characters, resource and economy, vehicles and turrets, and finally, multiplayer. So all of this sounds pretty good, but the best bit about the Indiegogo page were the rewards. The under $100 tiers are pretty straightforward. You just get more copies of the game, you can get t-shirts or special in-game loot. But going beyond $100, things get a little bit weird. You can get your name in the credits for $150, an
Nice.
autographed poster for 250,
Oh,
a
nice.
name on a robot or NPC for 350. Even better, you can get your name on a non-existent town, base, mountain, as well as a prominent name in the credits for just $1,000.
This is fucking awesome.
Seems like a fair price, but it doesn't end there, because finally,
Wait, I want to play
you
this
can
now.
become
This
a
gameplay is
developer
selling me.
and work at this company for as little
Holy
as
shit.
$10,000. Forget about getting paid to do work. You can pay them to do your job. I'm glad to say that no one paid for
This
the
game looks like something you'd see in like an
reward,
Adam
because
Sandler
honestly,
movie
my
when one of their
faith
kids
in
is playing a
humanity
video
would
game in the
reduce
background.
significantly. But
Just
I
one of
do
those
feel
made-up
bad for the
games.
4 people who dropped
they didn't feel like
$1,000
paying
on
for
this
rights.
project and got absolutely bugger all for it. Either way, this was a successful crowdfunding project, and everyone was hyped to see what would happen next. This now brings us on to the development of the game.
Actually, before I
Oh
forget, I am
boy.
actually going to go on their website. I want to get a download ready. This looks like a really fun,
Work at
shitty
this
game. We
company.
can play it on Bad Game Night. It's Starforge, right? Yeah. Well. Okay.
Does this get weird? With a concept already in alpha, CodeHatch were able to give out versions
Thank you,
of the game
Submnemonics
to
and the
backers
Tier 1
of the
zombie.
project. Although it wasn't pretty
Bits
and
with
quite
ice.
clunky, the game clearly had a lot of potential to become something great, and people were really looking forward to it. In November of 2012, they worked on fort defense mechanics, movement, and an infinite terrain. And they later stated that there would be a massive update to the game. And this is what they said: "We want to thank everyone for their patience in waiting for this. We are now aiming for the next major Starforge
Nice
update
recent
to
bogus.
release early in January. Development has been well, but we are running behind on our earlier estimate due to us wanting to put more polish on our upcoming features. It will contain multiplayer, procedural weapons, physics movement overhaul, optimization, fort defense, resources, better AI." So these guys, already a bit delayed, were promising a lot
Thanks,
within a
Reset Yo-Yo.
short period of time. Remember, this is November of 2012, and they're promising something just in a couple of months. It's one thing to build all of this, but it's another to test it and fix the bugs. Also, not to mention, it's coming up to the holidays, so people will be having some time off. In the year of 2013, January saw no update on these promises. This would become a recurring theme, but even worse later down the line. Pro tip to anyone working on a project: don't overpromise, because you're most likely going to underdeliver. Now,
No,
a month later in
overpromises is
February,
what
they seem
gamers
to
love.
switch focus
Keep
on their
overpromising.
objectives with a blog post
Easy money.
titled "The Desert Outpost," where they would start work on a fort defense mode. Remember, this was promised in January, and there was no mention of better AI, physics movement overhaul, multiplayer, or procedural weapons. What it sounds like to me is that this is an inexperienced team who don't have a realistic understanding of their capacity to do things. And a month after that,
I think
things
you're
get a bit
underselling
crazy
them. They look
because
pretty good.
Starforge was released on Steam Early Access. On its own, it doesn't sound too bad, but there was no prior warning to this or announcement to their community. It was
Thank you,
just
Tier 1 Scooby, and the
released.
5
On
gifts subs again,
Indiegogo,
Rust.
they did
Thank you,
say
Rust.
that this game was going up on Greenlight and
The reset
successfully
Ass
making
Muncher.
the cut in November of 2012. But there was no real mention of when it would actually be released. And to add to this, none of the new updates that were promised for January were implemented. So we now have an early access of the game that's still in alpha. Things were already starting to slip, and people were beginning to get annoyed at the lack of any consistent communication. One moment they're talking about all these new features and improvements, the next they're doing something else, and now the game is out on Steam and people weren't even aware of it. Unfortunately, things after this
What a
only
beautiful
get worse,
Christmas
as
present,
now
though,
we're
am I
going to
right?
start
Come on.
looking into more of the misconduct
being so entitled.
and the shady business practices. Due
Now
to the
everyone
lack
gets
of
Starforge.
communication between the developers and the community, CodeHatch got in touch with one of their most active moderators on their forum, known as Juno. And Juno signed a contract to work as a community manager on the 29th of May 2013.
Hey,
So now they have a
congrats.
trusted and respected member of this community who will give updates on the game and share progress of development. This was a great
Thank you,
decision by
Subtitling.
CodeHatch because they really weren't all too good at providing updates for their game. Whether they were too busy or they didn't really care too much. When it comes to crowdfunding projects like this, a lack of communication can be worrying, especially for those who had funded the game for much more than it was worth. In this time, they also hired a few other people to help with
I really
development,
like the
which
falling.
all sounded quite great. Although I can't confirm who else they
It's like
hired
an
at the
action
time,
figure.
there is evidence to suggest that they had developers with industry experience.
As you said,
People that
McLovin.
worked at BioWare. We're talking Mass Effect and Dragon Age here, but we'll get to that later because at this time, Juno was already having troubles with the team. Her job is a messenger between the developers and the community. For this to work, she
Is
needs
this
to
a
have
meme?
strong communication with the developers. Now, Juno is based in America and CodeHatch is based in Canada, so their only form of communication
Language
was via
barrier.
Skype calls. But unfortunately, she struggled to give the community any updates on what the hell was going on due to a lack of communication with the developers, and none of which was her fault. In a Reddit post sharing her experiences, she says this: "Time passed on, months went by. I can say that while it was stressful to deal with the people, it was to be expected. The main flaw that came with the job was my lack of communication with the development team. I did not work in the office with the rest of the developers. As I live in the United States, they reside in Canada. I had the team members on Skype. Communication lines were open, though they never seemed to contact me." She goes on to say that between May the 29th to the end of December, she only spoke with the head of the team 6 times. That's
a
7
lot.
months with only 6 talks with the founders.
That's almost
Even
monthly.
worse, they constantly made her aware that she's under NDA and wasn't allowed to discuss any of the new up-and-coming features, which is absolutely insane, especially with such a committed community which was just excited for the next update. She actually tried to remind them that they were community funded and that they need to embrace their community, but they didn't seem to care nor listen to her, as her comments were, and I quote, "shrugged off." Unfortunately, things get worse for Juno. Her contract was going to end on the 31st of December 2013. She was reassured by CodeHatch multiple times that they would renew her contract, which of course helps to ensure that she doesn't need to find another job and can continue working with the company. But as you could already guess,
I
the
haven't
new
watched
contract
BoJack
never
Horseman
came.
on my
Instead,
own. I
Juno
only
was
saw
let
it,
go
like,
via
episode-
email
a couple
30
episodes
minutes
with
before
Tiana.
midnight on the 31st of December. 30 minutes
Prime
in the dead of
Bud,
night
Marisa
before the
Bratcher.
end of her contract. To make things worse, there was no public announcement or anything like that. It was clear that they wanted this to remain behind closed doors. But Juno was well known within the community, so it didn't take long for people to ask why she's been demoted. When word caught wind of this, the community was furious and demanded to know what was going on. Because the community was complaining, CodeHatch reluctantly made a response, saying that they wanted someone in-house. Now, to be fair with this new person in-house, more news updates would come out
He's a
at a
bit
higher
funny.
frequency, but again, still strictly
Oh,
under
feel better soon.
NDA, which made things quite vague. But in May of 2014, they released a new major update for the game, version 057, which at
that's a big
first
one.
glance looked like quite a lot. They had a whole bunch of new features and bug fixes, but things like being able to open and close a door is probably something that you'd expect a little sooner. Even with all
That's
these
pretty hype.
changes, the game still had a lot of issues. It was laggy because of the voxel terrain, enemy animations were terrible, the game still looked and felt very outdated, and it was
Maybe
clear that
tier
these
1
guys
nuts
were
and
still
resub
quite far
Smokey.
away from releasing a finished game. However, it seems that these developers thought that the game was near good enough, as only a month later in June 2014, they released version 075.
Oh, they're cruising.
There were no other updates in between. They quite literally jumped from alpha to beta in just one update. In this beta release, there was a bunch of bug fixes and a few amendments, but unfortunately there was still missing features that were promised all the way back in January of 2013. So the question is, why are they now rushing the game? If you take a moment, there's a very clear explanation as to why they're rushing all these updates. They're quite simply running out of money. $135,000 really isn't all too much to play with, especially with a game that's as ambitious.
Well, when it comes
as
to
this.
building a game,
so far,
yeah,
throughout
that's
the
not a
time
ton.
of development, they've already hired about 5 developers, some of which are quite pricey with industry experience. They also have a community manager, and of course are renting an office space. Not to mention all the other little costs that come with running a company in the first place. That $135,000 is draining away much faster than they expected. At this point, it really goes to show that these guys don't really know how to run a company.
I
Or
disagree.
at least have an
It
idea of
seems
how much
pretty
it's going to
good.
cost. But if you thought things were already bad, it gets worse, as the in-house community manager disappears without a sound, and the community are left there scratching their heads, wondering what the hell happened. At this point, people were quite suspicious of CodeHatch, and a well-known user in the forum called Dan Velka did some digging to find out what happened to this missing community manager. Looking through publicly available sources such as Facebook and LinkedIn, he figured out who the community manager was and found that they had left the company, leaving this comment. Digging even further, they found out that they also replaced their more experienced developers with junior developers. Of course, no disrespect
like
to
kids?
these junior developers, but clearly something was wrong. All of this, yet again, was done under the radar And with this evidence, the community finally snapped, and a riot was formed within the forum. But how did CodeHatch respond? Well, they did what any secretive autocracy would do, and silenced any conspirators who agreed with this post, which included Dan Velka and Juno. Now, these
to be
people weren't
fair,
just
that's
bad.
like the
Their
optimal way of
account-
handling any kind of problems on the internet. The optimal strategy when you fall into like some kind of controversy is just plug your ears and ignore it. And if you're a streamer, ban anyone that mentions it. That shit actually fucking works. It's crazy. So yeah, if you guys ever find yourself in hot water, just ignore it and ban anyone that acknowledges it. Easy.
Along with many others, was straight up deleted. And because of this, every single post ever made by any of these accounts was completely wiped, which also included all of Juno's news, update logs, and community posts, all of which was important documentation of the project. All of it now gone. Now you can probably understand how much of a ball ache this video was to research. Later on, with the dust somewhat settled, and with a disgruntled community, CodeHatch continued to develop and make more rushed updates, adding new random things to the game which were either broken or poorly implemented. The game still had a lot of performance issues due to their unoptimized voxel terrain system, which was just left in the game because they simply didn't know what else to do. According to them, they tried to fix this issue, but eventually just gave up. And at this point, the game had no real direction to it whatsoever. It wasn't really clear if this was meant to be a fort defense or Minecraft but in space kind of game, or if this was meant to be something more like Rust, where you just go around, you build your base and survive on a server. There wasn't really that much consistency with the look and feel. It just felt like things were being thrown into the game, and pretty lazily at that. In September of 2014, they came out with the full release of the game, with all the underlying issues that this game already had. Things like procedurally generated weapons, character customization, and many other promised things still weren't added to this game. This wasn't even an update or anything like that. Somehow the game actually looked worse than the alpha build. But even with all these issues, they had the balls to release the game with this statement. We are proud to announce that we're releasing Starforge today. After many years of hard work, dreams, and determination, we are releasing 1.0 of Starforge. This would not have been possible without the help of the community, fans, and supporters of our game through its various phases over the years. This is their release trailer, and this is what they are happy to put out there as their official release. It looked terrible, and you could even see the game lagging within the video. If you compare this to how it started before the funding, it really did look like a game with promise. The community response was as you'd expect, with overwhelmingly negative reviews on launch. People calling it a scam and actively boycotting CodeHatch entirely. They even missed out on their creation goals as well as backer rewards for those who paid above and beyond for this mess of a game. In what will be known as typical CodeHatch fashion, they abandoned the game, leaving it with no improvements for years to come. So that's it, right? Terrible developers make a terrible game and treat their community like absolute garbage. Well, it goes from pretty bad to downright insulting, as in 2015 they released an alpha version of a completely new game that nobody knew about, called Reign of Kings. I unwittingly played this game back in the day. It was terrible, but being a chivalry medieval warfare fan, I bought into the scam and didn't even realize it was from the same developer. It was essentially a knockoff of Rust but medieval, with the weird body physics from Starforge and even weirder character customization.
Oh, this looks fucking awesome
in Starforge. They quite literally abandoned one game, leaving it unfinished, along with their once committed community and backers to work on this, acting like nothing bad happened at all. The Starforge community was rightfully mad about this and came together to get a refund and even remove Starforge from Steam entirely. Amongst this outrage, a statement from one of the founders, Will Smorin, was posted on r/Starforge, saying that Starforge deeply humbled us. We had worked on it for 4 years and we believed we learned from our mistakes, as it was our first real game. We do not believe we can further optimize Starforge in a noticeable way due to the raw requirements of the voxel terrain system. We spent 2 years trying to optimize it to the best we could, including rewriting it a couple of times. However, eventually further optimization became like squeezing a drop of water out of a dried up sponge. The servers were heavily hampered by the terrain's constant need to generate as well, and this is part of why they had trouble at times. Now, firstly, the response is far too late and only came about when the community started petitions for refunds. Secondly, the statement that they had learned from their mistakes is total BS, as Reign of Kings, in true Codehatch fashion, was abandoned for something else. These guys are literally this meme. It's unbelievable. If they had the time to make Reign of Kings, surely they could have had the time to reinvent Starforge and just be upfront and honest that they didn't have the foresight with this voxel terrain system. But either way, after Reign of Kings, they moved on to a new game called Heat, where you're in the Wild West doing Wild Westy stuff and can also start a family. Yes, you're seeing this shit. That's a baby right there on somebody's shoulders in a survival.
I want to play their games now. This was a great ad.
Mess. It's honestly insane to think these developers are still at it. To abandon a game that people supported and spent good money on,
they look like they make this like the most fun, shitty games.
To try again is a scummy and cowardly practice. It's clear that they had resources because they went ahead and made Reign of Kings straight after Starforge, but they thought it would be better just to rush Starforge and release it and pretend everything was okay. The way these guys deal with their community, trying to keep things secret, just goes to show that they don't know what they're doing and are afraid of criticism of any kind. Deleting well-known community member accounts to hide facts, hiring too many people in one go without realistically calculating their budget, rushing updates, forgetting or ignoring rewards for supporters, and finally releasing an unfinished game that bombed so hard that eventually it was taken off Steam. All of this is what went wrong with Starforge. And to be honest, this isn't just about Starforge. This is about Codehatch. So remember the name, remember the logo, and beware. Thank you so much for watching.
More like
and another massive thanks to my Patreons who helped to support this channel. It honestly means a lot. But anyway, I'll see you guys in the next one where I stand outside your house.
Alright, let's take a peek. I want to see Codehatch now. Hold on. What else have they made? Alright. Can I search by developer? Okay, how about we just do this? Man, what the fuck? They only have 2 games on here. Wait, I own Reign of Kings? Have I ever played it? Oh my god, I played almost 2 hours of this. When? Did I make a video on it or something? I played it in 2015. Huh. I don't remember that. You were a backer for it, I believe. I am proud to say I've never once put $1 into any crowdfunding projects, and I never will. Thanks, Resub Hyper. He didn't even remember it? Yeah, I don't remember this at all. I must have done this for a video or something back in 2015. Certainly. Yeah, I don't remember that game even a little bit. Thanks for your sub, Matt, and the gift sub, Paleo. I'm proud to say I've never given you a single dollar, and I never will. Fair enough. Thanks to the resub, Lolo and Juicy. Check to see if you have Starforge. I don't. It's not on Steam anymore. And I definitely don't have it on this computer. And the resub, Startled. It's on their site. Yeah, it's on their site. So I'd have to download it here. Thanks, Resub, Balvin, and your boy. No, we don't watch Starman anymore. Oh, the Ferrari heist? Here, I'll look it up real quick. Better be a goofy story. The Algar Ferrari heist. RCR stories. What's RCR story? This better not be like some kind of GTA lore or something.
Welcome to RCR Stories. Normally I do some long general preamble as a sort of prologue to introduce our topic, but how do you introduce a crime as brazen as this one? Or a twist in the narrative as inexplicably dumb as you're about to hear?
Oh, I do love dumb.
I'm sure there isn't much I can say to set this up, other than to note that while heist movies and media tend to portray it as a crime of unmatched skill, sometimes it's just as much about luck as anything else. But luck is a temporary thing. It has to be in order to meet the standard of the definition.
I disagree.
You can take your luck and turn it into a quality or trait over which you exert greater influence or control, but luck can't be the totality of how you exist.
Why do you want me to watch the Maxor reviews so badly?
Inevitably runs out.
Lessons. We usually don't watch like
something else going for
gaming
you other than
reviews.
Just being lucky, then you're gonna have a bad time. Case in point, a legend from recent Pennsylvania history, because we are Pennsylvanians after all, proud Pennsylvanians, but this wasn't a good look for the Commonwealth. This is RCR Stories, the Algar Ferrari heist.
So give me like the cliff notes before I get too deep into it, and I'll look up the Maxor reviews, I guess.
Welcome.
What makes this an interesting story? So this... The Amish Commonwealth. Was that about the Ferrari heist? The Amish did it? What? Or is that to someone else? Okay, I'll give it a try.
Hey guys, welcome to my Minecraft Let's Play. Elden Ring, or as I like to call it, Boomer Band, is a fun new hack and slash and bash and crash my car, developed by Epic Games director Hideo Miyazaki with the express purpose of inflicting pain upon the gaijin. In this adventure, you play as the famous video game's protagonist Elden John as he undergoes many trials and tribulations on his quest to fight the entire Catholic Church and kill God. This game is a little difficult. You could call it the Dark Souls of Skyrim. As such, many challenges await the player, and most of it is the work of Satan, as is every game made by the Japanese. Spanning a gigantic world slightly larger than Africa, we will find
a good ad for Elden Ring, though.
Uncover many attractions,
makes me want to replay
and
already.
the entire cast of the Bible. I've always liked that book. My favorite part was the genocide.
Thanks for your Bitso Bungie. Yo, the editing's really good.
So we boot up the game and, silly me. I forgot to unplug the keyboard so my controller can work. Now I'm free to make my character. Our journey begins inside of the Microsoft PowerPoint, the quality of which being so dubious that it resurrects you
I will
from
say
the
that was
dead.
a little
Wake the
underwhelming.
fuck
I wish
up,
it was a fully
Samurai.
animated
Of course,
intro like
this is
the
a
others.
FromSoft game, so Spider-Man is here to send us the fuck back to our tutorial, which is a whole lot of fun. You know, just making friends, influencing people, and providing intuitive solutions to the issue of life. And with that problem sorted, it's time
God, this
to
shit
take
must
the
have taken
elevator so
forever
we
to
can
make.
accomplish the impossible
Jesus
and
Christ.
go outside. Welcome everyone to Limgrave, land of trees, laborious bears upon the trees, and this white person.
Tarnished, if you're lost, how about you start by finding some bitches? Stupid weeaboo wearing ass. When's the last time you took a shower with your dirty helmet wearing ass? With your weird ass cargo shorts your mama gave you? Look, what I'm trying to say is, your fit is mid, and you get 0 bitches. Fuck out of my sight before I gotta look at those stank ass vans again.
As per the words of our friendly associate, we proceed towards the castle in search of some bitches. In Dark Souls, we sought after the Dark Soul, and in Bloodborne, we tried to escape Britain. But for Elden Ring, our objective is to get the hose. This is a game mechanic. You cannot level up until you get a girl boss. So with nothing else to do, I guess we'll have to fight this tutorial boss.
I guess when you really break it down, that really is the crux of the game.
He's a little like, this tutorial is on how to flee in fear and use geometry. Proceeding to the the next batch of enemies, we must forsake...
Nice. That seems like a pretty good review. If I had never played Elden Ring before, that shit would have sold me on it. Nice. Goddamn. Yeah, I know Alan Tutorial. Alan Tutorial's OG. Thanks to resub Manic and Bluntiful. And they give sub Jimbo. Well, that's what I was asking. Is the Uwe Boll movie Drago? Because I do know that. Uwe Boll made a movie called Rampage, and it was basically Postal. Uwe Boll's the guy who made all of those really shitty video game movies, but he also made like an original one called Rampage. Oh, he also did make the Postal movie, did he? His movies are amazing. They're enjoyably shitty. Uwe Boll is a master of dog shit movies, and he himself is a really interesting loser. So Uwe Boll is a guy you probably know if you've been around for a while. He was the guy that would challenge his critics to a boxing match. But it was under the guise of like, it was supposed to be like playful boxing, but then one of his critics like actually did take him up on it, expecting it to be more like playful. And Uwe Boll just like absolutely fucking pounded the guy. But yeah, this guy... Oh, it was him that made the Postal movie. There's the resub St. Jesus, Forbes, Tower, and the Prime Spicy. Has he made anything in the last 10 years? A couple things. Oh my god, he's still making Rampage. President Down. What about Director? Rampage, President Down, Rampage, Capital Punishment. Jesus Christ. This man will not let it go. Thanks for your sub, Chroma. In the Name of the King was the biggest piece of shit, only movie I've ever walked out on. In the Name of the King... Was this in theaters? Does he still make movies that go to theaters? I'm pretty sure he's just straight to VHS. Where did you watch this? At like your local church or something? Because there's no way this movie went to theaters. I thought you were talking about Rampage 2018. Nah, he made a movie called Rampage, which is about a guy who just hates the world, so decides to just start randomly shooting people. It's Postal. Like, he made Postal after already making Postal. Yeah, it's just some really edgy shit. Movie was pretty good. I don't remember it being pretty good, but who knows? Maybe I'm misremembering. Bruh, actually Elon Musk. Yeah, that guy kind of does look like Elon. Like pre-hair transplant Elon. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go fill up my water real quick, and then we'll watch this. Thanks for resub Kaze and Chroma and Muffin. And no, I actually don't remember that game, George. I'm back. Thanks for your sub, Star Wolf and Gallifrey and Beverage in the Prime Duel. Let's ride.
Hey guys, it's Sienna May Gomez, and I'm gonna be telling you what goes on behind my most viral TikToks.
This situation is absolutely insane, with accusations flying from both sides.
I wanted to share what I went through.
All I can
Tier
say
1 General
is that
Shark.
I was in love with him.
These are the facts, and I'm a witness.
And why is all of your evidence posted and quickly deleted? His friends are painting him as the victim, and he is the victim, but not of me.
Ooh, a bombshell. Damn, the editing here is super intense. I feel like I'm about to watch an episode of Euphoria.
I'm young, and obviously I will not always get it right the first time.
Who doesn't love a good YouTube apology?
I love YouTube apologies.
I'm so sorry for anyone that's been hurt.
Continuous lapse in my judgment.
I'm not the first to say influencer apologies have become their own genre over the past couple years. I mean, how many multi-millionaires have we seen cry on camera at this point? It's hard to overlook the irony of David
Was that an
Dobrik
Ellen
turning off
apology video?
comments.
Wait, what? When did Ellen make an apology video?
Multi-millionaires have we seen cry on camera?
What was she crying for? When was this? Oh, thank you for the 5 gift subs again, Russ, man. This isn't real? Oh. God damn it. Thanks for your sub, Gossam.
At this point, it's hard to overlook the irony of David Dobrik turning off comments on a video titled Let's Talk. While some apologies may lead to an accidental admission of guilt, others don't even contain the word sorry at all. Some are scripted, while others are very much not.
You're high. You're snorting a line of off a bad my. You know what I mean?
I actually never saw his apology video. I didn't know he had one.
Online, you get used to a pretty wide range of public statements, varying from sincere and tactful to, oh my god, what are the words coming out of your mouth right now?
Actually, that just reminded me. Jenna Marbles,
Hey guys,
she made an apology video and then quit YouTube, or said she was. Did she actually do that? It's been like 2 years now. I guess so. Damn, she said, alright, I'm out then. What a play. The Ellen apology is real? Hey, let me see. Which one? Is it this one? Issues new apology to staff as producers are fired. Oh, she also just quit her show, right? So that's pretty fucking awesome, I guess.
I stay grateful and I try to stay humble, and I think that I pay attention to what is important and what is real.
In recent months, her character has been called into question.
Yeah, none of us like Ellen, I get it. Where's her apology?
Reasons. We'll focus on level producer.
Ninja made you, Ellen. Don't forget it.
She said stand up for herself is that the brand is different, told Fox, and steps up and things better. It's crew Wi-Fi were noobtable, but the difference of person makes this wave environment.
Where is it?
We'll see what happens with Ellen's show, but something tells us this storm isn't even close to being over for them. And there you have it, a look at the response from the Ellen producers about the accusations and how they've been accused of various wrongdoings on the show. What do you think about what appears to be going on behind the scenes?
Man, I just got lied to. Man, I just got played. It's the first video result. It's this one.
Oh boy, welcome to season 18 of the Ellen DeGeneres Show. Many people who helped make this show what it is. 270 people who...
Whee!
I am so grateful for. I want to be the 1 hour a day that people can go to escape and laugh.
Okay. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Is it this one?
Now with Ellen DeGeneres with another emotional apology to her staff in a video conference call after allegations of her show being a toxic work environment made headlines. This as 3 top producers, all accused of sexual misconduct, are ousted from the show. Kaylee Hartung has the details. Good morning,
Okay.
Kaylee.
Well, looks like I'll never find that. I'm just assuming it's not real.
I got to keep moving forward and learning and growing. You know, so many people don't teach you about how to live this lifestyle or how to be here in this position, but I'm learning and I'm growing.
It doesn't exactly take a PhD in psychological
that's all that
studies
matters.
to gauge who's actually
Way to
sorry
be strong.
and who's only sorry they got caught. As some only see their situation as more of a costly inconvenience than an opportunity to reflect inwards and admit where they might have room to grow. But that also depends on how serious their crimes are. Someone accused of a literal crime probably won't have the best of luck defending themselves holding a tangible actual script in front of them.
To be fair, it's less of a script and more of like a summer reading essay that one of his friends probably wrote for him.
On camera. I guess nothing should surprise me anymore. Not even the worst interpretive dance I've ever seen. As a response to one of the biggest TikTok controversies in recent
This is how you do apologies.
Join me in documenting the timeline of disastrous PR choices of one of TikTok's once most promising entertainers. This is the story of Sienna May.
I know that this is why God and the universe have given me this platform. I preach self-love, but that takes time and patience. Now, more than ever, I feel proud of the person that I am.
The one thing you should never apologize for is securing your internet with Surfshark VPN.
Clean segue.
I tried making that smooth, I don't know. Surfshark VPN keeps your identity safe and secure
Do the dance
by
again?
encrypting
I don't
all
remember the
information
dance. I just remember this
exchanged
part.
between your device and the internet, ensuring your personal data
That was
stays
part of her
protected
apology and
from
it
the
was
threat
fucking
of big
epic.
companies and cyber criminals. In case you've been living under a rock for 7 years, virtual private networks swap the real location of your device with a new one of your choosing, giving you the ability to virtually travel anywhere across the globe. Which is all just a long way of saying you get more shows on Netflix. Access and unblock content libraries and streaming services from other countries, all with the help of Surfshark's 3,200 servers located in over 65
You still watching One Piece? No, I haven't watched One Piece in a
censorship
while.
and liberate your
Been
internet
doing Better
by
Call Saul
unblocking
recently.
countless geo-restricted websites and secure your online data in the process. Protect your identity today when you click the link down below and enter code JOBBERY to get a whole 83% off your subscription, along with 3 extra months free. An incredible deal you don't want to miss. Massive thanks again to the gracious folks over at Surfshark VPN for sponsoring this
I
video.
got it, Mac. I don't know if I want
No,
to know.
yeah.
Thanks for your subsetting.
Yeah, I am the new face of Maybelline.
You're huge. That's fine. You can come. That's not cocky. It's a fact. The new face of Maybelline. That's no joke.
Sienna May Gomez is an 18-year-old influencer with over 20 million followers spanning across her YouTube channel, Instagram, and TikTok, where she once ranked among the top 100 biggest creators on the app. In just under 8 months, Sienna built one of the
this
largest
background
followings
music
on
is
TikTok,
slapping.
signed with a Hollywood talent agency, secured brand deals with a myriad of major companies, and was even set to star in a Netflix documentary focused on her friend group until a flood
Yeah, and you wonder why
serious
Netflix is doing
allegations
shitty,
from
huh?
fellow TikTok star and her once best friend. Born on January 16th, 2004 in Laguna Niguel, California, Sienna was raised by 2 parents who now each have followings of their own. Sienna hasn't been shy
that's so
to
cute.
include all of her family members in online activities, always making an effort to shine a light on her personal life in front of millions of dedicated followers. This openness is exactly what made Sienna famous to begin with. Her first viral video emphasizing body positivity, a theme Sienna would routinely showcase after blowing up in August of 2020, her videos surrounding conversations on unrealistic beauty standards for women being endorsed by Lizzo, and propelling herself into the 7-figure follower range in no more than just a few weeks. I gained 1 million views like every 3 days. It was just going so fast. From the span of August to maybe October, December, I was gaining 1 million followers every week to 2 weeks, landing a place alongside Charli D'Amelio and Addison Rae at the Hype House not too too long after. At just 16 years old, Sienna had embedded herself in the fast-paced, highly glamorized celebrity culture many girls her age could only dream of, and it all happened really overnight. Posting close to 4 times a day on her 2 TikTok accounts and interacting with fans regularly in an attempt to grow her empire far beyond the limits of TikTok. It wasn't long before she began posting content with another influencer extremely instrumental to this story by the name of Jack Wright. Born on March 29th, 2003, he and his twin James grew up with Sienna, going to high school together and hanging out in the same friend group long before TikTok fame ever came about. In fact, it seems Sienna was actually close with James,
1,000 followers on
Jack
TikTok.
Accompanied her to an interview.
It's still extremely impressive on TikTok, man.
After getting along so well and becoming more close, the two began appearing side by side more frequently on TikTok. And as you can imagine, it didn't take long for young fans of the two to speculate on the true nature of their relationship.
3 things I love about Josh: his smile, his optimism, and his way of being kind to me, no matter if I mean to him or not.
How was your first kiss?
How sweet.
Our first kiss? We haven't had it yet.
You haven't had it yet?
You haven't had first kiss yet? No.
The vlog say something else.
What weird questions to ask. Jesus Christ. Ugh.
Not unlike YouTube and Twitch,
oh my God.
TikTok.
How is the paparazzi like a real profession that still exists in the current century? Jesus Christ. That shit is so weird. So genuinely weird. And it's so outdated now too, considering like all of these social media people and celebrities posted like all of their shit themselves. Like their most embarrassing moments are moments that they are capturing and posting themselves. So the paparazzi are getting paid for actual nothingness, just to take pictures of them holding coffee cups. Such a stupid and worthless job. Thanks for you some thick in the prime dat. The bits ghosts.
Fosters a climate of celebrity idolization, where fans are constantly fixating on the personal lives of their favorite influencers. Take someone like Charli D'Amelio and Lil Huddy, for example. Their relationship has always been made a focal point by those that follow them and the media alike, which is hardly a new concept. Publicizing the personal details of your life will naturally lead to more scrutiny by those who have nothing better to do, i.e. people like me. So it's important to be mindful when deciding what to blast online, as you can only expect it to be picked apart and analyzed by anyone on the outside looking in. All we can do is work with whatever you choose to publicize, which ties into Sienna's relationship with Jack. Fans would get used to seeing the two vlogging, dancing together, overall just being friendly. I hate talking about this, but it's important groundwork for the rest of the story. Basically, for months, fans were led to believe these two were a couple, despite neither of them ever confirming nor denying their audience's suspicions.
Are you guys dating?
They would very openly show PDA, but never outright clarified whether they were dating, reaping the benefits of a public #couples goals relationship without that relationship actually needing to exist, as it was later revealed to be a clever front. It got to where so many people believed they were together, it became a huge part of their brand. But that also led to a lot of skepticism, as Sienna's relationship with her fans has always felt a little bit strained and inauthentic, at least going by the first taste of controversy she experienced in February 2021.
Young, and I'm still navigating the world and this industry, and obviously I will not always get it right the first time. I care deeply about inclusivity, and I strive to lead by example. That means listening.
Boo, bad apology, didn't even dance.
Million followers when she decided to launch her own merch by the name of Confidence is Cute, a body positive clothing line offering an assortment of tees, sweatpants, hoodies, and beanies with phrases like "everybody is beautiful," "stop looking at my rolls," "graphic design is my passion." I'm sorry, I'll be nice. Definitely a good message, just not the best design in my opinion. Though they were pretty well received by her audience, up until a new selection dropped. sporting the caption, "Did you eat today?" which was mocked across Twitter and TikTok for making light of those with eating disorders and food sensitivities. It didn't take long for Sienna to respond on Instagram, where she doubled down on the design, writing it was not meant to make fun of / glorify EDs / be harmful or ironic in any way. The question is hoping to encourage / check in with people if they actually ate. Not liking this design is different than misrepresenting the meaning behind it, as she continued. Of course, since no retraction of the merch had been made, people weren't having it. And as the situation began being picked up by the appropriate news and drama outlets, Sienna finally removed the product and issued a public apology.
With that said, I have heard you and I have removed the merch. I will still be donating all of the proceeds of this line to Teen Line, which is a place that many teens can reach out for help. I care about you and thank you for speaking up. Be nice to someone today. We're all struggling with something.
Now, I'm not here to question Sienna's true intentions behind an ill-advised merch drop from a year ago. I don't think it would have been beneficial to Sienna's bottom line to ironically poke fun at eating disorders after building a platform on body positivity and acceptance. To me, what stands out the most in light of her recent allegations is the way in which she responded to the backlash. After a failed attempt to double down in the face of her critics, Sienna capitulated with a strongly scripted apology, possibly written by a with a heavy emphasis on her age and inexperience. Like, come on, you did not write that. Sienna attributes this mistake to her youngness, which might be fair in this one instance, though I think you'll see a little later this defense can only go so far. Unfortunately, there are some parallels between this response and her various responses to Jack Wright, which we will get into in a little bit. To me, it just screams inauthentic, but it doesn't really matter what I or any of us think anymore because this happened last year, hardly making an impact on her following whatsoever. A few T channels covered it, but ultimately everyone moved on soon afterwards. So with this PR win, I have to assume Sienna must have felt a new air of confidence. After all, it was around this time that Netflix was filming for a Hype House documentary.
Yeah.
The chaos surrounding the biggest
hold on, I'm curious. How many TikToker shows does Netflix have? Let me see, I'm curious. Let's see. They have to have like 5 or 6, right? So the Hype House documentary, they have the Hype House competition show on Netflix. Or I guess it's not the Hype House per se, but something like it. Okay, can someone just tell me? I don't even know what I'd search for. Thanks to the resub. Fairgo. They definitely have like 3 or 4, right? There's only like 2? No, that can't be right. They had the Addison Rae one, they had the Hype House one, they had that competition one where a bunch of TikTokers got into a house to fight for like Big Brother style. They had they had another documentary on somebody and I'm blanking on their name. Was it D'Amelio Family Show on Netflix? Addison's was Snapchat. Oh, was it Snapchat? Oh. Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe it was Snapchat. You're talking about He's All That, but it wasn't a doc. Okay, let me rephrase the question. How many shows on Netflix star TikTokers? There. That's more appropriate then. Because it's definitely a lot. I've seen it a lot. I think they've been doing like a big investment in TikToker-focused media for the built-in audience. The D'Amelio Family's on Hulu. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe it's all over the place. Thanks, resub shakes. Huh. Alright. Maybe you guys are right. I thought it was more on Netflix, but yeah, it might just be everywhere.
In the world as they try to navigate the Hollywood scene. and drank Bang Energy. Though unfortunately, Sienna wouldn't be joining Charlie and Vinny Hacker on Netflix anytime soon. Neither would her acquaintance Jack Wright, thanks to a series of reputation-defining allegations that changed the trajectory of her career starting in May of 2021.
A post from a friend of Jack Wright actually came out about Sienna May, and it involved a large amount of serious allegations.
On the 31st, Mason Rizzo, a friend of Jack's since kindergarten, published the following statement to Twitter, reading, "I struggle with seeing a girl praised after telling my best friend to kill himself and assaulting him numerous times after he set boundaries and then repeatedly wonder why he doesn't like you back. She also has a history of verbally abusing people.
She's young. Come on.
She prioritizes the growth of her platform rather than the positive message she represents herself as. Followers should not be an excuse to get away with abusive behavior. You guys all deserve to know the truth about her." Now, this may not have gotten so much attention so fast had it not been retweeted by Jack's twin brother, adding, "This is why I couldn't just let it go and stay out of it," before retweeting another girl alleging Sienna was also known to body shame, despite the positive, uplifting stance she had taken online. This was obviously incredibly noteworthy for anyone on the outside, as these claims were being backed up by Jack's own brother, who belonged to the same social circle as Sienna for the past several years.
This is so inconsequential to anything. Bro, she sexually assaulted a guy.
Of which Sienna fanned the flames with her own.
But apparently a lot of other shit. What are you talking about?
Immediately after they
How's that inconsequential?
Taking to Instagram by writing, "Friends fight and relationships sometimes change, but allegations of a criminal act are not to be thrown around loosely. Making an untrue sexual assault claim is never okay. I'm beyond saddened by this situation. In order for us all to move forward, I will be taking this offline with Jack. Thank you to all who have reached out with love and concern." As you can imagine, this wasn't received as well as she may have hoped and was deleted soon after. In fact, you won't find any of these posts now if they've all been taken down. Mason clarifying that Sienna and Jack's families had come to the agreement that this would be settled offline and away from social media. Except we both know how the internet works. This was out in the open for good. By early June, Sienna had made what would become her first of many public responses on camera, in which she unequivocally denied any and all allegations.
Yeah, these apologies sucked. Her video dancing was much better. Her dancing apology.
Makes the situation even worse because he never denied it, knowing that is not true. The allegations were made in a tweet by Mason of sexual assault. Let me be clear one more time. I did not sexually assault Jack Wright.
Sienna goes on to say the two never had sex, which was never a part of the allegations, but I digress, and even claims those in her life are using her best qualities, i.e. the way she loves people, against her to make her out to be something she is not.
It's so crazy to me how once a relationship or a friendship has ended, people will turn your very best qualities against you, which I know my very best qualities are the way I love. And that love and that passion is newly regarded as overwhelming. That passion is now newly regarded as possessive or desperate. That is so frustrating to me, and after everything that I did for him and after all the love that I gave him, I feel so stupid. That's the only way I can explain it. I just feel stupid.
It's important to note that most of what she says is completely unrelated from what Mason had alleged in his initial statement. Instead, using this opportunity as a way to clarify their relationship off camera and even paint Jack to be a manipulator, as she claims.
It was real online, and then it was sometimes real offline, and sometimes it wasn't, which was so misleading and honestly just such a mental mind for me.
During the latter half of the video, Sienna makes the shockingly bold assertion that although she did not abuse Jack, someone else did.
"I'm so disappointed in you and the people around you because they are letting you misplace your trauma onto me, and I'm so sorry that this happened to you. It's not my place to speak your story, and I will not discuss this any further, but it's not your place to allow false allegations to be spread about me when we both know that I was not the one who did this to you. I was there for you through the aftermath and all those depressive nights.
Spoiler alert, there was a video of it.
Motivation,
so.
And I would go and I would clean your room,
unless it was deep faked.
And I would be there for you as a good friend because I cared about you so much. I'm so sorry that this happened to you, and I really hope you can get through this."
Doesn't name any names on account of it being not her story to tell, but still condemns Jack for allowing his friends to spread false allegations at her expense, before finally strikingly challenging Mason or anyone else to post the evidence of her abusing Jack, since she was so sure it didn't exist. And well, that's the part that really didn't age the best.
Whatever evidence you think you have, either post it or send it to me and I'll post it, because you have nothing.
That's so bold. That's That's so fucking bold.
On June 3rd of 2021, this short video taken in November was posted by another friend of Jack's, seemingly depicting Sienna straddling an unconscious Jack Wright, groping him and kissing him on the lips while looking passed out. The guy next to him who posted the video got up after feeling uncomfortable, but went back to pull Sienna off once he realized what was happening, posting this alongside the clip in an effort to further support the claim that Jack was in fact asleep, or at the very least incapable of consent during that time. Being definitive proof of assault in the eyes of some, this video remains a heavy point of contention today. Sienna has since made the claim many times over that he was not unconscious and completely consenting as it happened.
It does seem like he was.
Another statement not long
That's
after.
usually what I look like
Jack
when I'm
himself
consenting.
Would go on to dispute.
The Hawaii incident happened where I was passed out unconscious almost like the whole night. She got on top of me, took advantage of me, groped me. I'm so glad they pulled her off of me, and honestly, I'm glad that they have evidence.
Thanks, you
After
Bulldog.
Shannon found out about the video, she said sorry. She said if this got out, she would be done. That is horrible, and she's working on
Bill Cosby
Jack
classic.
was a victim of sexual assault, but not by me. And I am a victim of continual
I bet if they had an
attempts to
earlier
cancel
video,
me
there was
and
pudding.
slander my name with false claims. It will not work. I'm here to clear things up and provide all sides of the story because I have been labeled as a sexual assaulter.
Right out of the gate, Sienna's demeanor is stronger and more aggressive than before. She comes off less concerned for her friend who she just previously said was sexually abused, and more frustrated with how the situation has affected her, reiterating a desire to take things offline.
I have tried multiple times to take this offline, and I am continually undermined by Jack and his inner circle. Jack has not spoken on the situation, and his friends keep dropping cryptic and non-specific information.
Using Jack's silence as a means to absolve her of the allegations made by his friends, and outright accusing those closest to Jack, including his own twin, of twisting the narrative against her, using air quotes when referencing the video in question.
The initial tweets, as well as the video that I am talking about right now, have been taken down.
She then goes on to dig up older clips of them being very touchy-feely with each other in the past, as if these would have anything to do with the allegations being made. Just because he may have consented in these examples on camera absolutely does not mean he was even in a sober enough state to consent in the video she's so willing to write off with air quotes.
As you can see here and anywhere online, Jack and I were very touchy-feely with our friendship. This is the way that we interacted with each other, and it is in any video you go watch of us. Please, and I encourage you to go watch my recent YouTube videos featuring Jack, our recent TikTok.
This is so uncomfortable.
You will
Holy
see
shit.
that this behavior
Jesus Christ.
was normal. Online, we touched each other, kissed each other, we were playful. Jack kissed me, and I kissed him. Within the boundaries of our relationship, this was normal.
Definitely not doing much to sway people in her favor. But let's look.
I would usually go over when he's unconscious and yank on his winky.
So I went back and took
it was part of our friendship.
Not to mention when I got closer, I noticed her right hand inappropriately touching his crotch. She was shocked that
I would play with his nutsack when he was having nightmares in order to ease his mind.
Next day about the situation that happened at night.
And then I'd spit on his face.
Said that happens all the time.
The way that Jack's friend narrated this video, I admit, looks so weird and looks just like real. But like my last video where I showed comments that were resurfacing and then provided a backstory, not everything is how you see on social media.
Sienna attempts to defend herself by first going after the video's presentation, claiming it was edited maliciously to make it seem more nefarious than what it really was.
The clip of me kissing Jack, he is also kissing me. I was looking at him face to face. He was kissing me back. Lachlan claims that he was unconscious. If he was unconscious, why did his arm move when you got up? And also, why was he kissing me back?
She asserts that he was fully awake and kissing her back, pointing to the way Jack's arm moves when his friend gets up from the couch. Now, maybe Sienna isn't sure how gravity works, but I think it's pretty clear to me, at least, which I have to say so I don't get sued, that his arm only moved because the guy stood up.
No, it's like Weekend at Bernie's. He's
he doesn't
fine.
Move beyond that.
He's
yes,
fucking
it's a short
fine.
Clip. There's not a whole lot to
He's
go
consenting.
on. Sienna is eager
Come
to point
on.
out for herself.
You claim in your video that you hear
He said yes,
noises.
so she could finger his butthole.
Noises, and I peeked over my shoulder, and it was exactly that.
We were kissing. Lachlan also claims that my hand is on Jack's crotch. While it is not, my hand is very visibly on Jack's thigh, upper thigh.
Okay, one, it is not very visible at all. tell. I'm not showing the clip uncensored because it makes me uncomfortable, but her hand is behind her leg, so it's kind of hard to tell whether it's on his crotch or his thigh. But regardless, touching him while he's unconscious is still bad. And two, you can still make kissing noises even if the other person isn't actively kissing you back. It's clear Sienna doesn't have the strongest defense team if her rebuttal is, well, this.
If Jack was being sexually assaulted in this moment, James, why did you record it? James, you are Jack's twin brother. And I know that if my brother saw me being taken advantage of, he would pick up the person on top of me and beat them.
That's a
not
classic awful defense.
I mean, that would be a horrible look. They're trying to incriminate you, not themselves. To me, Jack's twin James took this video for his brother's own good. She then goes on to rapid fire a bunch of points that, again, really don't matter as far as what she's being accused of.
This was also in November when we had first just started to kind of ease our way into relationship, not relationship, defined, and you were introducing me as your girl. Having your friends take a 10-second clip out of context of this entire night is not sexual assault.
She's confused why it's even an issue at all, since James and Jack had never brought it up to her privately. This would not age the finest either. In the wake of Jack's formal
She's better than Amber Heard's lawyer, though.
YouTube channel about half a year later, where he argues he had brought this kind of behavior up with her multiple times.
First of all, if they were so uncomfortable, why didn't they say anything to me?
The next morning, where she was like, "I'm so sorry for doing that. That was, I don't know what went through my head." I had to clarify again that I didn't like her that way. We were just friends. She said sorry, that was it. After that, these type of things kept happening.
This is also a TikTok that was made December 1st, not even 24 hours after the said sexual assault.
Good morning. I just wanted to say that
Do you think Jack would have made this video with me if he felt uncomfortable from the night before?
The entire goal of this second statement is to make herself out to be the victim of Jack's friends intentionally manipulating the situation against her. But for what reason? As far as I'm concerned, no one really had anything to gain from this being public. These are the biggest influencers on TikTok, all with promising careers ahead. Making up false allegations to smear one of the most popular members in their group would not be doing themselves any favors unless this is real. Sienna issued cease and desist letters regardless, and went on to take a month-long break from social media. The situation died down once again, at least before Sienna made her long-awaited and critically acclaimed.
She comes back and posts this absolutely
fucking go.
Video.
An interpretive dance video for an essay.
It's so good. This is how you should apologize.
Take a whole month off social media, but now I'm back. Hit it with the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse dance.
Hey!
What is this?
Let's go.
How deaf and stupid do you have to be to dance to a song where the lyrics talk about kissing 100 guys when you have been accused of kissing your boyfriend when he was unconscious, which is assault?
I've tried writing this part of the video so many times, and
the interpretive dance is so good.
Still am truly speechless.
I decided to take a month off of social media due to the negativity surrounding my platform. It was honestly one of the most difficult times in my life for many reasons. But through struggle, I found clarity within myself.
God, apology videos are always amazing, but this one I still think is one of the best.
I don't have anything to add. This
Fucking
is literally the worst response to any controversy I have ever seen.
So good.
Somehow, Sienna May's PR team figured that shooting a highly stylized interpretive dance to a song which contains the lyrics, "I did nothing wrong, I'm young," would be an appropriate response to SA allegations. God,
and it was.
Be a fly on a wall during that meeting. It's like getting up in the middle of your trial and doing the Squidward dance. I mean, if you go to Google tone deaf right now, a link to her video pops up. For God's sake, she starts off with a close-up shot of her push to start.
Even if I can only inspire one person, I will have done what I was put on this earth to do.
It's so shallow and doesn't even mention the reason she left social media in the first place. If she truly cared for Jack, like she keeps claiming, this video would at the very least mention him instead of only making it about her. Sienna lists
silly TikTok dances and showing unedited photos of myself
as ways she inspires
very Sia-esque
before launching into the worst dance moves a human being is capable of. Needless to say, this video convinced everyone she was...
Didn't Amber Turd just fire her whole PR team? Maybe there's a chance we see in trial her break out the interpretive dance like as a last-ditch Hail Mary. I don't want this to be the last one. It can't die here. I really think there's a lot of potential with the apology interpretive dances. So, fingers crossed. I really think we got a good chance there.
Innocent. Netflix put her back on the show. She gained over 4 million followers overnight, and everyone clapped. The reception was just what you'd expect, which is why she deleted it almost immediately after it came out. Although I guess she forgot to take it down from Instagram. Regardless, it was still liked by over 200,000 people, and starting in July, Sienna went back to posting as normal. Literally, like nothing happened. In fact, she even continued to grow in popularity during this time too, getting more brand deals, probably because she thanked them in the apology video.
And more than anything, I'm beyond thankful for my family, friends, partnerships, and supporters.
It's like she's banking on the support from the side of her audience who doesn't know about the allegations, or at least not the full extent of them. Either these people had never gotten the full picture, or didn't believe the allegations, clinging on to their favorite comfort creator and tuning out all the negativity. Because that's all it really was, right? An elaborate plot by Jack's friends to expose Sienna for something she didn't do and sink her career out of frivolous spite. A warped reality Sienna peddled to her followers up until January 2022, when Jack Wright broke his silence.
I wanted to share what I went through with Sienna and my side of the story.
On the 20th of January this year, almost 8 months since the allegations first came out, Jack Wright released his own official video response addressing Sienna directly, in a statement titled, "What Sienna May Did to Me."
This all started when my friend came out with a tweet.
Because
he was worried about me. He actually witnessed a bunch of times what Sienna did to me.
Speaking on his experiences with Sienna, explaining how difficult it's been to open up, and that he didn't want his response video to be as aggressive as Sienna's. Jack also confirms here that they were always clearly just friends, and far from anything relationship-wise off camera.
I just want to clarify that we both knew that we were just friends. She was singing and talking.
They should dance battle? True.
And I
just
thought of her as a good friend. We were making videos, we were making dance trends, we had fun. It was just strictly friends, and we both knew that.
But this is where I want to give a quick trigger warning. To anyone who may be put off by brief mentions of abuse, Jack does go a bit further into detail here, and even makes some new allegations that hadn't been brought up by his friends. So feel free to skip to the timecode on screen if you aren't comfortable with such mentions.
So the first incident where Sienna crossed boundaries, it was after filming. We went into the room. I was just chilling on my phone on the bed, and she got naked, like completely naked, nothing on, and straddled me when I was literally just chilling on the bed. But I didn't know what to do in like the situation because it was just like random and weird. Quickly told her, "Sienna, get off. We're just friends. Stop." The next morning, where she was like, "I'm so sorry for doing that. I don't know what went through my head." I had to clarify again that I didn't like her that way. We were just friends. She said sorry, that was it.
But that wasn't the end of it. Jack alludes to these incidents persisting, leading up to the video we all saw.
These type of things kept happening. She would do something and I would forgive her, and she said it wouldn't happen again, and we would go on and making fun videos. After all those type of things kept on happening, the Hawaii incident happened.
Jack can confirm that he was in fact passed out, unconscious, almost the
whole
whole
I can't
night,
believe
and
that.
Sienna
That
had
looks like a
taken
fully
advantage of
conscious
him in
man
his
to me.
most vulnerable state. He's appreciative of his friends for stepping in, and that they captured what little evidence there was. Because after that occurred, the two would get into another dispute at a party, where she got jealous and mad that he was flirting with girls, even though he made it clear he wanted nothing romantic with her. She allegedly pulled him into a room, screamed at him, then tried to make out with him before he told her to leave. Two friends escorted her out of the party since she had also been causing additional problems that night, but resorted to jumping and rolling out of a moving vehicle to get back to
I forgot
Jack,
about that
who was
part.
hiding from Sienna in the house. According to him, her parents had to
That was like full-blown
So
like
two
Jason
friends wanted
Statham
to take her
stunts.
home, and while the car was moving, she jumped out of the car, rolled, and said, "I have to get back to Jack." So I ran back to the house, and I was like hiding from her, and I was just waiting for her parents to finally pick her up. Looking back now, I don't know why I stayed friends with her. stayed around her. I truly thought she was gonna change for some reason. I feel like she'd say she had so much love for me and she truly cared for me, and then the next night she would do something like that.
It got to a point that Sienna was fully aware of Jack's boundaries, yet continued to cross them, ranting to friends that Jack didn't like her back, despite the fact that she turned around to pursue other guys. All of this is alleged, I have to say. But things get even more intense when Jack alleges Sienna would break into his house in the middle of the night.
She would constantly come to my house. Remember my
That's a good first speedrunning game. Mr. Krabs overdoses on ketamine.
Like, get out of my house, because I was so sick of her just like breaking into my house. I would wake up and see her car just sitting outside at like 2 in the morning. She would break into my house, and when I was sound asleep, she'd come into my room, and I'd wake up to her hand in my pants. And it wasn't like the only time it happened too. I was so like used to it. I was so used to it that I don't know, it was just like normal for me that I didn't think there was such like a problem at all. Like, part of me wants to blame myself for being nice and sticking around after so many times. But now I realize that I was stuck in this like manipulative cycle of her acting like she extremely cared about me.
Yeah, she's like a fucking supervillain.
She would do stuff to
wanting
me, and it was
fuck
just
Jack.
so normal for me. I got used to it.
Painting a horrific picture of waking up in the middle of the night.
How does all this happen before you raise a red flag, though? You've clearly not been around a ton of people. People you think are a friend, you'll ignore a ton of flags for. Happens all the time, even if it's not romantic. I am holding in a pee-pee really badly, though, so I'm gonna go tinkle real quick, and I'll be right back. I'm back. Easy resub Olat.
With Sienna in his room, her hand down his pants. Occurrences that were so frequent, he saw them as normal. There was one time he describes in which Sienna had broken in once again during the middle of the night and was kicked out of his room after touching his crotch area and attempting to make out with him. He finally locked her out of the room and fell asleep on the floor, in his own words.
Same old, same old. I'd say, Sienna, stop, go back to the couch, Sienna, stop. So I locked the door, she was trying to get in, and I literally just slept on the floor.
No, I've never speed ran Max Payne.
Went to bed. It's very awkward the next morning, and she'll say sorry, and I'm like, Sienna, this happens so many times. You do not respect boundaries. You just, oh my God.
Her family even planning their own trip to Hawaii around the dates they knew Jack's family would be there at his father's beach house. When Sienna went back home before Jack, he didn't even want to go because he knew she'd find a way to be around him. To Jack, it felt like being caught
a beach house in Hawaii. How much must that cost?
Sienna always doing whatever she could to ignore boundaries and take advantage of him. This is the part where things went public, thanks to Mason's tweet. Once the allegations were out there, Jack was met with similar testimonies from guys who had allegedly had their own experience with Sienna in LA. Jack ended his own testimony by saying the following.
We don't want her to hurt anybody else. We don't want anyone to go through that experience. I don't think I'll ever be the same person I was before Sienna. I don't know if she'll ever be sorry. I don't know if she'll ever learn from what she did or she'll ever admit to what she did.
Did she ever admit to it? When I was peeing, I checked if she still posts. She doesn't.
Do this to other people.
Just days later, Sienna then put out another statement, definitely drafted by a legal team, which I will not be reading in full because it's just too long, but I want to give you the highlights. Unfortunately, Jack Wright continues his campaign to slander Sienna Mae Gomez with further false accusations. His latest falsehoods in a highly edited video show that once again Jack is making a calculated action to hinder, hurt, and harm not only Sienna's reputation and livelihood, but her as an individual human being as well. Sienna unequivocally denies these accusations, as written in the statement. Other than spreading falsehoods about Sienna online, Jack has taken no action. There has been no police investigation, not even a police report to our knowledge. No charges, no private lawsuit, and no contact between Sienna and Jack or their respective legal teams in many months. It was always Sienna's desire and intention to handle this privately versus in the court of public opinion, which I just have to stop, doesn't make sense because of the sheer amount of statements she's made, but regardless, she would never want to sensationalize or degrade the seriousness of the situation. Sadly, Jack's blatant disregard for the truth has left us with no choice but to address these claims publicly. They go on to deny his claims that she broke into his house, and saying that Jack and his collaborators have attempted to utilize blatant slut-shaming culture to justify their fictitious claims and have effectively victimized a successful woman of color in a way that regrettably we have seen many times before, all in an effort to use her suffering as a catalyst for their own personal gain.
They really tried to play everything.
Final sentence. With Jack then coming out with his own counter response to Sienna's response, reiterating that every word in his video is still the truth and that he hopes she continues to get the help she needs so this never happens again. From there, things went quiet on Sienna's end. She stopped being active for the first time since June, but Sienna wouldn't be gone forever. In fact, it wasn't long before she reared her head yet again, responding to the heavy claims on a Barstool podcast. Can't make this up. On February 23rd, 2022, Sienna Mae returned to the public eye with an appearance on the BFFs podcast hosted by Dave Portnoy, the CEO of Barstool Sports, who you may remember is a proud investor of the infamous crypto coin SafeMoon, which turned out to be a worthless pyramid scheme.
Hey, SafeMooners!
To fire and sue his employees on the spot for wanting to unionize. Or you may know his abundant legal history. Whatever the case may be, Dave Portnoy, alongside his co-hosts who are half his age, brought Sienna back on the program after having her on just a year prior.
Right. I actually saw Dave Portnoy in real world once when we went to that god-awful fucking Logan Paul Floyd Mayweather fight. Dave Portnoy was there, and he was leaving the stadium, and one person asked for a picture with him, so he turned around and asked if anyone else wanted a picture with him, and nobody said anything. That's the only experience I've had with Dave Portnoy. It was fucking awesome. I like his pizza reviews, though. I don't know too much about the guy, but that situation was pretty awesome. Shit was great.
For an episode that definitely aged well. In this episode, Sienna doesn't even appear until the 30-minute mark. Everything before that is just,
J. Cole, Travis Scott, Harriet Tubman.
Let me get a
replay. Hey, I don't even see
What's
wrong with Harriet Tubman or Tubman.
You said Harriet Tubman.
What's the name? Tubman?
Yes.
Eventually, introduced alongside her lawyer and so-called forensic expert, Sienna already starts off on a bizarre note, as Dave is quick to point out at the beginning of the interview.
I came in and I was like, holy shit, am I in the right Zoom room?
Yeah.
What is going on?
So is this your choice or their choice to be like, we want to be on the call with you?
It's a little intimidating, I feel you, but no. I want to talk about my emotional state, and like I feel like what I want to touch on is like how I'm doing and like the emotional questions that I know you guys are going to ask. But as for like the legal and like the so what's going on questions, that's for them to answer, because like I don't want to, I don't want to butcher anything. This is all like, now it's serious, you know, like social media.
What a blunder.
Okay, yeah. So
why would you go to an interview on something like this and bring lawyers? That just makes it look significantly worse. Hey, Charlie, you did something bad. Do you want to talk about it? Yeah. And I'm bringing an entire legal team, too. Okay.
Just ignore the question altogether.
There has been absolutely nothing by way of an investigation or any kind of legal proceeding filed. Honestly, at the end of the day, this is all just a video online.
Sienna's wonderful, amazing, and very likable lawyer comes out of the gate by clarifying at the beginning that there is no current legal proceeding going on. So it almost makes you wonder why there's even a lawyer present then. In fact, I do have to give props to Dave in this one instance for raising that very question.
If there hasn't been a legal issue, like, why are you here? She can't, like, there's nothing going on. She could theoretically answer for herself.
Because obviously there have been allegations made after so long of just going back and forth online, and it's all just social media talking back and forth. It was time to actually bring in some professionals who are going to talk about what's really real.
It got a weird response. It's not like she knows the situation any better than, say, Jack would. So I'm not sure why she's even giving herself so much credibility when there isn't a legal proceeding happening. To me, it just feels like an intimidation tactic. And as she said, she does feel like it'll quiet people down.
Do you think you bringing in the lawyer team and everything, do you think that's going to bring more attention to the situation, or do you think that's to, like, kind of quiet people down? Or it's going to quiet people down?
I think it is going to quiet people down, because it's just like, I literally have my lawyer sitting right here next to me telling you guys and whoever's going to see this now that there's nothing being done. Like, I just kind of like, all right, I'm going to let my team like just talk about this one and kind of like.
She has the worst PR team of all time.
That told you to do the interpretive dance.
Holy shit.
I'm thinking you should probably be worried. Something interesting I noticed is when Sienna said this.
What was your initial reaction to Jack? Like, did you reach out to him? What did you say? What was that conversation? There was nothing?
So I haven't talked to him in literally since our last trip to Hawaii together. The last time I literally saw him was before I got on my flight, and we haven't talked since.
I cannot imagine why Sienna would not personally or privately reach out to Jack after the initial claims came out. Even before his statement, when it was just his friends making the claims, what could possibly compel Sienna, if she were truly innocent, to not reach out to Jack behind closed doors in an attempt to figure out what's going on?
Our PR team told her not
to. Me. Sienna then goes on to weirdly admit that she had hopes of marrying Jack. When the two had never even gotten to the point of dating, he made it clear he did not want to be with her, and she still persisted, according to what's been claimed.
I like really, really loved him, and I was like, I'm gonna get married to this guy, like this is the one. Like, I was so stoked on him. Man,
that is such weird behavior. Bro, if this was a guy saying this, it would be much differently received. This is like actual incel shit. They were never even dating or anything at all. Talking about like marriage and shit. This is the one. He's a prime. Kismo, Thebe, and Dermot. Yeah, that is like real stalkerish behavior right there.
Because of like the views that it would get, and it would get a ton of views on my accounts too. I think we both kind of like saw that as a business transaction. I was personally, between us, like super into it, and he knew that I was, and I think he also knew that he wasn't.
And that's where things got messy.
Did you realize he wasn't into it and you're still pursuing it, or you
These are prime
didn't
cool beans
realize?
and
We would
Mercat.
kiss. Also, I just want to reiterate, we never had sex. We literally never did anything other than kiss.
Sienna likes to emphasize that the two had never had sex, as if this was ever something Jack claimed, and I'm surprised Sienna keeps harping on it, even with her lawyer sitting right next to her. She absolutely cannot, for some reason, answer Dave's question of, well, did you know
He wasn't into it and you're still pursuing it?
Instead, all of her answers are keeping the best interests of Sienna in mind, and how
Wait, does she have two lawyers
all of
here?
her answers are
Wait, is this one of the normal hosts on Portnoy's show? This doesn't seem like the company Dave Portnoy would keep. She brought 2 lawyers? What the fuck? Hey, can I get Saul Goodman over here and then, I don't know, someone else, please? I really need to make an impression.
are keeping the best interests of Sienna.
Oh my god, you're right. Wait, they are in the same room, all of them.
And you're still pursuing it?
Instead, all of her answers are...
Yeah, you're right. It's the same plants. I knew she was here because she reached out and patted her on the shoulder or whatever, slapped her in the face. God only knows. But yeah, I didn't realize this guy's in the same place too. Unless he has just been like deep faked in here. I mean, he does look kind of Pixar-esque.
Are keeping the best interests of Sienna in mind, and how she was misled the entire time. Even though from what she's describing, it doesn't sound to me like he had any intentions of pursuing a relationship outside of the romantic TikToks.
It was interesting. Like my initial reaction when I saw his long video is how cut up it was. It was like a jump cut every 2 seconds. But Bree brings up a good point. Like, why? Like,
why would he be posting 17-minute YouTube videos, like bawling his eyes out on the internet, if there was no truth behind what he was saying?
Look, correct. Here's the thing. I'm going to jump in again. Here's the thing. We can't speculate as to why he did it, or what he thought of it. We can't speculate. But, you know, to Bree's point, they're nothing but statements. They're just statements.
After not knowing why Jack would cry in front of 20 million people in order to falsely slander Sienna's name, we reach the climax of the interview, where Sienna's forensic specialist breaks down the infamous video and analyzes it, basically writing everything off as too short to count as evidence in a court of law.
The National Center for Audio and Video Forensics was retained to perform an analysis on a cell phone video posted to social media. I was asked if the video could be used as credible evidence of the accusations against Ms. Gomez. In short, no. The posted video is not credible evidence of these accusations. The video is not original. The video has been heavily altered. The video
based on
provides
what?
No context to the events.
Wait, how did...
The video is not credible.
Well, I think we need to clarify in these first 2 statements. This would be huge if you can prove the video has been heavily altered. You're telling me someone actually did CGI this shit in here? You're gonna need to, like, clarify here. That would blow this whole thing wide open. The video doesn't exist. Yeah. Point 5. The video is not real. In fact, nothing's real. What is solipsism?
Of the accusations against Ms. Gomez.
I feel like that was a bad CSI video. I mean, my instinct is people are going to be like, that's a guilty video. It felt like a bad movie.
Actually very funny. They shred this video in front of the guy who made it. But I have to say, it's hard to deny the video is short and doesn't show the events leading up to and after what is taking place, an alleged assault. But this weird Fiverr looking edit isn't exactly helping her image. Going on to accuse someone out there, maybe even Jack, of botting her, in addition to really emphasizing how much hate she's been getting online since these allegations broke. With absolutely no care for Jack or the same horrible messages I have to assume he's been getting from her fans.
It's something, though, that we've actually become kind of used to and kind of shrug off. And of course there's botting going on. But I do want to make the point. It's illegal.
Are you insinuating that Jack did it? The botting?
Good question.
Yeah, we don't know who did it yet.
I have to say the one thing Sienna may actually be good at is digging her grave even deeper, because throughout this entire video she comes across as nothing but inauthentic and unnecessarily intimidating. It just isn't a good look. And even if we're going by the court of public opinion, one glance at the comment section would seem to indicate a loss on that front too.
He says, the last thing I would ever want to do is breach someone's boundaries, and for that I have become explicitly aware of the way I interact with others and will do better. I think she'll be more cautious going into the future because of this, but I still don't think she understands. Because someone talked to you about their boundaries and you continued to break them. So it's not like boundaries had to come to your attention. Like, you knew. You just didn't do anything about it.
Sienna's responses throughout this entire situation have not been helping her at all. In my mind, everything she's tried to do here has backfired. The fact of the matter is, there are two conflicting narratives. One is that Sienna has been falsely accused of assault by a man who manipulated and led her on by intentionally giving her mixed signals, only to maliciously launch an attack on her reputation in the end, or that Sienna is not the person she claims so adamantly to be online. That her issues with boundaries far surpass the smaller extent to which she's described so fleetingly in interviews. That she repeatedly chose to take advantage of Jack Wright when he was at his most vulnerable, keeping him at arm's length no matter where they went due to her bizarre, ignorant, and selfish infatuation with a boy who clearly didn't reciprocate feelings. I personally believe the latter. After everything Jack has said and personally testified against, it's hard for me to look at this video as anything other than the truth, even if saying that could get me crucified by Sienna's legal team. However,
I don't know, man. Her legal team doesn't seem that adept. This guy actually put together a fucking CSGO montage to prove why the video is bad without any evidence. He just said 4 points. It's not original. It's heavily altered. Like, with nothing else there. It's kind of worthless. You're probably fine.
By Sienna's legal team. However, the one truth that remains absolutely undisputed is that Sienna May has dug her own grave. Whether it be with weak video responses or a complete interpretive dance to the lyrics "I'm young and did nothing wrong," it doesn't matter how young and inexperienced Sienna was when she goes to such extreme lengths to keep Jack and her critics at bay, as to not damage the precious reputation she's built on a mountain of lies and sick dance moves.
God, their dance apology is so fucking good. I love it. I wish more people would do that. That was interesting. TikTok influencers, man. Yeah. That'll do it. The person who edited that dance was my hero. Oh, you talking about like the Banjo-Kazooie sound effects? Yeah, that was pretty cool. Do you think clout prolongs relationship? Oh, do you think clout prolonged their relationship? I mean, yeah, it was a business. They're both profiting off pretending to be together or whatever. So of course. Yeah, we watched the IRL Money Doubler video. It was so good. That story was so much deeper than I thought it was going to be. Bodybuilders before and after steroids. That sounds kind of interesting. Which is there like a specific video you want me to see? Probably this one. Or this one. Oh, there's so many. Which one? The first one? Bro, these intros with like dubstep music are so nostalgic.
But yeah, it's a good strength test for me, and that's why I did it today.
Probably Natty. That looks achievable. Okay, now this feels kind of weird now. I thought it was going to be like more goofy shit.
Anything compared to gold pushes for me. I always
This is just like watching Ram Wrench now.
And people always say mix scales up, you know, every time you do arm day or biceps.
I'll pass judgment. That was Natty. Case closed. How about Synthol? I think we've seen everything Synthol related though. I love the Synthol rabbit hole. Yeah, we've seen all of these. Thanks for the bits, Mac. What the fuck is synthol? It's a little oil you inject into your muscles to get bubble muscles. Like this. It's pretty cool. These people are so ignorant. What are you talking about, synthol users or me? That is what synthol is. You inject it into your muscles and it makes little bubble muscles, and it's really bad for you. Like Kirill over here, the Russian synthol kid, he's had his biceps explode twice because he just keeps injecting it with oil over and over again. Is that just for show? Yeah, it doesn't make you stronger. In fact, we watched a video on a synthol guy who had giant bubble muscles but couldn't do 5 push-ups. Explode? Yeah, literally explode. Here, I don't even know if I could show this on stream. There's a really cool video of a synthol guy who was draining his synthol, and he just poked a little hole in his trap, and then he just started or it was his shoulder. Poked a little hole in his shoulder and just started squirting the oil out. That is like actually anchor arms, basically. Thanks to Resub Tempest. I actually watched that today, Boxcar. You sent it on Twitter. I appreciate it. It was great. It's a bit strigmatic. Please watch one of the goofy pool and jungle building videos. I don't really like those because they're fake. The majority of those, like, we built the Taj Mahal out of dirt in the middle of nowhere, aren't real. They use actual modern machinery. You can usually see like the tracks. And they also never clean their shit up, so they make it for the video and then just leave it to sit there forever. So, it defeats the whole purpose. And the fact that they don't use it or clean up after themselves is infuriating. In fact, here, where's that video? It was on Reddit like a year or so ago. Thanks for 5 gift subs, Joseph. There's a guy who bought a giant pile of land, and on that land there was a place that a lot of YouTubers would go to do those things. And a lot of the trees were destroyed, the ground unusable now, all from the machinery that they'd bring in there to make those things, and it's just giant holes in the ground that makes it unusable. Does anyone remember what the name of that video was? He got the drone footage out and showed like there was like 10 of those fucking things on his property. Thanks, Resub Smith. Resub Inc. Yeah, primitive technology is the only good one. Indian builders exposed? I don't think that's the name of it. Oh, actually, this actually might be it. Or at least one of them. Thanks to Resub Pharaoh, Pork, Tug, and Ink, and Smith. Actually, this isn't the video I was thinking of, but same thing. These are Prime Enowaki. The one I was thinking of was a little bit different because there was a bunch of like tracks from where the machines would roll in. Because they don't actually build these things by hand using sticks and stones. That's just for the camera. Well, in fact, you can even see it here. Like there's little trails that they made with their machines. Yeah, it's from those primitive building videos. Again, they're not real. At least, not all of them. Primitive technology is real. And I'm sure there's probably a couple other outliers, but the vast majority are not. No, primitive technology is actually genuine. From everything I've read and seen from primitive technology, that is as real as that shit gets. Thanks to Prime Rabbit. Those pools are death traps for animals now. True. There was another video I watched very similar to this. And I think that was mentioned in the comments. Actually, I mean, I guess it could have been this. It's been a while since I've seen it, but maybe it was this video. I remembered more giant holes. Thanks to resub Oba. The one thing this is missing, though, is the giant tracks from where they tear down the trees. Thanks, resub Mad Fishy. Fucking rough. Oh, actually, no, it might have been this video. Yeah, they just pointed out the cement bags and shit. Maybe it was. I remembered more like tire tracks, though. These are some Moby Huge and Crimson. Jesus Christ. But yeah, all those are fake. Not real. Have to disagree with your stance on this respectfully. What's my stance other than it's not real, which it's not. There's evidence there. There's bags of cement, as well as lying about where they were getting that water. This one didn't have the tire tracks that I remembered, but it is there. There's a tier 1 Stimpy and the resub next. Maybe the follow-up.
The next day.
It seems like it's still just going to be like a recap of where everything's at over the course of months, because this guy now owns the land, I'm guessing. Yeah, so it's just revisiting the same ones, and how much of a disaster. Yes, this video is just 6 months later, I think. But it's the same thing, same structures.
Completely different.
Thanks, resub Coolest Beans. And the Prime Junior. Day 5,000 of commenting, let me solo her Elden Ring. I already know about it. It's cool, but it's the video is not that interesting, man. It's just a guy who helps you kill Melania. Like, it's cool, but it's not like that interesting. I've already seen it. Thanks to resub EJ on Twitter. So it just ends up being a shit ton of waste? Yeah. It's a bit strigmatic. Pickled chicken on a bun? Okay. Ah, the drunk cook again, eh?
Okay, what is,
Thanks for some Hector.
hang on, what's on? We're ready to go, yeah? Okay, what are we doing? Oh, hang on a second.
Pickled chicken, baby, let's go!
Thought? Okay, I'm gonna reshoot this damn thing.
Bro, do you know you can
This
pickle
is
fucking anything, really?
What is this? This is a, confusion going on, mass confusion. Chicken breast. Don't have any cling wrap, so to pound that down a bit. This is a request from, I don't know who it was, I don't know who asked for it, but somebody asked me to do this one, and I'm going to do it as close as I can, but I'm not going to do it the exact same way.
I'm sure that Walmart bag is
because
clean.
I don't follow recipes.
Yeah, really beat the devil out of it. Let's go.
Okay, pound it down. Now what? You take her, drop her back in a bag, the Ziploc bag.
What was the point in pounding the chicken out then? You could have just pounded it in that bag.
Okay. There's the secret ingredient. This is when I'm going to get into you. Perfect. Pickle juice. Only we're going to step it up a notch. Jalapeno juice.
Whoa!
Alright, not so much it's going to overpower the pickle. I want the pickle to shine through. So that's in there. And I was going to put a bit of lemon juice in, but I'm not going to. Fuck it. So.
Pause?
No, we'll let that sit in the fridge for 1 hour. And
Is that enough time for it to pickle?
the 1 hour's up.
Thanks, Brian Rose and the resub Bambarucci.
We'll be back. Yeah.
Thanks, the resub Zeno Cool. Yeah!
We on? Yeah. Okay, we soak the chicken breast in pickle juice and jalapeno
Thanks,
juice.
resub Washdog.
Now we need to set up our dredging station.
Black. Good.
Alright. I need panko breadcrumbs. I've got them somewhere right
I bet this is going to turn out amazing.
Panko, pink, gay panko.
Doesn't pickle the chicken, it's just a brine. Then I've been lied to.
We got panko. Okay, now according to the recipe, it says put this, that, and the next. I'm going to do a few of the ones as far as the recipe goes, but I'm going to change it up a bit. That's flour in there. This is paprika. 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 Paprika!
Yeah, it is.
Right here, flour, paprika.
Chick-fil-A brines their chicken with pickle juice, do they? Nice.
Look at that bowl here. A little cayenne, onion powder. Whoa, lots. And it calls for basil.
There's resub Heck.
I call it basil, you call it basil. Take your spices and pinch them and bust them. I'm just going to hint with that, just a hint. Good enough. Okay, spice, and black pepper. Black pepper everywhere.
This guy just cross-contaminated his entire kitchen.
Throw some in your crumbs.
It's called flavor.
I love black pepper.
Wow.
Garlic powder. Garlic powder, great. We got a bun toasted. Perfect, we're gonna need that. Okay, let's make this up a bit.
Hey, thanks, Dad. Looking good.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, floury breadcrumbs. Alright. Take this breast out. I'm gonna dry it off a bit.
Black here.
Shit.
God, this is just so American. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Now let's get some like motor oil
Better now. It's better now.
as like a marinade.
Good. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Abreast of the best. Now, where's the flour? Right here. Flour, egg,
Where's the
breadcrumb,
prime sea bash?
February, month of February. I think we talked about this before. The flour, spiced flour. Oh, this is gonna be beautiful. Pickle fucking chicken breast sandwich. How do you beat that shit, man? Okay, over to the egg.
This guy's not Canadian. This guy's very clearly a God-fearing, red-blooded American
Salt that filter
patriot.
egg. Drain it. And right in the panko. Tap that in there nice. Flip it. Ready to flip it? Edge it out. Perfect.
Thanks, you said Bromini and Tree Boy.
Panko's up in the house. Mine nugget. Alright. The fuck is that? Open? Whatever.
I actually bet this turned out real yummy.
319 degrees. That's exactly 319 degrees. I checked it. If you don't believe me, we'll bring out the meat thermometer.
Thanks to Prime Blue Bugs in Chara.
Right there. Gotta go up to 319 degrees.
Nice.
Just kidding, man. Yeah, it's about 325. Okay.
Maybe you should
That's
silent.
cooking for a second. What else goes on there?
Resub
I don't
madness.
know, 'cause we're cooking.
Man, I am mesmerized by this guy's
Yeah.
cooking. The way he commands this kitchen is nothing shy of genius. What a leader. Served with a side of cigarettes? Well, yeah, I hope so.
Let that cook for a second. We'll be right back, man. Done? Yeah? Hey. Crack a bizzer in the hizzy.
What words did he just use there? Crack a bizzard in the hizzy?
Thing, man. Look at that. The color on that motherfucker.
Yeah, maybe he is Canadian. I don't know. Do you guys say
We're
that?
also using the knife supplied by, come over here, light behind me, but the Chicago Cutlery 2000 exit. He's a man. Yeah. Setting that up. Set that up right.
Use of gluten. I will eventually a bungie, yeah.
Going. The breast plies. Hang on. We're gonna do something. Oh yeah, a little lemon. I forgot about.
Yum. I mean, that looks fine, really, honestly.
Oh, can I have some of that, man? Can I have this?
Well, all things considered, that could have been a lot worse. Hey, congratulations. That's a big bizzer in the hizzy, I suppose. Looks a little pink. Yeah, medium rare. Nothing wrong with that. Builds character. Thanks, resub Psycho in Tyramnia. Resub Fake Out and K-Bill. It's the Big Mac guy. Ah, hey, the Big Mac guy's back. We've already seen this one. But it's always good to see him still alive. There's a Prime Rubus. What kind of world records we got? Meet the man with the most body modifications. Hey, it's great to meet you.
Doesn't it hurt?
Sounds like it hurts.
That's the question that people ask in every language.
My name is Rolf. I'm from Germany. And I'm 62 years old.
It seems like his lip is having a really hard time supporting all of this weight. This definitely seems like it would be painful. Like to exist. It's so much weight here.
Most pierced man in the world, and I'm the man with the most body modification. I think the famous modification of me are my horns. They are very big. Then I have a lot of implants. You can see it here on the arms. Here you can see it much better.
Nice.
1 and 2 balls.
What do they mean? Why just like random balls?
And that's flexible implants. In my finger I have magnets.
Oh wait, that's fucking awesome. What?
No inspiration behind it, only to do it.
I just thought it'd be cool.
You can do it. You see, it's no problem to have it. Yes, sometimes if you come on the wrong part on an iPad, it switch off. Because they also use magnets for switching on and off. I've studied computer science and I'm working for the biggest telephone company in Germany.
Wow, that's awesome.
Modification was a tattoo on my leg.
The one on his nose looks slightly infected.
Not to see. So it's here. The only style is it's all black and gray. I started black and gray and one day I said I will finish it in black and gray. Tattoos should look friendly. So if someone sees it, he will say it looks good, and I think that's the style.
Thanks, resub Tim, Scooter, and Shadow, and Peters.
Not like a normal tattoo.
Dyer.
Tattooed eyes, it's only they put the ink in the eye.
Sometimes I see.
You going to bed?
With my eyes.
I'll come say goodnight. 1 sec.
People who had tattooed eyes, and so I did it one day. If I want something, I did it, and one day I saw I'm the world record holder. It was great to get the record because it's something special, and I'm very proud of it. Since I have the record, the people look a little bit different to my body modification.
It is pretty cool.
They see me in the book, and so I'm famous, and the people find it much better than before. I did it not for the record.
I feel like there's so many things that he won't be able to do now, though.
The modification for me,
like active. Like basketball could be a disaster. Because he has so many like balls on his arms and shit. Easily pop one of those. He has a cool job, though. He does have a cool job. Oldest person in the world. Hey, I actually read this story today. She got this title by default because the last oldest person just died. But nice. 111's pretty good. That's how that works. Yeah, but it doesn't see... She should have out-olded the guy while he was still alive. She should have sped up her aging process. Like, I'm not impressed. Right? Like, she just got his hand-me-downs. Can the Great Barrier Reef be saved? No, Australia treats that shit like a cum dumpster. That is doomed. I already know the answer. I don't need to click it. Largest elephant toothpaste reaction. I can inflate my tongue. What?
My name is Dante Barnes.
Holy
I hold
shit.
the Guinness World Record title for the largest tongue circumference, measuring at 12.19 centimeters or 4.8 inches. I discovered I could do this with my tongue about a year and a half ago when I was 20. I was just watching a video and I saw someone else doing it, so something similar, and I thought I could try it. I made a video about it myself.
What? How?
Made other videos about it, saying it's a crazy
Thanks for some
feat,
chimp.
and I just kept doing it ever since.
Hey, I got a question.
Yeah, what you got?
So I got a Guinness World Record title.
Okay.
Can you guess what it is?
World's smallest toe. What?
Oh my, what in tarnation?
Pretty weird, man.
My parents' first reaction was very shocked, and they told me not to do it again.
Can you tell me how you
I
do it? How
have
does
a
that work?
girlfriend, and she hates when I do it. She thinks it's disgusting.
Fuck yeah. Golly.
Oh, heck no.
Social media has reacted crazy to my tongue. I've posted a few videos and each one has gotten millions upon millions of views. One is all the way up to 63 million, multiple under over 20 million.
Holy shit.
You can find these videos over on my page on TikTok.
What the fuck? How does that work?
It just feels like my tongue. It just feels like I'm able to flex it like any other muscle, like moving your fingers or lifting up a weight. I mean, it only hurts after a certain amount of time, just like any other muscle would. Just lifting weights, you'd get tired after a little bit. Doing that for a while, I get tired, and I'm not.
He can suffocate someone by making out? True.
Ouch.
I have not had an
I don't understand.
person tell me what it is that I can do or what it's called, but I have had people make videos about my tongue, and they say it's called macroglossia, which I don't really think it is.
I don't really get it. How can you possibly like blow up your
As
tongue?
a gift.
It's like a frog
I don't
thing.
see any kind of problems with it. I just kind of have fun with it, have fun with people, entertain people, and I can just.
He can
make it
turn
up
into a
whenever
butt plug.
I want to do normal things. So it's definitely not a curse.
I guess. You sound jealous? Oh, I'd like to be able to try it. I don't know how he does it.
It feels so weird. I never thought I would ever have a Guinness World Record title at all, and let alone for it
Yeah, I don't really get it.
about my tongue. So I just think it's really weird.
Just a muscle, so he flexes like you would your arm. It's like flexing your tongue, huh? I'm gonna give it a try. Nope. I can't do it. You almost had it. Did I? Was it growing? Yeah, imagine I do it and can't get it back. Thanks, Resub Unicorn. Thanks, Resub King Nate. Is that not normal? Can you do it? You can fucking flex your tongue out like that? I wonder how many people are trying now. Probably a lot of people. I mean, it's easy to try. I feel like you'll know within a couple of seconds whether or not you can do it. I can too, but not that big. Yeah, I don't believe any of you guys. I actually just genuinely don't believe any of that shit. Alright, I'm gonna go say goodnight to Tiana real quick. I'll be right back. Thanks, Resub Blips in Tier 1 Radcliffe. In the Prime sideline. What else we got? Most chicken nuggets, longest time to hold the Marinelli bin position. What the fuck is that? I'm assuming it's the, oh my god. Nice, good work. Holy shit. Oh my god, it's like out of Dark Souls. Holy shit. Thanks, Risa, Vinny, and Lucas. I will never understand how anyone can contort like that. Her ass is on her head. She is resting her ass cheeks on her own skull. Blows my mind. Thanks, Resub Ek. Could literally shit on her own head. True, yeah, I guess. I think it would take a lot of work to do that, but yeah, she would be able to squeak out a little bit. Oh my god. It's already been 1:30. Pull your head out of your ass. Cute. Very cute. There's your tier 1 Gooba. I don't know. I don't know how you even practice for this. Like, how do you even find that you can do this without killing yourself before? This can't be healthy. I can't imagine it is, right? You wonder if this has any effect on someone's organs? Well, I don't think so. Organs will always, like, go back to their place. Yeah, the neck strength is crazy. if she fell from that position, would she just die? I don't even know how she'd fall. Like, it's not, like, I actually don't even see how she could possibly fall. Like, where would she go? Forward, maybe? Wow. What was the previous record? 3 seconds? Jesus Christ. Oh, that was kind of wild. Now let's see this lady eat some chicken nuggets, which is almost as impressive.
Hi, my name is Leah Shutkever.
We've seen her eat, what, mayonnaise? Oh yeah, bananas, burritos.
Chicken nuggets eaten in 1 minute. The current record is 315 grams, so the aim of the game is to beat that.
Stage and viable.
Here I have a box of 20 McNuggets. 1, 2, 19, 20. This equates to 1010 minus 640 of the bowl is 370 grams total. Now, if we manage to eat all of the nuggets, we are successful. However, if there are nuggets left in the bowl, there may be cause for concern. So stick around for that one, guys. Let's get on with the eating. Right, let's get this off without destroying the scale. Okay, could you count me in and just...
You can do it. I believe in the dream. Oh, excellent start. Oh, already resorting to water. Oh, the technique is flawless. Okay, very good. This is where it starts to get tricky. The McNuggets are starting to dry out her mouth a little bit. Gonna need a Filet-O-Fish in here ASAP. Thanks to resub long. Oh, it's coming down to the wire. With 2 seconds to spare.
So, we have 1 nugget left.
Oh, you blew it.
And I'll be honest, I'm really disappointed about it. But we're going to weigh the bowl now and see if we are successful.
You fucking blew it.
I don't know how to feel.
Is this a joke to you? This is the Guinness World Records. You come on here and you fuck up like this?
We've got the weight zeroed now.
Unbelievable.
Put the single nugget in the bowl. And we have 658. It's so tense.
Isn't it kind of easy? She ate 365 grams worth, right? Bowl weighs 60 grams, which means that nugget was 5 grams.
52. Guys, that means...
Oh, I guess not. What? How, wait, didn't you say she had 370 grams earlier?
The Guinness World Record title for the most chicken nuggets eaten in 1 minute. And
oh, that was without the bowl's weight.
We managed to eat 352 grams of chicken nuggets.
Wait, no, it couldn't have been without the bowl's weight.
That beats the previous record of 315 grams. Thank you all so much for watching. This was the official Guinness World Record attempt for the most chicken nuggets eaten in a minute. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you guys on the next amazing Guinness World Record title video.
She didn't zero the scale. Oh, maybe you're right. I don't know. Either way, good work. Let's go. Thanks for resub Tyrone and Tier 1 Boogieist. Destroying the world's most expensive French fries. What? Oh, is it one of these god-awful places that just puts edible gold on everything?
Here. Today I'm in New York
Hey!
City at the world-famous Serendipity 3. I have my own special table reserved.
as I plan on consuming the world's most expensive French fries. Join me. Excuse me?
Shit's so goddamn lazy. I hate when they just put gold on food and charge a lot. It's so stupid.
Some of the other items include the most expensive milkshake, the Lux milkshake. The world's most expensive dessert is the frozen oat chocolate. World's most expensive sandwich, which is the quintessential grilled cheese sandwich.
Oh,
Love creating
so gross.
records. It's fun, exciting, and people love it. Well, we created the most expensive French fries for National French Fry Day. What better way to celebrate this iconic American staple item than to create an elevated version?
Doing all right,
Now
Nuclear.
we're here
Hope you're
with
doing well.
co-creator and executive chef, Chef Freddy, who's going to walk us through the process of making the world's most expensive fries.
If you want to hand me the Dom Perignon?
Absolutely.
All right. Here we're using our vintage 2006 Dom Perignon. We have nothing but the best over here.
This one is
Dom Perignon
2006
about
vintage.
All right, let's
You got me
pour it
fucked
in.
up.
So this process is a 3-part cooking process for our French fries. For our water, you utilize our Dom Perignon, and for our acid, we're going to use our French champagne vinegar.
Wow. Now is champagne vinegar similar to champagne, or it's totally different?
Very, very similar. You know, they're using the grapes.
So you're going for the whole bottle or just a little bit?
We're going for the whole bottle here.
Nice.
Here, we're going to bring that to a boil,
Sure.
and we'll add our French fries.
Sure. I have a plate of potatoes here.
Well, these are a form of Yukon potatoes,
Okay.
specifically known
No.
as a chipperbeck potato, which are basically bred to have a specific amount of starch content, which is in the end is going to give us a beautiful crispy fry. Now they're Dom
Yukon
Perignons
kind
are
of
French
slap. Oh no, he's doing the
We're
big
gonna
thick
add
ones,
our
the steak
potatoes that
fries.
we've cut and placed inside. We're going to cook it for about 2-3 minutes.
That's the laziest way.
Bring it out, and then we're going to cool it down very quickly.
Sure.
All right.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
Reopened after the pandemic. You know, it was
Show a little more
now
passion.
to say to everyone, hey guys, we're here, and we're here, we're large, we're in charge, we're back. These potatoes are ready to go. We're gonna pull them out and cool them down. We're gonna put it into our refrigerator. What we want to do is cool down entirely and develop a pellicle. So basically what a pellicle is...
There's nothing wrong with steak fries, but they're the laziest way of doing fries. These are literal homemade fries, basically. Like as a kid growing up, when you're like, hey mom, let's make some fries together, and she gets the potato and you start like fucking slicing it all lazily and throwing it in the fry, like that's what these are. Like there's no passion there. These are sad little rinky-dink potato fries.
To help the whole cooking process was to give us that crispy exterior and fluffy interior. Cool it down.
Okay.
And we're gonna come back to that.
They're all easy.
Well, let's backtrack and talk
Say
about
that to some nice curly cut fries. Beer battered curly.
with a roux.
Okay.
What a roux is a mother sauce. It's basically a combination of butter and flour.
Tastes just as good. I disagree. I don't think the big steak cut fries taste as
We're
good.
gonna melt our butter first.
Okay. I've once consumed 8 sticks of
They're
salted
fine.
butter
There's nothing
in 3
wrong with
minutes
them.
and 16 seconds.
But I think the shape matters a
Where,
lot, like
immediately it
noodles.
felt like my arteries were clogging. If I drank this entire goblet of Mornay's, is it similar, do you think?
You might come very close to it. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have that amount of butter to it.
Okay.
Then at that point, the next step, we will add our heavy cream. That turns into a bechamel.
I didn't think you were actually going to use the whole
Oh, we're gonna do
can.
the whole thing. We're getting in there deep. And then at that point, we'll add our cheese to it. That turns it into a Mornay sauce. All right, so this is that beautiful French raclette. Here, take a sample. Take a little bite. There's truffles inside. They really just adds it to the punch, you know? Woo. And we're just gonna add it all in here. And we're just
This is
gonna
all for French fries?
Slowly stir it.
How many times a
God
year
damn.
would you say you have to make these fries for your customers?
So we're on like about an 8 or 9 week waiting list right now. We blanched in our champagne vinegar and Dom Perignon.
Right.
We've already managed to do our first fry at 325 degrees.
Okay.
After that first fry, we're then gonna freeze it. It's part of the whole molecular structure that we're trying to contain here. So now we're gonna fry it.
Man, you better get a nice crispy coating on this or I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Most expensive French fries in the world and you don't even have a crispy outside coating. For $25,000, I'm very unimpressed right now.
Fry at 375 degrees, and we're gonna put it inside into our goose fat.
Okay.
Right in here.
So the goose fat is hard to come by.
Goose fat is hard to come by, and if you're doing this at home, duck fat works really great too.
Okay.
Okay, and we're gonna take it in for about 3 minutes.
Nice. So it seems like everything is like
These are probably
2 or 3
awesome.
minutes.
2, 3, yeah, it's quick. It's the time in between that takes a long time.
Okay.
It's the cooling down. We've got about 3 minutes here.
Okay.
Nice, beautiful color to it here.
Okay.
Again, we talked about
Let me
truffle,
analyze those.
Truffle, right?
We did.
All right, let's add some more truffle to this now. Okay. Give our truffle oil.
Sure.
These
All
are
right,
more
a little
akin to
salt.
wedges.
We don't want to over season it because we still have all that flavor coming with that Mornay sauce.
Man, I can't tell. Is there a crispy coating on that, my man? Can I see it?
Nice and hot.
So you're not skimping on the fries.
No, we're not. We're not.
Okay, there we go. We got a little something cooking up there. Okay. That's a little better.
We want to go nice and big here.
Wow.
All right, fries are on the plate. Cheese sauce. Mornay.
Hit me with
We're
it.
gonna throw it in here.
You can already see the gooiness of the cheese.
Just gooiness, stretchy, unctuous.
Where are the
You're putting it on.
emeralds?
It's also expensive, right?
It is. It's we partnered with Baccarat. Went to shave our pecorino.
Okay.
This is our truffle pecorino.
Yep. And it literally has like a nutty, grassy, earthy flavor.
Black winter truffles. Truffle oil.
Jesus Christ.
And to finish off, we have our 14 karat gold, which will be finishing our fries
Ugh.
with.
Such the most useless ingredient ever.
All right, Kevin. Here we have
Actual
world's
dog shit.
most expensive French fries. You ready to dig in?
I'm excited.
All
yes,
right.
chef. Wow.
We have our fries ready to go.
Okay. You know what? Let's get a nice fry, a nice truffle.
There you go. That's the bite right there.
Oh.
It tastes like shit.
Wow.
Don't lie.
What do we think?
It's more truffle than fry.
Immediately, it's like truffle upon truffle upon truffle, like we were describing.
Great.
No, I want to dive into this.
I'm just gonna say it. Truffles are extremely overrated. I don't know if we have any like fucking truffle enthusiasts, but that shit is so unbelievably overrated. It is a goddamn marketing ploy. A big push from truffle industry. It adds nothing. Nothing. They just upcharged me for some goddamn truffles that they pulled out of a dumpster.
Mayonnaise sauce. There's the earthy notes, like the grass, the hay.
There's a bitch Willis.
I never thought I would say I tasted hay, but
And cheese, right? Can you
amazing.
believe it?
So, what I plan on doing right here, right now, to chug this Mornay's and eat this entire plate as fast as
I
possible.
love it. Let's see it.
All right, here we go.
Why speedrun a $25,000 French fry dish? What? That's got. Well, whatever. He didn't pay for it.
Whoa.
Do you feel your arteries clogging up already?
I do. It's very rich. It's very truffly.
Yeah, there's a lot of truffle there, huh? Like 30,000 layers of truffles.
How much truffle is too much truffle?
Is there such thing? Yeah, I gotta hand you. This is impressive. This is impressive.
Oh,
I see you got the truffle shakes.
Yeah, I do. Oh man. Oh, boy.
There's also no crunch to these fries at all.
Pure gold
Which
right
confirms my fear here
I think
that
it's
there is
amazing that
no
I'm eating
crispy
gold.
coating.
Uh-huh. It's getting a little tough. Oh. Okay. Oh. Two more bites. I got this.
You got it. You're almost there.
These resub expired. He didn't even eat any of the bechamel sauce. Did he? Didn't even touch it.
Getting in the cheese.
I'm going to take one sip of this because, quite honestly.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Not bad, chef.
Wow.
Not bad.
I'm blown away.
Okay.
Very awesome. Yeah, let's get a round of applause, guys. Great
It doesn't look like he
work.
liked
Thank
it
you
very much.
My pleasure. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Amazing. I can feel it in my arteries for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, these really are the most expensive fries and the best.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much,
Awesome.
Chef.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta hand
Appreciate
to
it
you.
so much. Thank you.
That's my pleasure.
Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. I'll just go bite into a truffle myself, I guess. What else we got? Epic Welsh World Records. Thanks to the Prime Kids and the resub Batman and Prime Garfle. Talked up the sauce and didn't have any. Yeah, it didn't even touch the sauce. I don't know why he'd speedrun that. I mean, that is LA Beast's thing, but still. Whee! Let's go! Like, there's no doubt this is extremely impressive, but my god is it boring. I trained for a year and a half just to stand in ice. Thanks for 5 gift subs, C-Murph. Thank you for that, man. Thank you, Bits Heart. Yeah, like I said, it's no doubt impressive, but Jesus Christ, it's boring. I have over 1,300 Studio Ghibli items.
The incredible beauty of this cinematic universe. The landscape are always
I bet this actually looks really
magnificent,
nice.
The decor is full of details. The soundtracks are breathtaking. The character are charismatic and endearing. Hayao Miyazaki has extraordinary imagination, and this makes his movies so unique.
Bonjour, bienvenue dans ma Ghibli Room. Alors aujourd'hui, je vais vous présenter donc toute ma collection qui est rentrée dans le Guinness World Records pour la plus grande collection Studio Ghibli au monde. Au niveau de mes objets, il y en a vraiment.
Okay, the subtitles are overlapping. Jesus Christ.
Vraiment que j'ai dans mon cœur depuis le tout début de ma collection. Alors, on va commencer aussi avec c'est du moins cette grande statue de Gigi. So this is the most sentimental object of my collection because when my little kitten
Thanks,
died,
Resub Rage.
my friend buy this statue of Gigi on the movie Kiki's Delivery Service. Quand je rentre dans ma pièce, en fait, j'ai toujours voilà, mon œil qui se porte dessus et je pense toujours à mon petit bébé disparu. So for the first time, I saw the movie Mononoke, Princess Mononoke. When I was 6 years old, I fell in love with its magnificent landscape, its beautiful
I mean, it is pretty
soundtrack,
cool.
and its strong female characters. When I discovered my neighbor Totoro, I watched it almost every day for years.
Thanks, Resub Harry.
Récemment, j'ai également reçu un objet là, qui vient de sortir en fait, pareil pour les 20 ans du film du voyage de Chihiro. I love so much this product because when you
This is one of those collections where it actually just doesn't look like shit.
I love so much.
Like a million items here and they don't look
When I
bad.
go to eBay, when I go to
Good for her.
French website or everything, I see the diversity of items and I say, wow, I want to start a big collection. Yes, I see the diversity and I want all of them. So. Parmi mes objets préférés, il y a également ces deux boîtes à musique-ci. Donc en fait, ce sont des boîtes à musique Orgel Collection. Les Orgel, ce sont des très anciennes boîtes à musique. Ce sont des petites boîtes à musique comme ça.
So is it mainly all figurines? I imagine she'd want to have like posters and stuff too, right?
Le Graal quand je suis tombée dessus.
I think posters
Et en
are always
plus,
like the
j'ai une
coolest
chance
piece.
Parce qu'elle fonctionne.
The rare ones.
I really recognize myself in Kiki, the little witch from Kiki's Delivery Service.
She has black clothes, black hair and black hat just like me, so yes, I think it's for this when I'm identified to this little character. Parmi mes autres objets favoris, on a ce CD qui a été dédicacé par Cécile Corbel en personne. Donc Cécile Corbel, à savoir que c'est la musicienne
Yeah, this one's just cool.
qui a fait les musiques pour le film.
Not like the other collections where it's just a bunch of garbage thrown all over the place.
Talentueuse française signée par
What else we got?
un japonais. Une big en chaque petit the year et deux fleurs. C'est mes préférés.
She has to have close to like every figurine ever made. What happened to Sky Does Minecraft? We watched the whole video on that. It's really fucking sad. Most consecutive muscle ups. Jesus Christ, that's gotta be brutal. Front flipping water removal.
Tora is up first. Ooh, it's a good start. A good withdrawal of water there, and then it's back to the start to go again. Lasser up next, and oh no!
Ooh, you fucking blew it, kid.
Lasser spilled Wasser, and so the attempt is void.
What a cool sport.
German gymnasts want another go. One more shot. Can
Thanks
they
for the bits,
spin things
Kopi.
around? 3, 2, 1, go! Come on, guys, you can do it. Great
I
stuff.
feel like I'm watching a Finger Family video with this narrator.
A bit too fast there. He just couldn't get the angle.
Yes, definitely there.
This guy's the only one that's doing work.
Oh, they'll need to get a lot closer than that.
Yes! 1 minute. Excellent, 1 minute to go.
Remember, the guys only need to remove 50 milliliters of water. That's a swig's worth from a...
God, the guy in the white shirt is the only one that's successfully doing this.
30 seconds left. 30 seconds, come on!
The other two have done nothing! Bro, kick him off the team.
15 seconds.
That's more
There we go.
Well done, Luai. Oh, come on. Oh, so close.
5.
Man, that guy sucks.
3, 2.
It's the last 1. Oh, excellent work, guys. Well, they didn't spill any this time, so official adjudicator Liz is happy. But it's a nervous wait while she measures.
That was awesome. Cool record. Thanks to the resub. Revilo in Kings. The largest human hairball? Sure.
I got more spiritual as I've aged, and
Wow.
kind of wanted to leave some kind of legacy when I'm gone.
Why this,
and then
though?
It hit me. You know, I'm gonna build a giant hairball.
Why have this be your legacy? Why not anything else?
But it actually has changed my life.
What?
This is Blocker Studio in Cambridge, Ohio, owned and run by hairstylist Steve Warden. Inspired by his son, he set about creating a giant.
And he's like, Dad, I think you should take all the hair
Thanks for some
and
Baileys.
build a giant hairball and get in the book. Because look, they've got rubber band balls and they've got yarn balls. So I
Yeah, those
took,
are cool,
the
though.
corner of my salon and I built a hole into the side of the wall and into the basement, made a chute, started saving the hair, started building it in the basement.
Its name, Haas.
I'm like, his human DNA, we named him Haas.
First time he asked me to have a picture with it, I said, no, I don't think so.
Here's your some
It
steel.
wasn't long before the hairball had attracted the attention of Ripley's Believe It or Not and the national press.
Does that still exist?
I felt like
Ripley's
if
Believe It
I
or
die
Not?
Now, I have left something that my great-grandkids are going to be able to pull up. From there, it was possibly going to go into a museum. I thought it was pretty much going to end there.
But an invite to Comic-Con Orlando saw the hairball.
I think that argument's super outdated in the modern age. Like, now my great-great-grandkids can pull something up and see that I existed. Like, leaving your mark on society, it's easier now than ever. You can just post a video. Even if it's not a popular video, it'll just exist. Or you can just save a video onto a computer. Like, it's just, like, always there. Like, you don't need to make a giant fucking hairball for a Ripley's Believe It or Not book or the Guinness World Records, which very well may not be around when your great-great-grandkids are curious about, like, the barber of their family from back in the day. You could never leave a permanent mark? Hey, disagree. Tell that to the shit stain in our closet from Tetra shitting in there so much. Hey, thanks for the 15 gift subs. Oslo? I know I fucked your name up, but thank you for the fat drop, man. I appreciate the generosity. Thanks for your sub, Pack and Big Bin. Thank you, OS.
Snowball.
And put a little note up, donate a piece of your hair and be a part of the Ripley's display forever.
No big deal.
And it just became a thing. It just kind of blew up. People like the interaction.
I know. Ooh, I like it. I like it.
when people donate to it, they just feel empowered. They feel like they're a part of something else, and they're using it in these events.
An abomination.
It's still growing, and I think that's one of the most fascinating and cool things about it.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it.
It's ever changing. It isn't just something you just.
If he's happy,
there
I'm
it is,
happy.
Take a look at it. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger everywhere it goes.
The world record of £167 held by Henry Coffer, a barber from Charleston, Missouri,
Jesus.
was suddenly in sight. People even started mailing their hair clippings to Stephen to help Haas get over.
Oh, you know there's pubic hair in
Like all
there.
family members here, they're all saying good luck, and the good luck basically means that they're hoping that we actually will reach the Guinness World Record book. All right, Michelle's giving us some colorful hair. We got some black cherry and black mixed together. It says here, please find and close a
Thanks
sample
to
of
the
hair
5
from
gift subs,
the
Otaku. Thank you.
2036 U.S. presidential candidate Sam Waltmeyer. Retain this card for your records. All right, Sam, thank you, man. We got you on there. And these are the last actually pieces of hair before it goes on to the scales for the Guinness World Book record. I want to thank all my clients, and I also want to thank all my lake friends and anybody else that supported me throughout this entire endeavor. Here we go.
Man, it's always wild to me how much people care about the world records.
226 pounds. In any case,
Because you have to pay to be in
we're
there.
looking at a new Guinness World Records title.
All
for the
right.
largest ball of human hair.
The brand new Guinness World Records title holder Hoss is now a gigantic 4 foot tall and 14 feet in circumference, and it contains hair from over 3,000 people.
Holy shit.
And I did it because of the love for my children and my future grandchildren. And just to show that, you know, anybody has a crazy idea, don't worry about what people are thinking about it. Just do it.
Hey, fine by me, man. It seems like a lot of meaning to give to a giant ball of hair, but who am I to say? Venom trick shot breaks more world records, huh?
On your mark, get set, go.
Nice. I've seen enough there. Fuck yeah. Most walnuts crushed by elbow. Well, we've already seen shit like that with the guy who headbutts walnuts. Life with the longest nose. I imagine it's just like life with a normal nose except longer. Alright, I think we're all caught up. Thanks for the 5 gift. Oh, I already said that. Thanks for the gift sub, Stone. TV shows canceled after 1 episode. Wow, wait, how many people? What? 34 minutes? How many fucking shows were canceled after 1 episode?
I went through every TV show that got canceled after just 1 episode and put them all into an iceberg chart with the most commonly known ones at the top, and the farther down we go on the iceberg, the more obscure and strange things get. Let's dive in. Tier 1. The Debbie King Show premiered on the short-lived channel ITV Play, which was
Never
a
heard of it.
24-hour network that aired interactive game shows where the audience could call in and participate. A neat idea that was overshadowed by pretty slimy tactics. Viewers were charged at least 75 pence per call to participate, and they were charged even if their call was not put through to the studio. At peak times, they only had a 1 in 8,500 shot of their call getting through to play. Then, the channel was found guilty of breaching broadcasting code for making answers to its questions too obscure. Viewers complained when the question, what items might be found in a woman's handbag, had the answers balaclava and raw plugs. Raw plugs? The shows on
Wait,
this
what the
network were
fuck?
really in no rush either. It took
That's
3
so-
minutes
that's
for us to get the
genius.
fill-in-the-blank answer to this. The Debbie King Show aired on March 5th, 2007, which coincidentally was the same day that ITV announced the channel would be suspended while they were being audited. 1 week later, ITV Play permanently shut down, and that was the end of that.
Oh, man.
Barstool Van Talk was a collaboration between Barstool Sports and ESPN. The hosts of Barstool Van Talk have a
Dave
podcast
Portnoy.
called Pardon My Take, and the connection between the podcast and ESPN is interesting, maybe even a little awkward.
When we started that podcast, the first thing that happened was we got a cease and desist from this very network.
The first episode had a real outsider vibe to it, like, what if those guys you know from college snuck into ESPN headquarters? Scott Van Pelt comes on
God,
as
this
a
looks
guest,
awful.
and it
Holy
looks
shit.
like he's been taken hostage, but I guess that's part of the charm. ESPN2 canceled Barstool Van Talk after 1 episode aired following protests from ESPN employees over the perceived misogynistic nature of Barstool's content. Van Talk's host Big Cat said after the cancellation, "We're very disappointed. There's no sugarcoating it. It fucking sucks. But look on the bright side. Maybe they got to keep the van." Viva
It was a
Rock
pretty
was
awesome looking
produced by
van, I
and starred
guess.
Hugh Jackman. It was a CBS musical based on the BBC series Blackpool. It's weird. I don't know what else to say.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Being that it's a musical, characters would spontaneously break into song, which is fine, but they also play
They must have
original
filmed
song,
more than one
vocals
episode,
and
though.
everything right
So
on
why
top of
cancel it?
So it ends up feeling like we're watching a rough draft that they weren't supposed to air.
God, I got a
Doesn't
hair in
help
my
that
mouth.
the characters singing and the original vocals are never perfectly synced up. I'm watching and waiting for it to happen like a sneeze that never comes. But believe it or not, the musical numbers weren't the big flop here. Majority of the negative reviews criticized the plot, the dialogue, and the acting, so basically everything about this was bad. CBS canceled the series a few days after airing 2 episodes, which was still longer than Australia's 9 network gave it, who canceled the show after just 1 episode. Hugh Jackman's career would never pan out. The Hasselhoffs
Yeah,
was
rough.
an A&E reality series
Oh,
following David
wait, I know this
Hasselhoff,
one.
with the main storyline revolving
This got
around
canceled
Hasselhoff's
after 1
daughters and
episode?
their quest for pop stardom. The subject matter was just kind of but the
Wait,
production
finally one I
value was
know.
also just kind of
Come on down here.
Traffic jam was 10 miles long. Boom, 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 boom. And I can't stop.
This could have been the next
My
Kardashians.
daughter's kind of glad that the show got canceled. No disrespect. I just know I wouldn't come out of a show like this without feeling embarrassed by my teenage self. I don't know. I'm just trying to find a silver lining here. The first 2 episodes aired back to back on the same night, and 5 days later, the network confirmed that the Hoff was off, likely due to
Oh,
low
man.
ratings. In 1996,
Hey, little throwback to David Hasselhoff. David Hasselhoff. Oh my God, David Hasselhoff's best moment. This is a classic. I misspelled his name dreadfully. Eat the burger. Come on, David. Eat the goddamn burger. His SpongeBob roll is second to this. Battle boy.
So Dad, are you gonna do your show tomorrow? You promise me? You're gonna get alcohol? Don't get alcohol. Don't get alcohol, because you see what it's doing to you?
Sounds like Will Ferrell in Old School after he gets tranked.
You're on the floor.
When this happened, it was actually big news.
What?
This is a mess.
Oh, David, you're ruining the burger. I haven't seen this in so fucking long.
So Dad, you need to promise me you're not gonna get alcohol tonight, okay?
What?
You need to promise me you're not gonna get alcohol tonight. Okay? Because if you get alcohol tonight, you're fired from your show tomorrow. And the doctor is coming over here in the morning to check your alcohol level. And if you have any alcohol in your system, you're going to be fired from the show.
This is probably not the
Tomorrow.
time to remind him of
You hear
that.
me?
He is eating a burger
No
off of a
alcohol.
bathroom floor, I think.
I'm saying,
Huh?
Who said?
Jan. I just talked to her, and she just called the manager of the show, and they said that tomorrow, when the doctor's
Is
coming
the
over and
resub
there's any
J-Taku?
alcohol in your blood, you're fired from the show.
And the bits
They thought they're not coming
necromancy.
tonight because you'd be fired from the show. The doctor's coming early in the morning, and if you have any alcohol in your system, you're fired from the show. Okay?
Okay.
When was this? Was this like 2008? Oh my god, it goes on for 6 minutes.
Stop. Tell me you're going to stop.
Fuck you. You don't want good in my life.
What?
Well, that was sad.
I don't feel alive.
Yes, you do.
I'm bullshit.
What do you mean? What do you expect me to do? Come up here on the days I have school? You chose to come out here. I didn't choose to come out here.
Well, I was just getting really sad. I don't
I
remember
come
any of
here
this.
as much as I can.
It's the
Every
worst
weekend
burger
when
ever.
I don't have SAT, I come up here. There's nothing I can do. I changed my schedule around because of you. Don't tell me that I don't give a shit. Being an asshole right now. And do you know why? Because you drank. And tomorrow morning you're going to regret everything that you've ever told me.
This is so sad.
And you're going to feel horrible.
I'll have you.
What do you mean you don't have me?
I don't have you.
Of course you have me.
No, I don't.
What do you mean? You
Oh, this is just fucking. I just remember eating a goddamn burger off the floor. I didn't remember that latter half there. Jesus, that got heavy. But yeah, that's his best role. I wonder if that made the reality show.
Stephen Bochco created a sitcom spin-off of NYPD Blue called Public Morals, which has a tagline threatening viewers that anything you laugh at can and will be used against you. Maybe there was hope that the fans of the successful drama would be hankering for a comedic twist. With an ambitious crossover, they brought John Irvin, a character from NYPD Blue, into Public Morals. The original pilot was scrapped because of vulgar language, but even a second attempt at the pilot wasn't enough to get it right, and the whole series was scrapped after only being on air for
Never heard of it.
And when Public Morals was canceled, the John Irvin character returned to NYPD Blue as it continued for another decade through 2005. Good for them. The Herman Cain Show was a conservative talk show on Newsmax TV, hosted by Republican presidential candidates.
Because of that smile,
Only
yeah, I
one
remember
episode
that.
was produced before Cain contracted COVID-19, then passing away the next month. Cain vocally opposed mask mandates throughout the pandemic and was famously seen attending a Trump rally in Tulsa, tweeting about how he's pretty stoked that masks won't be mandatory for the event. After his passing, Herman Cain's Twitter account remained active, continuing to post tweets about the coronavirus. The tweet was later deleted, and it left some folks wondering if Cain was sending these tweets from the afterlife, and if he has strong enough Wi-Fi to continue hosting his show from there too. Back with the X was
That's
an
the
Australian
Herminator.
reality series that followed
Herman
former
Cain,
couples
baby.
who have decided to give their relationship another try and let the whole world watch.
You're annoying me!
We all love to pry into folks' private lives, so it beats me why Back with the X got the axe so quickly. There are 4 couples in season 1 whose ages range from early 20s to 50s. Pretty cool if you ask me. It's unusual to see couples on shows like this that aren't just in their 20s. After the premiere underwhelmed with less than 500,000 viewers, the show was moved to the network's streaming service. Now you can see the show on Netflix, where it's gained a fan base that are crossing their fingers for an eventual season 2. This might be the only show on this list that has even a small chance at going from canceled after 1 episode to renewed for a season 2. Although that would probably be up to the original network, not Netflix, so
Yeah, it
let's
doesn't
not
seem
all
very
hold our
cool.
breath. ABC's Dot Comedy tried to be the first US TV series to feature the humor of the internet. But the TV world just wasn't ready.
I bet it
received
was
low
good.
ratings across the board, and the network decided it had seen enough, canceling the show right after its premiere. A newspaper article
Well, where is
states
it?
that ABC has proven that nothing with .com in its name seems to be faring well these days. Yeah, when are these TV networks gonna learn? Dot Comedy was a remake of a UK show of the same name, and although I couldn't find any clips from the US one, there is a video on YouTube of the UK original. Within the first minute of this show, you get a visual of a photocopied dick and balls. Then they get into watching some video clips on the internet that at this point we've all seen a million times, but back in 2000 were truly revolutionary viral content. This show easily gets the Marty McFly award because if you fast forward 20 years, you'd see that reaction videos are being consumed by the
True.
You weren't wrong, .com, you were just
Whoa.
early.
That was
was
meta.
a Fox action series starring former football player Brian Bosworth as a badass
Who the fuck is Brian
motorcycle riding
Bosworth?
private investigator in South Beach.
Get away from me, or I'll shoot you. And they're too good to be stopped.
Is
Oh,
this
his
the
show
big
looks awesome.
'Cause what I just saw was awesome. Brian
That's
Bosworth
what-
is a
that's what I
college football
said.
Hall of Famer who had a career filled with controversies. So when he retired early and began a career in acting, it probably made a ton of sense to get a household name like the Boz into a role like this. The opening scene covers seriously every 90s action series trope, all within 2 minutes. It's straight up impressive.
This just isn't your lucky day.
Holy shit, this show looks amazing. Motorcycles, the Boz, explosions,
I guess the Boz's
tits,
bad boy reputation
ass.
wasn't enough to lift this lackluster show from the brink, and
What?
Fox failed on Lawless after just 1 episode.
This doesn't seem to be your lucky day.
Today, Brian Bosworth plays the sheriff in the Fansville series of Dr. Pepper commercials, which is easily an A-tier commercial series, so good for him. The Bussy Bunch was
Maybe
a
some
2008
Fangold and
TLC
Optimum and
reality
G.
show about a family that operates a local professional wrestling organization in Texas. A modern-day Brady Bunch that run the biggest event in the heart of Texas. Which part of that sounds anything like the Brady Bunch? It centers on Cheryl and Michael Bussy, who each brought 3 children to the family when they got married, which I stand corrected, is totally like the Brady Bunch. The Bussy clan is struggling to keep their tight-knit family together while also keeping their
Yep,
business
sounds
afloat. A lot
like
of
the
reviews
Bussys.
state that the immaturity exhibited by some of the grown children in the family makes the series more annoying than inspirational. The reality show didn't make it past the opening bell and was canceled after
The Bussy Bunch. Let's take a peek. Is that on YouTube? I'd love to see an episode. That was such a dangerous search. Holy shit. That didn't even occur to me for a second there. Hey, but we squeaked it out. We're good here. Wow, I really went for it, just completely mindlessly. Let's take a look at the Bussy Bunch.
Meet the Bussies.
There are 3 things that matter to the Bussies: God,
Let's say the prayer.
family, and wrestling.
Wrestling may be the family business.
We're losing money.
But dinner time?
Oh, crap.
Is the main event.
This looks great.
Welcome to the arena of real life.
If I had any hair, it'd be falling out.
The Bussy Bunch. A brand new series premieres Tuesday, January 22nd at 9, only on TLC.
Okay, can I see a clip? What's a bussy? That's probably not from the show. Thanks to resub. Lando, True, and the 10 gift subs. Russ, goddamn man, you've been super generous tonight, man. Thank you. Thanks for gift sub Tabasco. Dude, I watched this like 15 years ago. How? Apparently it only aired 1 episode. Why did Nickelback's Animals come up when I looked up the Bussy Bunch? The fuck? How did that happen? Thanks for gift sub Smirks a lot. Sounds about right. True, I guess.
after its 2-episode premiere night. Ahora la Mundial was a football talk show on Telecinco that was supposed to air after Spain's matches in the 2018 FIFA World Cup, but it was heavily criticized for relying on panelists that had zero affiliation to sports or
Thanks,
sports
Yusuf.
journalism.
Checkmate.
I assume that the American version of this would be
Yusuf,
an NFL
Zach.
talk show hosted by James Corden.
I've never watched an NFL football game.
When Spain's former head coach heard details of the show, he
I do love
refused
James
to
Corden.
go on air via satellite. That major red flag was a sign of things to come. Telecinco dropped the show after the premiere faced negative responses and poor ratings. Spain would ultimately get eliminated in the round of 16. It just wasn't meant to be. Secret Talents of the Stars featured celebrities competing against one another in a talent show, revealing hidden talents that are unrelated to their professions. Viewers would then vote for the most talented celebrity during the episode, and the top two
This seems like
vote-getters
something that would have
move on
done
to
well
the
back in the day.
but plot twist, there would be no next episode. The premiere was a massive flop, causing CBS to nix the reality game show before a part 2 could ever
Well, they
come.
obviously
Here
filmed
you'll
the whole
see George
season. Why
Takei
not play
singing
it?
a country song. Then this acid-washed Simon Cowell impersonator joked that he looked like one of the main characters in Brokeback Mountain. Takei, who is openly gay, handled this cringe moment with complete professionalism, later admitting in an interview to being offended.
You know, it's your voice that I think kind of sucked. You're gonna have to find a way to kind of de-suckify your voice.
Wow.
By the end, all of the judges unanimously agreed that the best performances were Clint Black and Maya, only for America's vote to come back with the winners of Sacha Cohen and Clint Black, illustrating a poetic disconnect between show and audience. Tier 3. Who's Who?
What show was that? Secret Talent of the Stars? Who was that judge? I've never seen that guy in my life. Let's see. Thanks to resub Juju and Yeet and the gift sub Zach. Looked like Christy Elia. That's what I initially thought too, but there's no way it was Christy Elia. Jerkoff McGee. Debbie Reynolds, Brian McKnight, and Gavin Pallone. So it's definitely Gavin Pallone. Oh, he was in Zombieland, the new one. Double tap. Who did he play in Zombieland? Must be like an extra or something. Let's see. Let's just look up Gavin Pallone. Oh, you're right, producer. I just noticed. I thought he was an actor. Okay, so he's not really an actor. He is a producer. A Dog's Purpose, A Dog's Way Home, and A Dog's Journey. I always find animal movies to be so fucking sad. Ugh. Thanks to the big tier 2 Stevens. Thank you for that. And the resub. Dree and Juan. The Dog's Purpose was goated. Like, they're just sad, man. Like, they're cute and everything, but oh my god, they always have, like, anytime there's conflict in the movie, it's just so sad. I never watched Marley and Me, but I always knew that it had, like, a notoriously sad ending. I watched the ending like a week ago because I don't even remember how it came up in conversation, but Danny mentioned it was the saddest movie he ever saw. I watched the ending without seeing anything else, and it was fucking heartbreaking. Yeah, of course I watched Air Bud growing up.
Who's was a panel quiz show aired on CBS in 1951, featuring celebrity panelists who would have to figure out which of the 3 male contestants were married to which of
A
the
dog
3
died on...
female.
Oh, is that the movie that had the dog die on set? A Dog's Purpose? Yeah, they forced the dog to do a stunt that it wasn't equipped for and didn't want to do, and it died, right? Wasn't that the story? Yeah, I'll look it up. I don't know why I'm asking chat. I'll just look it up. Footage depicting a dog appearing to nearly drown during an on-set stunt turned up on TMZ. Yeah, that's the video I remember seeing. Filmmakers swiftly dismissed the clip, claiming that it had been edited to look like the dog was in more danger than in reality, which sounds like something they would do for damage control. So did it actually die? I guess not. I thought it did. There definitely was a more recent movie where a dog died on set and it was a big deal. But I don't remember what. Snow Buddies? Well, that's an older one, but yeah, I knew that. Just search it. I don't even know what I would type in. Movie where dog died on set. It's awfully broad. Over 40 dogs and cats died on Milo and Otis. What is Milo and Otis? The Adventure of Milo and Otis. Holy shit. Sunday Mail reported at the time the Animal Liberation Queensland founder Jackie Kint alleged the killing of more than 20 kittens during production and added that she was disturbed by reports from Europe which alleged that other animals had been injured, as in one case where a producer had allegedly broken a cat's paw to make it appear unsteady on its feet. Other scenes that were the source of controversy were a scene of a cat falling off a cliff and trying to climb back up, and a scene of a pug fighting a bear, all of which were deleted from the American version. Kint said her organization had a number of complaints from people who had seen the film and were concerned that it had not been made without cruelty. The Tasmanian and Victorian branches of the RSPCA also alleged abuse. Jesus Christ. Is that like confirmed? Film was reported to have the approval of the American Humane Society despite not having their officers present during filming. They attempted to investigate the cruelty rumors through contacts in Europe who normally have information on movies throughout the world. While noting that the contacts had also heard the allegations, they were unable to verify them. So, as of now, it seems to be unconfirmed, but widely known. Snow Buddies killed 5 dogs and Snow Dogs killed 15. I know Snow Buddies kind of. If I remember correctly, and this is going... Well, actually, I've already spoiled it. Yeah, they took puppies that were way too young to be on set and they died. Yeah. That's Disney for you. I don't know about Snow Dogs, though. Was it the same problem? No, I guess it was just Snow Buddies. Exit Tier 1 Giraffe in the Prime CRP and the resub Nigel. It's a terrible rabbit hole. Yeah, I know. It all came from that one fucking guy. I already forgot what his name was. Oh, Gavin Pallone. Damn you. What about Cuba Gooding Jr.'s movie about sled dogs? Oh, that might have been the one that I was thinking of, not Snow Dog, or that guy was talking about, sled dogs. What was Snow Buddies? Aw. God. So much fucking hair in my mouth. That's so fucking sad. But that's Disney for you.
Intestines. Sounds like a perfectly fun concept. This is basically the premise of most cut videos on YouTube, and those do numbers. A lot would have had to go wrong to mess this up, and a lot did. For starters, as a budget-saving strategy, producers decided to try a new filming technique, combining recorded audio tapes and still photos, then flipping through the photos to simulate a motion picture. With every photo flip, reversing any advancements to the medium up to that point and landing all the way back to Muybridge's horse in motion. Behind the scenes, it was just as messy. They brought in a celebrity baseball player for the show who disappeared while backstage.
There's a pumpkin and Tier 1 guitar.
They found him with an employee listening to a Yankee game on the radio. When he finally got on stage, the panelists still failed to correctly identify him and his wife. Critics kind of hated it, said the program was too cheap, the panelists sucked at the game, and the host looked uncomfortable. Maybe that last part was a result of the still photo strategy. If it was, I can relate. I've ruined every group photo I've ever been in. Some said the show was the worst ever to hit television and a miserable flop. Today, all footage of Who's Who's seems to have been lost, which is funny because technically there was never any footage, but I digress. And with this program, so did television. Originally a popular web series on MySpace,
Never heard of
Quarter
it.
Life follows a group of artists who are coming of age in the digital generation.
Do they have Broken Side?
NBC acquired the rights to air Quarter Life after its first season climbed to become the 3rd highest viewed scripted series in MySpace history. The hope was this hit web series would hold down the fort for NBC during the 2008 writers' strike, but that online success did not end up translating for television. The show premiered during the Democratic primary debate between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Quarter Life's ratings were so bad, NBC announced that the series would be canceled after only 1 episode and aired the rest of the show on Bravo a couple weeks later. Thanks, Obama.
Well, hey, well, at least we got the rest of the show.
Claimed to be the only show in the world where there is no limit to how rich you can get. But Fox backpedaled on that real quick. The show was canceled 2 days after its premiere after rating poorly in comparison to
how
its
do you
slot
play?
competitors Lost and Criminal Minds. Nobody's competing with Lost and Criminal Minds. The Rich List game concept was 2 teams in soundproof booths would be given a category like James Bond movies, and they would race to create as long a list of movies as possible. This review on IMDb
Sounds
said it
fucking
was
awful.
one of the best game shows I have ever seen and was clearly written by a spouse of one of the producers. Folks claim online that it was canceled to get out of paying the contestants their winnings. I didn't find any confirmation on that, but I would never put something like that past a TV network. So I'll say the reason the Rich List was canceled was because it was the only show in the world where there is no limit to how rich you can get, and there is no way Fox would let that slide. Breaking Boston.
It's a
was
cool idea, though.
reality show
Imagine you just win,
produced
like,
by
fucking
Mark
$50 million.
Wahlberg for A&E in 2014 about 4 young women working to change their lives in the city of Boston.
We definitely became really good friends. Val is very outspoken, but she's also very real.
Why do they all sound like they were just pulled out of bed to do this? There is such a lack of
Vocal
any sort of
fry,
drama
my
in
man.
these clips.
Sometimes she doesn't have like that filter.
She says sometimes she doesn't have a filter, and then you cut to a clip of her just walking down the street. This is where you show her not having a filter.
Yeah, no, she's crazy. No, she's unhinged.
This
actually.
friend group has the most normal friendship. There isn't anything TV worthy in here. E, and I were all on the same page here because they stopped airing the series after the first episode and released the rest of them on their website later on. The first TV show in U.S. history to be canceled after 1
There's a bit
episode was the
Shrewdmatic.
1948 CBS
Ooh, is there?
variety show, The Dennis James
I'll check it out
Carnival,
right after
which
this.
featured singing, dancing, and comedy acts, all with the premise that the host, Dennis James, had inherited a carnival from his uncle and is just trying to keep the whole thing from falling apart. Dennis's efforts were all in vain, unfortunately, as reactions to the show were largely negative, and its sponsor, General Electric, wasn't a fan of being associated with
Thanks to
the
give some
carnival
game.
part of the Dennis James Carnival. Plus, the show that followed it was also a vaudeville-like program called Toast of the Town, and Toast's sponsor, Emerson Radio, didn't think it was a good idea to have back-to-back shows of the
Nice
same
to tier
style,
one
and they
innocent
protested the
elixir.
whole thing.
Hey,
Goes to show that
hope you're
even
doing well.
70 years ago, corporate entities would get in the way of creative works of genius. Sorry about your show, Dennis. Best of luck with
We
your
just
Uncle
need more of the
Carl.
Boz.
Videos After Dark was a clip show based on America's Funniest Home Videos, but with an adult twist. Basically, AFV had decades of archived home videos
These
that
are
were
all
too
really obscure
inappropriate
now,
for that
but
show,
it
so
makes
they
sense.
made a
We're in
new
tier
show out
3.
of them. Comedy legend Bob Saget, who originally hosted
Oh,
America's
rest in peace,
Funniest
Bob.
Home Videos, returned to ABC to host Videos After Dark as well. But this was doomed to fail before it even started. There was another show in Australia that did the exact same thing, taking an adult spin on Australia's funniest home video show and making
And now it's
Australia's
called,
naughtiest home video.
Ridiculousness,
It was a colossal
right?
failure. It didn't even make it through 1 episode.
Well, not
it
the
was
Australian
taken
one.
off the air partway through the premiere. Which begs the question, what are we doing? Stop doing this show! The very first clip of Videos After Dark is a toddler eating what looks like poop out of their diaper. At least Videos After Dark made it all the way through its 2-episode premiere night. But
Wait, and this
that's
show
about as
didn't
far as
do
it got
well?
before the lights were shut.
You kidding
As
me?
for why it was canceled after 1 episode, I don't know. ABC
Yeah, I don't know either.
never
That makes
made
no-
any
what, are you
mention
kidding
of the
me?
show after its premiere, and even removed the 2 aired episodes from its website and Hulu. And there are 12 other episodes that have never been released. Tier 4. You're in the picture.
These are going to be way too obscure for me to know any. What did I say I was about to look up? I already fucking forgot now. Unlucky. There's poop on Ridiculousness all the time. Epic, I guess. I don't know. I haven't watched Ridiculousness in a long, long time. All right, the John Christian 2 speedrun. $39 minutes. Hey, let me know when it gets down to like 39 seconds. That is way too long for me to be speedrunning John Christian 2. Or do they give sub Clee? Watch Andy Warhol eating a cheeseburger. Bro, why? Why would I just watch Andy Warhol eating a cheeseburger? Watch YouTube's worst blacksmith makes an axe. It's just gonna be a video of me or something when I was making my katana. Alright, let's see. This? Oh, it's I did a thing. I haven't seen this video.
Hi. How you going? You know what was great? Arts and crafts as a kid. Ah, I miss it. There's nothing more entertaining than getting a bunch of toddlers, pasta, paint, and a liter of glue and mixing them all together in a classroom to release their creativity. And what made it even better was that the materials...
My mom kept
usually
all of
full
that shit
products,
too.
Meaning, if you ever got hungry,
I had
you
so
could
much
just
talent.
eat some pasta or some glue. But arts and crafts is a bit different now as adults, as building materials aren't really edible.
Yeah, it is kind of sad.
Adult glue isn't quite the same either. It's also become quite gendered. The men don't play with pasta towers anymore, it's just not masculine enough. So instead, their arts and crafts involve danger and hitting things together with fire and hammers. So today, I'm going to do some
That's
of
my
this
least favorite. Oh, he's wearing 2 gloves,
also
you
enjoy
pussy.
A wide selection of glue.
Just let the scales hit your hand and burn them for 2 weeks like a real man. My fucking fingers still aren't fully
Now,
healed.
I'm not a very good blacksmith. I've only done it a couple of times and my products were pretty garbage. But regardless, I found it fun and want to do it again. And this
Thanks
time,
to Gift
I want to
Sandwich.
make something that looks impressive, that involves moving a lot of metal. Maybe a nice big double-headed axe. Do I need an axe? No. I've got a chainsaw for cutting trees. And I also don't need to chop firewood to keep warm, as my government is doing a great job of keeping the country nice and toasty by themselves. And now that I think about it, I'm not sure why double-headed axes exist. Yes, they look cool, but so does this axe pistol. Like, when
That
would
is
it
pretty
actually be
cool.
practical to have 2 heads? Like, unless you're a super talented lumberjack that's able to cut 2 trees at once with a beautiful front and back motion.
True, I guess.
But besides that, it just seems like extra weight to carry around, and a great way to axe yourself in the face.
Actually, I could totally see that working. If you're going for like horizontal strikes, you can maybe pinball it back and forth between 2 trees that are just the right distance apart. So you hit there and then a backswing hit the other way. You just kind of get like a little windshield wiper motion going maybe. I could see it working. Like in the most ideal of circumstances, that would probably never actually happen, but there's definitely an argument to be made. When one side gets dull, you switch to the other. And what are you, like an axe scientist?
Yeah, I
My
kinda
idea
just
makes more
talked
sense.
myself out of building a 2-headed axe, but I still want an axe that I can shake out the car window at crappy drivers. Now, my plan was to get my granddad's old hammerheads, flatten them both down into axe shapes, and then weld them together, and then slap on a handle. But then I
There's use of
remembered
El
what he
Mago.
wrote in his will. And he might see this video, and I don't want to get in trouble. So, my backup plan is to go scavenge some stuff. Alright, now usually when I'm loot hunting, I find it best to go after or before a storm so it feels more dramatic. Then, find a big old building, abandoned
this is so
thing,
pretty.
or anything spooky and man-made. Now what I'm looking for is any scraps of metal left over from the building of this overpass. And what I really want to find is some eye bar or flat bar. So usually when I'm exploring and the location gets spooky and dark, I find it helps if you walk in with confidence and loudly say something to scare away any stoners or bandits.
Hello? This is the police. I
Oh,
have a
good
gun,
tactic.
and I'm gonna start shooting.
Okay, now I'm mostly just finding plastic rubbish, wood, and rebar. But hang on, what's what's that over there? Near the wall. Is that the piece of metal I placed there earlier for this video?
Oh my god.
Wow. What are the chances of finding that? So now I've got my piece of flat steel.
What a
I need to
wonderful
follow
rusted
this
piece of
origami
shit.
tutorial on making axes and just fold this metal bar over like a piece of paper until I get an axe. But first, I need to remove the rust. And the easiest and laziest way is to leave it marinating in vinegar overnight, and then give it a nice bath in the morning. Now a lot of you might look at the leftover rust water and think yuck, and throw it away, but you are wasting a miracle drink. My family usually decants the liquid into some jars, and then we add some to our morning coffee, and we've been doing this for generations, and all of us have lived.
Imagine he actually did
happy
drink the
lives,
rust water just for
free
the sake of the
from iron
video.
deficiencies. Now the metal is nice and clean. I'm just going to trace my axe onto the flat metal and then just cut it out with scissors. The funniest part of that joke is that it actually took me hours and hours of grinding to cut out the axe.
God damn right it did.
Stuff, which is why I always wear the proper safety gear. Shoes, gloves, the whole lot.
None of which I used except for the shoes. Oh,
yes,
assless
I
chaps, my
reused the
man.
assless chaps joke. But what do you want me to do? I ruined my best pair of Levi's for that original joke, and I plan on getting my money's worth. You're going to be seeing a lot more cheeks from me in the future. So now I'm going to bend the metal like this
Fuck yeah.
to form the axe head. And to help me do that, I'm going to weld an eye punch for the axe out of scrap
Easy
rubber.
resub flog.
And you're probably
in the
scared
Brian
right now
Jack.
seeing me pick up this welder after the job I did on the spring shoes, but don't be. I've been practicing.
Chaps can
and I've
only
got
be
it pretty good.
assless. I wish I
Some
bought
people
assless
would
chaps in
even go
Texas.
as far as calling me an artisan of welding.
And this piece is from a true artisan. His artworks look impossible, combining metal objects that contrast and complement each other so beautifully. Each world has an aura of uncertainty. Will it hold, or will a light gust of wind cause it to fall apart? Some say that the fragile nature of his art is a representation.
You would rock them? I don't know, man. I'm not exactly cheeked up.
Excuse me,
I have Hank Hill ass.
Another olive in my drink?
Sorry, sir, but we have a 12 olive limit per customer. Oh, okay. And next.
And this is my axe eye punch, not the worst weld. So in order to continue my axe origami, we need to head over to the big bad forge. Mostly bad. So I'm placing it in the forge so that only the center thinnest bit heats up. Alright, so the middle section is nice and hot, so I'm going to take it out and give it the old bend around. And this is
Thanks for the
actually
bits of
much easier
breadcrumb.
than I was expecting. I just kind of hit it a couple of times in the middle, and then on the top. And I have somehow managed to fold it over evenly, and now have something that slightly resembles an axe, which for me is impressive. And I should probably stop now and say I'm done, because it's definitely all downhill from here.
Thanks, Resub
As the
Xander.
next bit is going to be sketchy, is I need to connect the two sides using a tricky technique I have never done and am not qualified to do. The forge weld. And whenever you see people successfully forge weld on YouTube, they don't have the appearance of real people. They all look like kind of blacksmithing dwarves that somehow snuck out of Tolkien's universe into ours in order
That's
to
such a
start
good
YouTube
point.
channel. And they're always surrounded by heavy machinery and covered in soot like they sleep on a hotbed of coals with a hammer under their pillow. And this is intimidating because I only do one of these things. But I also know that all they're actually doing is getting stuff hot and then hitting it together hard enough until it's squished and sticks. So I'm going to give it a go. So I've got my axe nice and hot in the forge, and I'm going to bring the two sides closer together and then pour this stuff, borax, in between, which is meant to stop oxidation. Oxidation is the main thing that could screw me up, as it prevents the two sides from touching and bonding. And I found it super interesting that without any oxidation at all, metals will just stick together. For example, in space, if you get two flat pieces of metal and touch them together, they will cold weld. So if this
Oh, that's
hot
fucking
welding
awesome.
doesn't work out, and Elon
Let's just
Musk
make
is watching,
blacksmiths in
do you wanna
space.
maybe help a guy out? And the metal should be hot enough, so I'm going to give it a good pounding.
Thanks, Resub Oyster. Man, this guy's good at blacksmithing.
I love blacksmithing.
I've been
It's great.
clickbaited.
One little hot piece of scale gets into your shoe and it instantly melts through your skin.
My man!
Oh, so much fun. And my arms are also covered in
Oh, he
little
got
micro
lucky.
burns as well.
He got so lucky. This is nothing. You should have seen my finger. Fucking whining about this. God, this guy's such a pussy. If only you saw my little fingies. Bro, I told you, these scales are ruthless. Because they're so hot when they touch your skin, it like instantly grafts to it, and all you can do is just wait for it to cool down so you can finally flick it off. Shit is so painful.
Are also covered in fun little micro burns as well. And someone needs to invent something to prevent this, like some kind of arm sleeves that you can move down to the bottom of your arm whenever you're doing a dangerous task. Now I'm pretty certain I have a mean layer of oxidation in between the two layers, so I'm going to add more borax and then do what I always do with my problems in life, and just ignore it. And then, if it still persists, hit it some more with a hammer and just hope it disappears. And it looks stuck, but I can't tell if the two pieces have actually bonded and formed a solid piece of metal. I guess we'll find out when I cut it. For the next stage, I plan to resplit the edge of the axe and then slip the metal file in as the edge. And the reason I'm doing this is because I think the main piece of metal I use to make the axe out of has a low carbon content and will be quite soft and won't form a good sharp cutting edge. So by putting a high carbon file on the edge, I can get a nice, hard, sharp, resistant tip while also having a softer, more resistant metal for the body. The best of both worlds. Well, that's what this dwarf YouTuber told me anyway. So I'm going to add some more borax and do some more hitting. Now, even though the borax kind of looks like sherbet in bubbles in this really appetizing way, you must never eat it. Mostly because it can cause infertility. But if you don't want kids,
really?
Or, you already have them, then hey, free vasectomy. And this file is stuck in there pretty good, but the axe is looking a little mank compared to its former self. So I've got some options. Either I throw it away and buy an axe online.
Borax
or I
is
take it
ant
into
poison
the
as
garage
well?
and spend hours
That makes
cleaning
sense.
it up. And I could do with lengthening my videos, so I went with the later option. Okay, so I'd spent hours cleaning and grinding the axe until it emerged from its cocoon as a beautiful butterfly. And some parts of the axe look pretty, and others don't. This is kind of how I feel about it.
Ooh. The tang isn't pristine.
It looks like we've run into a problem.
Eek.
And when I say we, I actually mean me. You probably find my pain enjoyable. So it looks like the file has not properly welded into the rest of the metal, and there are some cracks here. And that's probably because of the incredible amount of oxidation I built up on the axe. But I reckon it's nothing an artisan of welding like me can't fix. Ignoring that,
Axes
though,
don't
the rest
have
of the forge
tangs?
welding seemed to work really well, and the two sides
Hey,
stuck together
shut
without a
up.
visible seam. I
You don't know what you're talking about.
Proud. So now I need to decide what to do with the black scale that is covering the axe. And I'm modelling this after a Viking axe. So if you look at pictures of their axes, they are always covered in scale. Like look at this one. It's completely covered in dirt. Those Vikings were pigs. And that's why I've chosen not to spend hours and hours scraping it all off. It's not because I'm lazy, I'm just being historically accurate. So now onto my favourite and scariest part of the build, the heat treat. If there are any problems with the axe, this will be when it fails, hopefully dramatically on camera in slow motion. And halfway through heat treating the axe, it started to rain, so I smartly decided to cover my forge in a big piece of flammable wood. Okay, so just the carbon edge of the axe has reached a
Wow,
bright red
barefoot
temperature, so I'm gonna
blacksmithing
quickly
is
dunk it
very,
into some
very
warm
bold.
oil to harden the edge. And look at that. Can we just admire how bad I am at putting the axe in the container?
So one thing the blacksmith that taught us said to do is
And the axe survived,
spin it
and now has
around.
a hardened edge.
So when you
It
put
has
it in,
some
you
dodgy-looking
need to give it like
cracks,
some
which I'm
spins.
going to ignore and move on
Because
to
if
the
you
handle.
dunk it like that in
It's
and
a wooden
out, you
handle I
basically
use,
create like a little
which I,
pocket of air each
crafted
time, so it
earlier
doesn't actually get
while
fully
you were watching
quenched.
the rest of the video. And because I'm not happy with the axe head, I'm going to take the approach of every WOG family that owns a house in a crap area and overcompensate by blinging it out as a distraction. But first, I'm going to attach the head to the handle with a wedge to stop it flying away like my last axe. Now I'm going full Viking, and we'll do a leather wrap down the handle with some shiny nails. And to be authentic, I decided to get my leather straight from the source and went down to the supermarket and bought it from right next to the stake. And as I'm twisting the leather down the handle in a cross pattern, I'm using little nails to crucify it in place.
Is it gift subs trash?
And now
Good to
for
see
the
you.
finishing
Hope you're doing well.
touch. which is something to catch your eye.
Wow, this looks really
but
good.
Not like my last video. So I've decided to etch on my logo, and my options are to use acid or a Dremel tool. But after all that glue, I'm not sure I can handle any more substances. So I'm going to do it by hand with a Dremel tool.
Looks pretty cool to me.
Just copy and paste it onto the other side, and we're done skis. And I reckon it looks pretty good. Much nicer than the bent stick and bent screw I made earlier.
Damn, this came out so nice.
Now, I want to test it, and I originally planned to just chop some wood with the axe.
Let's
I
go.
was great at doing this, but it wasn't enough of a challenge. But then I remembered a video I saw earlier of the ultimate Chad, Gary, testing out his knife.
Hey, we watched this video a long time ago.
And in my opinion, this is the only way to test things. So, I built a
Is it
simple
prime smooth?
obstacle course to test the strength of my axe.
Come on, Gary.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Come on, Gary.
I didn't expect that little maneuver there.
Come on, Gary. Good job.
Oh my god, it's nuts. Holy shit, it's sharp. Let's go, Gary. This is my favorite part of the obstacle course.
Are you a mindless consumer that loves buying
What an
crap
ad
on the
segue.
internet? Well, today's sponsor, honey, is perfect for you. You know, when honey was first found by mankind, it was only utilized as a sweetener to make dirt more edible. But now it does so much more than that. Honey is a free online shopping tool that automatically finds the best promo
Is it
codes
tier
on
1
the internet
Evodario and
applies
the
them
tier
to your
1
cart.
Kestrel?
Here, let me show you how this works. All you do is you put honey on your computer like this, and then it's just there, always on your computer. And then whenever you do anything, like go to your favorite sites like eBay or AliExpress, when you get to the checkout, honey scans for coupons and saves you money.
Watch the
Let's say you
Chainsaw
go
Man
buy some
anime
paper
trailer.
towels
What, did they
and
release a new
spray,
one?
And then bam, honey saves you $45.
Can humans breathe liquid?
That feels so great.
Here's a gift sub again,
And you
Edgar-
know, over 17 million
Trash
people
and the
have
Prime
done
Cat.
exactly this and put honey on their computer and saved $2 billion in savings. So install it for free today with just 2 easy clicks at joinhoney.com/ididAthing. That's joinhoney.com/ididAthing. And their name's so nice, they made me say it twice. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed that,
He did a
be sure to
great
subscribe
job.
and check out some of my other stuff.
He's a good blacksmith. Thanks to Resublime. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Thanks for another gift sub, Trash. I'm back. Yup. Exit Prime Ass God in the resub. Nio Esoterics. Wow, I just ruined every. Oh no, I was right. Esoterics. Nyamio Flynn and the 5 gift subs. Trash. Thank you, Trash. Thanks to the Prime Kicks. Thanks to the resub Gambob. Alright, I'll see if there's a new Chainsaw Man trailer. Jesus Christ. Nope, still just the official one. Or I guess this one too. This one you wanted me to see so badly? Thanks for resub. Score. This is the same trailer, is it? I don't remember. Ugh. I'm not a big trailer guy, so I don't really remember the first trailer. Nice. Still hyped though? Yeah, it is still hyped though. Man, 16 million views on this trailer. This shit's gonna pop off. Thanks to resub Anthrax. And the resub Montsubu. What else are we doing tonight? It's a YouTube night. Just going through some wacky shit. The Fisherman Horror Short. Is it Crypt TV? Burnt Mill Road. I don't know this one. Do they make goofy horror shorts? Let's see. Thanks to resub Overachiever. This dude watching sports, it's fucking cringe.
Dad.
Hey, shut the fuck up. I'm watching the Patriots.
It's worse than before. He's really close.
It's not real. Go to bed.
The fisherman's coming. Oh god. Wait, isn't that Jeff the Killer from those old shitty indie games? He just picked up a new hobby of fishing. Thanks for 5 gift subs, Paleo. Oh my god. Someone just took a shit in my pants. What does this have to do with him being a fisherman? He's just wearing a fisherman's outfit. And he's got carrots for fingers. What kind of... What in tarnation? Far be it from me to poke holes in this. Why would you have the door handle over here when it opens this way? Like the doorknob's on the wrong side of the... See, man, what kind of dog shit engineering is this? That is some trash. I was a fisherman. Oh my god, he's gonna take his mask off? Or not? No way that guy can pull the trigger. Oh, I see. Oh god. That was the score to that Patriots game, huh? He done fished again. Yep. I guess so. Oh, they're friends. Oh my. Well then. Interesting. Do they do other shorts?
I woke up and she had her.
I always love horror shorts. Oh. I see. What's their best horror? Actually, this might be their most viewed horror short. It is. What about second place? Cleanup. Let me read some Electro, Rams, Hugh, and Hanya.
Are we rolling?
Yeah.
Great. Hi.
Hey.
I'm Sandy Moyer. I've been doing trauma cleanup for the last 2 years. My lovely boyfriend is filming. As you can see, I am in my cleanup gear. Oh, but
Okay.
can't forget the airtight mask because
It's stinky.
there's a lot of debris and chemicals in there that you don't want to breathe in. So this helps. So we got the call in like last Sunday. Person was found in the tub.
They just left him there? Why weren't you there, like, on the scene? I feel like they'd want to clean that shit up immediately.
Yeah. So this is pretty typical. We don't usually get spotless houses. We're gonna deal with all this stuff later, but first task is finding the room with the deceased.
We'll just call out and see if they respond.
Bathroom.
It's also illegal to vlog a crime scene. Well, bah humbug to you too then, big guy. Hey, the fun police are here, I guess.
Ah, bathroom. Found it. Okay. Yeah.
He's
So,
dying in
this
the
is
house of crime.
for,
Imagine they come arrest the corpse.
You okay? Yeah, I probably like 5 days. Longest I ever dealt with was a whole month. She melted right through the floor. Spillage diameter was like 30 feet.
As you said, big oil.
It gets easier. After the first month, it gets much
True shrigmatic.
easier. Like, I do it because I feel like I'm respecting the person.
What? How?
You know, when you're like cleaning their house and organizing all their personal belongings, it's like you're giving them a final closure, you know? Plus dealing with,
don't know
you know,
about
a
that.
task that nobody else wants to do. So, shit. Ugh, I forgot my gloves. You go back to the car.
Oh no, she's gonna get fucking fisherman. Don't do it, boyfriend. No.
Sandy?
Now look what you, oh my god, now look what you fucking did. Oh my god! Is he just filming? Man, you weren't helpful at all. What the fuck? Man just sat there and watched. Were they in cahoots or something? Like, he was just filming it for him. Worthless. Hey, wait, this is the same mask they used for the fisherman. Maybe it's like an extended universe kind of thing. Thanks, Resub Yas.
Sure you don't want to walk with me? I'm good. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, bye-bye, friends. Watch out! Why is she walking on the road instead of just on the sidewalk? Hey, hey. Whoa! They're everywhere.
I'm good. I'll see you tomorrow.
Wait, what? Oh, this must be like a... like an interdimensional kind of thing.
I'm good. I'll see you tomorrow.
What is... oh my god, what is going on? We're caught in a time loop? Fisherman, I've come to bargain. Why doesn't she just try and fight back? Now that she knows it's coming, just deliver like a kick. Nice. I don't know what it means, but fuck yeah. Apparently The Fisherman is a pretty popular horror short thing. Let's see this fisherman. Well, this is an incredible intro. Oh my god. Alright, now I'm fucking ready. Thanks, Resub, Holden, and Iro. This is so tranquil. Hopefully the fisherman doesn't come and fuck it all up.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, wow, this is a big one. Really?
Oh my goodness, he's so heavy.
Oh, come here, you. Oh, you are a big one. You're gonna be a tasty fillet, let me tell you. Yeah. You got you good. Having trouble breathing, huh?
I was going on, big guy. Oh. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Well, that got fucking wacky out of nowhere.
And with a fifth woman's body being found today, police are calling this the work of a serial killer. Police are advising the public to stay vigilant and to call the tip line if they feel like they have any clues pertinent to the case. This is Ryan Gardenstyle signing off for the afternoon. Remember, you're listening to HPLFF Radio,
That's
and we wish you...
stupid. What we need right now are killers. We need someone to thin out the herd. What we need right now is someone surgical to take out the cancer that is humanity.
Wow. This is... Isn't this the plot to that
Don't even
Hatred
have a
game?
war going on right now to... What in the hell is that? Are you some kind of idiot dressed up like that in this weather? Looks like you want some of old Greg. All right, sweetie. Be right there.
What? This is making me very uncomfortable. So is he not the fisherman? Just old ass crack Willie over here?
How you doing, down? Wait, what?
Oh, get pranked.
Come on. Oh, it's fake. What in the hell is this?
Oh, you just got fished. Oh my god, what the fuck? It looks like an old Godzilla costume right now.
Oh, God, my leg. No. What are you... No. Please, no. No, I want to live!
Ooh. Yeah, that's karma. But he's still breathing. He might be okay. What an adventure. Awesome. Is this a true story? I'm not sure. I didn't see it in the beginning, but it may have been based on a true story. I think there's a good chance. Cool. That's probably enough of the fisherman. Yeah, let's just type in horror short and see what's popping right now. Knock knock.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah! Whee! Oh man.
Who's there?
Oh, he's gonna be trapped in the TV, like in Willy Wonka's. Hey, can't you see I'm trying to celebrate?
Hey, can you keep it down, please?
These are the bits. Ref door.
Hi, this is Kim Smith in room 325. The room next door to me keeps banging on the wall. Is there something you can do about that?
I'm sorry, but there's no one checked into the room next to you.
How did you check that
You're
quickly?
sure? Do you think you checked the right room?
No, it was way too quick. Oh. I guess that would make it easier.
Okay, there's somebody definitely next door. Can you send someone to check, please?
Sure thing. I'll send someone now.
Hello? Is anyone in here?
It's the fisherman. He was just trying to celebrate New Year's Eve and got a little rowdy. Oh my god. Oh, it's a shit
Anyone
demon.
there?
Get out of there quick. Good call, they don't like the light. Nice. Must have been the wind. Why turn that off? You blew it.
Front desk.
There's no one in here.
I'll let her know.
Oh my god. Well, now look what you did. It's the Hamburglar.
Hello.
Yeah, next thing you hear is rabble rabble.
No one's there. Can I help you with anything else?
I guess quick question. Does the Hamburglar actually make that noise, that rabble rabble? Is that real? Is that actually what the Hamburglar says? The only reason I know that is from the fucking Peacemaker show, where the guy's describing the Hamburglar and then says rabble rabble. Now for some reason I just attribute that sound to him like forever now. That was Grimace that did that noise, was it? Is he resub Jet in Panda? He says cheeseburger too. I'm just gonna assume it's correct.
No. No one in there, huh?
Time to take care of this myself.
Hello? Bye.
Well, now you're breaking and entering. You've turned this simple checkup
I'm in
into
the
a
room
felony.
next door. Can you please stop banging on the walls?
Oh God. Holy shit. And that's why there's no one on the 3rd floor. They all get knocked. Exhibit Shadow. I'm sure we've seen that at some point, Shadow. They just speed up the footage? You don't know what you're talking about. Now you just sound stupid. That was classic knocking. Alright, I think I'm gonna go to bed. I'm getting tired. Alright, everyone, thanks for tuning in. To everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs. Welcome aboard. Sub means a lot to me, so thanks for subbing. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening. Let's see who's streaming. I'll throw you. Who haven't I tossed you to in a while? Throw you to Edgar. I feel like it's been a long time since I tossed you over there. Alright, thanks again, everyone. See you tomorrow.